The Poems and Some Satires of Andrew Marvell, edited by Edward Wright, recorded for LibriVox.org. Introduction and Biographical Note. Introduction. One of Wordsworth's early sonnets begins, "Great men have been among us, hands that penned, and tongues that uttered wisdom, better none than later Sidney Marvell Harrington, young Vane, and others who called Milton friend." For even in 1802, Andrew Marvell was still remembered as the British Aristides, who, when all men of distinction were receiving bribes from the enemies of England or misappropriating the public moneys, continued the noble traditions of our political life. While he lived, he was regarded by foe as well as friend as a most powerful defender of persecuted religious sects, and soon after his death it became generally known that he had been the daring satirist who had exposed the corruption in court and parliament. Towards the middle of the 18th century, his fame was revived by a group of men dissatisfied with monarchical government, and his writings, with those of Milton and Algernon Sidney, were republished. Some poems written about 1652 were included in his works, but no importance was attached to them by the critics of the age of Johnson. During Marvell's lifetime, scarcely anyone, except perhaps his friend John Milton, was in a position to appreciate his fine lyrical genius, as, for some indiscernible reason, he would not publish even a selection from his verses. And though such a selection was brought out in 1681, a few years after his death, so complete a change in literary taste had then taken place that it made no mark whatever. But now, 250 years after they were written, the poems have begun to attract the attention not of a few scholars, but of the general body of readers of poetry, and Marvell is winning as high a place as a poet as he occupied as a patriot. Lamb, I believe, was the first to remark his witty delicacy. Then Poe, on reading only an extract from one of the verses, hit upon the phrase, quote, "exquisitely delicate imagination and truthfulness," end quote. That sums up their admirable qualities, and it may be said that the poet's greatness became commonly acknowledged when, on the advice of Tennyson, who had a special admiration for him, 5 of the poems were included in the Golden Treasury. It has been explained that no man is a hero to his valet for the reason that it takes a hero to recognize a hero. And although Marvell's fame as a poet was so long denied, it is perhaps no slight compensation that it should at last have been established by Lamb, Poe, and Tennyson. The story of Marvell's life is full of interest and blank spaces. His father, a Cambridgeshire man by birth, was rector of Winstead in Yorkshire, where Andrew was born on the 31st of March, 1621. His mother, who died when he was 17 years old, belonged to the Yorkshire Pease family. The wit, integrity, and learning of the elder Marvell, which were noticed by Thomas Fuller, made an equal impression on other men, for in 1624 he was appointed master of the grammar school of Hull, and became also lecturer at Trinity Church, and head of one of the great hospitals of the town. As Hull was a great Puritan center, some of his influence may have been due to his known inclination to Calvinism. He perhaps brought his son up too rigorously, for when Andrew was sent in his 13th year to Trinity College, Cambridge, he responded to the advances made by a Roman Catholic fellow of Peterhouse, and after 4 years' study went to live with some Jesuits in London. In a few months, however, his father met him in a bookshop and recovered him bodily and spiritually. He was received back at Trinity College, and 2 poems by him addressed to Charles I, one in Greek and the other in Latin, appeared in the Musa Cantabrigiensis in 1637. He remained at Cambridge until 1640, when his father, in crossing the Humber, was drowned in company with a Miss Skinner. Fuller says that this Miss Skinner was the daughter of Sir Edward Coke, but possibly he mistook her for her mother, who was also related to Cyriac Skinner, Milton's friend. It is said that Mrs. Skinner, who adopted Andrew on the death of the elder Marvell, left him the little property she had, and he also appears to have inherited a small estate. Somebody must have provided him a fair amount of money, for he spent the next 4 years wandering through France, Holland, Spain, and Italy, a gallant young gentleman with scholarly tastes and of a merry open nature, who aired his skill in Latin verses when he mixed with the wits of Paris, bettered himself in the art of fencing in company with the Spaniards of Madrid, and did not care to hear Flecknoe read his poems at Rome, when he might have been taking life more gaily among the Romans himself. When he returned to England, the Battle of Naseby had been fought, and Parliament was supreme. Marvell did not feel himself drawn to either party, and his relations with royalists such as Lord Hastings and Lovelace appear to have been more of a friendly than a political character. Except so far as the fortunes of his country were concerned, he was at that time a disinterested observer, who was obtaining a clearer and larger view into the nature of the Great Revolution than any partisan. He was not then a Republican, and, on the other hand, he had as much dislike as Milton himself to the despotism advocated by Hobbes. He represented an enlightened body of the public who desired to obtain that liberal constitutional monarchy which was finally established. The excesses of both parties attracted his notice. One can see in his lines on Lovelace's poems that he was as much concerned for toleration under the rule of the Presbyterians as he afterwards was under the rule of the High Churchmen. A man of moderate views placed between two opposite sides, each overbearing in its hour of triumph, is likely to please neither. But it was through seeing both sides of a great historical event that Marvell made his most splendid contribution to English literature. Dryden and Waller wrote panegyrics on Cromwell during the Commonwealth, and panegyrics on Charles II, on the Restoration, and are all forgotten. Marvell, in his Ode to Cromwell on his return from Ireland, written in 1650, saw the events of the Civil War as we now see them. Even his admiration for the man who had forever delivered England from any possibility of that Irish invasion, which had been so greatly feared, did not lead him into anything like flattery, as he does not praise Cromwell so much as indicate his true title to greatness without overlooking his faults. So without disguising the king's inferiority and weakness, he makes him not only one of the most touching, but of one of the noblest figures that ever adorned the scaffold. The poem has an additional grandeur of conception. It is not the genius of Cromwell or the fate of Charles I that is Marvell's principal thought, but the destruction of the feudal system, the reconstitution of England, the consequent wars. Quote, "And for the last effect still keep the sword erect. The same arts that did gain, a power must it maintain." End quote. One is almost inclined to think that Marvell foresaw how, in the absence of a powerful leader, the Commonwealth would end in that state of anarchy which brought about the Restoration. If Marvell's judgment was ever at fault, it was not from want of knowledge, for he became somewhat closely acquainted with men who were trying to shape England's destinies. When he wrote the Ode on Cromwell, he had entered the service of Lord Fairfax. The famous general had resigned his position as commander-in-chief of the parliamentary forces rather than attack the Scots by way of defense, and had retired to his seat at Appleton in Yorkshire. A man of singular nobility and uprightness of soul, he had that taste for literature which the Elizabethan knights had made a tradition among soldiers as well as courtiers. His uncle was the famous translator of Tasso. He himself took to writing passable verses on rural subjects, and to his example and converse we owe those exquisite poems on country life, which Marvell composed during the tranquil and careless interval of 2 years spent as tutor to the young Lady Mary Fairfax. But while he was thus turning to literature under the influence of the great soldier of the Commonwealth, a greater poet, who had himself given up all purely literary work in order to further the cause of liberty, seems to have prevailed upon Marvell to devote himself to those affairs of state which were to occupy him from the prime of his life to the very day of his death. The friendship between John Milton and Andrew Marvell is one of the most famous in our history. Hartlib, who knew Marvell's friend Dr. Pell, the mathematician, or some Cambridge men are possible links, but it is not improbable that the poets became acquainted through the Skinners. This is at least preferable to the supposition of Milton's being on such familiar terms with Fairfax that the general introduced Marvell to him. In fact, as the first evidence of any connection between the two friends is a letter from Milton to the Lord President Bradshaw recommending Marvell for the position of Assistant Foreign Secretary. One is at a loss to understand why Marvell did not obtain some kind of introduction from Fairfax himself, whose word would have carried far more weight. Milton's letter, however, is too interesting not to quote, at least in part. His references to my condition and mine own condition relate to his blindness. My lord, there will be with you to-morrow, upon some occasion of business, a gentleman whose name is Mr. Marvell, a man who is, both by report and the converse I have had with him, of singular desert for the state to make use of, who also offers himself, if there be any employment for him. His father was the minister of Hull, and he hath spent 4 years abroad in Holland, France, Italy, and Spain, to very good purpose, as I believe, and the gaining of those 4 languages. Besides, he is a scholar, and well read in the Latin and Greek authors, and no doubt of an approved conversation, for he comes now lately out of the house of the Lord Fairfax, who was general, where he was entrusted to give some instructions in the languages to the lady his daughter. If upon the death of Mr. Weckerlin the council shall think that I shall need any assistance in the performance of my place, though for my part I find no encumbrances of that which belongs to me, except it be in point of attendance at conferences with ambassadors, which I must confess in my condition I am not fit for, it would be hard for them to find a man so fit for that purpose as this gentleman, one who, I believe, in a short time would be able to do them as much service as Mr. Ascan. This, my lord, I write sincerely without any other end than to perform my duty to the public in helping them to an humble servant, laying aside those jealousies and that emulation which mine own condition might suggest to me by bringing in such a coadjutor, and remain, my lord, your most obliged and faithful servant, John Milton. February 21st, 1652. Modern style, February 21st, 1653. Milton was better acquainted with Bradshaw than with the Lord Protector, but unfortunately within 2 months of his letter the Council of State ceased to exist, Parliament was dissolved, and Cromwell as dictator gave the post to his own man. Milton may then have spoken to Cromwell on behalf of his friend, but it is just as probable that other acquaintances of Marvell used their good offices. The Chief Justice, Oliver St. John, who had been chosen to negotiate a confederacy between England and Holland in 1651, was well known enough to Marvell for him to send some verses of compliment on the occasion. St. John had married Elizabeth Oxenbridge, the sister of a well-known preacher, John Oxenbridge, who had obtained a fellowship at Eton. There is a letter of the 28th of July, 1653, from Marvell to Cromwell, who had appointed him tutor to one of his wards, William Dutton, and sent the 2 of them to reside with the Oxenbridges. Here Marvell again turned to poetry. The magical lines on Bermudas arose out of his conversation with Oxenbridge, who had returned from preaching in that island, whither he had gone when the High Church party were in power, and when, as George Herbert had said, quote, religion stood on tiptoe in our land, ready to pass to the American strand, end quote. But if we may believe Milton, religious liberty was just as far from being obtained under the Presbyterians, the persons whom they appointed to such positions as that occupied by Oxenbridge displaced some men of a higher character. For example, among those ejected from a fellowship was another friend of Marvell's, John Hales, then living in poor lodgings at Eton. I account it no small honor, said Marvell later on in life, to have grown up into some part of his acquaintance and conversed a while with the living remains of one of the clearest heads and best prepared breasts in Christendom. At the same time, Marvell was connected with many parliamentarians. Oxenbridge seems to have introduced him to another fellow of Eton, Dr. Nathaniel Ingelow, who became chaplain to Bulstrode Whitlock, the ambassador to the Queen of Sweden. Ingelow, who had been Greek lecturer at Cambridge, must have been a congenial literary companion, and a letter written to him at the Swedish court forms the longest of Marvell's Latin verses. And it was perhaps on the commendation of Ingelow that Marvell was entrusted in 1653 with the writing of Cromwell's famous verses to Queen Christina of Sweden, which have been so often attributed to Milton as Latin secretary. Milton himself continued to correspond with the younger poet, and in 1654 he sent him a copy of the Defensio to present to Bradshaw. Marvell, in his reply, paid Milton a now famous compliment on the work, speaking of it as attaining the height of Roman eloquence in the passage that ends, quote, when I consider how equally it turns and rises with so many figures, it seems to me a Trajan's column, on whose winding ascent we see embossed the several monuments of your learned victories, end quote. This was no idle compliment, as some modern critics imagine. At that time, the future author of Paradise Lost was as famous on the continent as Sir Thomas More and Bacon, and foreigners traveled to London in order to see the first two men of the age, Cromwell and Milton. Marvell now had a thorough admiration for Cromwell, conceiving him as one in whom deep religious principles were combined with common sense, a genius for war, and even ability in constructive politics. He was possibly mistaken as regards the Protector's constructive power, but, like many reasonable men, he saw the necessity for the rule of a strong man, recognizing that the destinies of the country were safer in Cromwell's hands than in those of the impracticable and scheming fanatics of the extreme Puritan party. And if Marvell ever lost his sense of moderation, it was in the moment of enthusiasm when there was a possibility of the realization of Cromwell's idea of a great Protestant league, which, under the hegemony of England, should control the world and carry on the Reformation. This so possessed him that his political views were afterwards somewhat distorted through his prejudice against Holland for not falling in with the Protector's scheme. His verses on the first anniversary of Cromwell's government in 1655 indicate how much his opinions had changed since 1650. Unfortunately, they also indicate that his inspiration, his beauty and terseness of expression were vanishing. What a magnificent subject was offered in Blake's tragic death, while entering Plymouth Sound after his great victory at Santa Cruz, and yet of what little worth is Marvell's poem on the event. Somewhat of his old grace is found in the verses written in 1657 on the marriage of the Lady Mary Cromwell, but they are a farewell song to the pastoral muse as he turns irrevocably to affairs of state. For in September of the same year he became Milton's colleague in the Latin secretaryship. During those stirring days when Cromwell was, through Milton, addressing the powers of Europe on such matters as the Vaudois persecution and the Protestant Federation, Marvell was employed in welcoming the Dutch ambassadors and receiving the diplomatic dispatches of the Elector of Brandenburg. A month after Marvell's appointment, another famous writer was engaged by the secretary, John Milton, Andrew Marvell, and John Dryden. When will English poetry again be so well represented at the Foreign Office? And when will our Foreign Office speak with such authority to the rest of the world? We have a description of Marvell about this time. He was a good-looking man of a middle height and strong build. His roundish face with cherry-colored cheeks and expressive hazel eyes being set in flowing brown hair. In conversation he was modest and of very few words. John Aubrey is our principal authority for this statement. After the publication of Oceana in 1656, Harrington and Neville founded a political and philosophical club, the Rota, of which Cyriac Skinner was sometime president. It attracted many men of ability who used to meet at Miles's coffee house near Palace Yard and discuss theories of government. It is probably that Aubrey, who was a member, met Marvell there, as the poet was one of Harrington's truest and most intimate friends. Their system of balloting was proposed in the House of Commons by Neville, but the men in office were not so tired of exercising power as to consent to surrender it in rotation. However, the systems of the Rota Club, like the simpler schemes of military dictatorship designed by the generals of the army, were put an end to by the intervention of Fairfax, the arrival of Monk, and the offer of the crown to Charles II. This also put an end to the Latin secretaryship, but in the meantime Marvell had begun to take a more active part in politics. In January 1659, he was elected Member of Parliament for Hull, and he continued to represent the town until his death. Even in the middle of Charles II's reign, the people of Hull were so strongly puritanical that Marvell himself had to warn them not to neglect the appearance of loyalty, and much of the influence which the elder Calvinistical Marvell had acquired descended to his son. What might be called the Marvell interest was also strengthened by the marriage of the poet's two sisters with merchants of high position. That the townspeople came to admire Marvell for his own ability and integrity is evident, in spite of some long terms of employment on the continent during which the court party tried to get someone else elected, and in spite of the slanders they spread about the town, the corporation continued to entrust their affairs to Marvell, electing him in his absence and sending him all sorts of friendly presents, in addition to his fee of 6 shillings 8 pence a day as their representative. By way of return, he kept them acquainted, during the 20 years in which he served them, with all the political business of the age. Hundreds of his letters have been preserved, constituting a mine of information which may prove almost as valuable to Dr. Firth when he deals with the reign of Charles II as were the letters of Bacon to Professor Gardiner in his history of the reign of James I. The correspondence, however, throws but little light on Marvell's personal affairs or feelings, for as the letters were in a manner public, he had to be careful only to make a plain statement of fact, and at times even this appears to have been attended with some danger. As in consequence of the ability he displayed, Marvell was also elected a member of Trinity House, Hull, and a younger warden of the London Trinity House. He had much to relate touching the lighting of the Humber. A more interesting appointment, had he only left an account of it, was his secretaryship to the old parliamentarian Lord Carlisle on an embassage to Muscovy, Sweden, and Denmark, which left London in April 1663 and returned in June 1665. Unhappily, we have a mere official relation of the journey, containing the letters of state and addresses written by the secretary. Marvell's travels and Milton's retirement into the country somewhat interrupted their intimacy, And after the Restoration, when Marvell, according to Milton's nephew Edward Phillips, made a considerable party in Parliament in the interest of the great poet, and protected him from the fierce resentment of the Cavaliers, the two friends began to see less and less of each other. In addition to his political duties, Marvell appears to have been occupied with some private business in Holland, which, by the way, could not in the end have been very profitable, as he lived frugally and died poor. Yet however little Marvell henceforward saw of Milton, he continued to be not only his friend, writing commendatory verses to Paradise Lost, but also his defender when the church party went out of their way to make an attack on him in 1674. Shortly after Marvell's return to England, war was declared against Holland. The next year, the Great Plague broke out, and in 1667, the Dutch fleet sailing up the Thames destroyed our shipping and threatened London. Marvell, whose anger had been growing against Clarendon for the severe measures that had been passed against the dissenters, notwithstanding the king's proclamation in 1660, then began in his Instructions to a Painter that series of satires which long overshadowed his poems. He was at first, like most men, inclined to think well of the king, and so had to lay the blame on the ministers, being so much in sympathy with the nonconformists that it is difficult to know whether he was himself a dissenter or a man of low church views. He was even more fierce against the high church party. Clarendon, therefore, in whose impeachment he took part, was in his eyes doubly detestable. Successive changes in ministers, however, instead of leading to any improvement, only made matters worse. And when, in 1673, the effect of the Dover Treaty began to be seen, and it became apparent that the king himself was the worst man in the government, Marvell's, quote, wrath at the degradation of his country and the seeming hopelessness of the struggle, end quote, made him sometimes appear to be what he was not in principle under the Commonwealth, a fierce republican and a bitter opponent of the established church. Whether from the old prejudice against Holland, or from a sense of the difficulty in merely deposing James II, if he were permitted to ascend the throne, in favor of a foreign prince, he was unable to foresee a future liberator in William of Orange, and what hope he professed to have in the Stuart line was for a little while fixed on the Duke of Monmouth. This hope, however, was very slight. His principal aim seems to have been to bring about a condition of public feeling which should lead to the re-establishment of the Commonwealth, not immediately, but on the death of Charles II. He feared the Duke of York much more than he detested the poor Priapus king. Marvell did not live to see any improvement in the state, nor did he become generally known in his lifetime as a satirist, for his verses were published anonymously. He had no wish to purchase any fame by them at the price of death. He preferred to live and write more. It was by his prose works that he not only acquired a reputation second to none of his contemporaries, but effected a great change in the religious controversy of his time. It had been proposed by Bishops Wilkins, Tillotson, and Stillingfleet, among others, that a bill should be brought into Parliament for a reconciliation between the Church and the Presbyterians. The project related mainly to those things which the king had promised by his declaration of 1660, but it was vehemently opposed by the High Church party, and an extraordinary vote was passed against bringing in a measure for any treaty. Not content with charging the dissenters with false notions in religion, their opponents also accused them of being inclined to immorality. The most virulent and famous attack was made by Samuel Parker, afterwards Bishop of Oxford, in a work wherein the coarsest buffoonery and slander served for learning and argument. Marvell replied to Parker in a book entitled The Rehearsal Transposed, which, in its complete form, not only remained unanswered, but created a general opinion strongly in favor of the Puritans. This was no slight thing to do in an age that still sorely remembered the reign of the saints. But Marvell was irresistible. He invented, as was said at the time, a new way of writing, a light, easy, ironical, bantering style that interested everybody in the argument, from the king down to the tradesman. When the licensor, on behalf of the High Churchmen, was about to suppress the second edition, Charles II ordered him to desist. For Marvell, besides writing so wittily that the king deemed him the best prose satirist of the age, had managed in presenting his case to separate the interests of the clerical and the court parties. Being closely confined to the issues of the day, the work is now somewhat unreadable. At least I found it so. Yet Swift, who afterwards applied the style in which it was written to subjects of permanent interest, says, in regard to controversial works generally, quote, "There is, of course, an exception when any great genius thinks it worth his while to expose a foolish piece. So we still read Marvell's answer to Parker with pleasure, though the book it answers be sunk long ago." End quote. Two passages at least have escaped oblivion, that in which Milton is defended, and that in which the disadvantages of a free press are pointed out with such irony as must have delighted the author of An Argument Against the Abolition of Christianity. As the recognized champion of the dissenters, Marvell continued to defend their interests in other pamphlets, such as that entitled Mr. Smirk, or The Divine in Mode. But these cannot be said now to possess any more than an historical value. Marvell by this time had become a man of influence in the eyes of all parties. The king invited him to court, and the Lord High Treasurer came to his lodgings in order to find out his price. Marvell dismissed him with a jest, and Danby went away smiling. By the first Duke of Devonshire, and those members of Parliament who were so singular as to place their country's interest above all others, in spite of the inducements of those in power, Marvell was as much esteemed as he was by Bishops Stillingfleet and Crofts, and by Baxter, Howe, Owen, and the nonconformists. If we only knew more about the poet's relations with the men of his day, whom he was able to trust in political and religious matters, some valuable literary discoveries might be made. Thomson, who edited his works towards the middle of the 18th century, and added, amongst other pieces, the great ode on Cromwell, said, "I have reason to believe that there are many valuable remains of Mr. Marvell's erudition in the possession of private families, if people knew where to lay their hands on them." Towards the end of his life, however, Marvell became a man from whom it may have been dangerous to receive any communication, and most of his private letters, for instance, were probably burnt when read. The court party, despairing of winning him over, began to think of silencing him. It was observed in a lampoon that Marvell still wears his ears, but he was a member of Parliament, and not so easily pilloried. The courtiers who had cut off the nose of one member of the House of Commons for hinting of the king's amours may have thought that mere mutilation wouldn't be effectual in this case. Attempts were made to murder Marvell as he passed to and fro from London to his cottage at Highbury. These were unsuccessful, the intended victim being a man of strong build, more afraid, as he said, of killing than of being killed. He had, in fact, grown too desperate over the state of England to care much about his life, and these attempts only made him write more daringly. In a letter of the 18th of June, 1678, to a friend, he wrote, "There came out about Christmas last a large book concerning the growth of popery and arbitrary government. There have been great rewards offered in private and considerable in the Gazette to anyone who would inform of the offer or printer, but they are not yet discovered. 3 or 4 printed books since have described, as near as it was proper to go, the man being a member of Parliament. Mr. Marvell to have been the author, But if he had, surely he should not have escaped being questioned in Parliament or some other place. This, the last work of Marvell, was certainly a very dangerous one to have published. It consisted of an exposure of the policy of the court from 1667 to 1677, couched in a moderate language, with long extracts from parliamentary proceedings. All that Marvell had written in his Satires was resumed in a judicious and conciliating manner, in order to appeal to sober-minded, reflective men of various shades of opinion, who might allow no credence to rumors and lampoons. No open measures were taken against Marvell, either from want of definite proof of his being the author, or from a desire to avoid the question of the correctness of his statements. But an ineffectual attempt was made to remove him to the Tower, on a charge of striking another member of Parliament whom he had stumbled against, and who moreover denied that he had been struck. This happened on the 29th of March 1678. And when, on the 18th of August following, Marvell died from an overdose of opium administered during an attack of ague, it was commonly supposed that he had at last been quietly removed by means of poison. He was buried in St. Giles in the Fields, the town of Hull paying £50 for his funeral. His constituents afterwards collected money for a monument commemorating the unalterable steadiness of the true patriot, beloved by good men, feared by bad, admired by all. But the royalist minister hindered it being erected. Marvell died a very poor man, administration to his estate being taken out by his widow, Mary Marvell, and a creditor. There was, however, among the poet's descendants a tradition that Marvell was not married, and that his landlady, in order to obtain his effects, had represented herself as his widow. From some lines written in 1655, it would appear that Marvell, like Milton, thought of writing a poem in graver accents. If gracious heaven to my life give length, leisure to time, and to my weakness strength. But a season for meditation and slow work, for that dim lull of unapparent growth, which fate must grant us to, quote, let us roll all our strength and all our sweetness up into one ball, end quote, was never his. A younger man than Milton, he succeeded him as the champion of political and religious liberty in more hopeless and more dangerous and yet less inspiring circumstances. It was well said of the two poets, quote, 'tis Marvell bears the wicked acts of kings, but what the muses dictate, Milton sings, end quote. But had Milton retained his eyesight, had the Commonwealth lasted and required his aid, or even had he been able to sit in Parliament with Marvell, it is not impossible that he would have placed what he considered to be the cause of freedom before literature, and that his greatest poems would not have been written. In that case, Milton and Marvell might have been known as two friends, who had written some exquisite poetry in their youth, and who had then, at a time when it behooved every upright and able man to put forth all his powers, devoted their lives, not altogether ingloriously, to the immediate service of their country. It must be admitted that Marvell's satires and pamphlets have now less literary value than Milton's prose works, but I believe that they had more effect at the time they were written on public opinion. As in every thorough change in government, it was without doubt mainly under the pressure of solid facts that men began to think that the state of Great Britain would only improve, quote, when the reign of the last of the Stuarts was ended, end quote. But Marvell, by exposing the grossness and despotic intentions of the court, the corruption and want of patriotism of the ministers and their parliamentary allies, the degradation of some of the clergy, was the writer who most helped to set men thinking. After his death, other writers used to call on Marvell's ghost to revisit the earth and continue his work. His spirit did not pass away from among men until its task was done, and when by the kindness of the rhymers Marvell was at length allowed to return to the Elysian fields, he was not perhaps much perturbed to find that, not without discredit to his literary reputation, he had done something by his satires towards promoting the orderly revolution of 1688. These satires are certainly unworthy of him. Even the best of them, such as The Character of Holland, is for the author of the Ode to Cromwell and The Garden only an essay in the art of sinking, and not to speak of some lapses into doggerel omitted from the present volume. An average example, such as Flecknoe, is not much distinguished from the work of Cleveland, who appears to have been, with Donne, his model in satirical verse. Marvell did not display the savage greatness of soul of a Juvenal. He wrote as a practical politician, whose aim was to bring about a few reasonable changes in manners and government. Besides, his attacks are too grossly and exclusively personal to be called satires. They are only mordant lampoons, the interest of which, in spite of many witty turns and striking lines, is much more historical than literary. Above all, he wrote too carelessly. Endowed with a most original vein of humor, he did not trouble himself about its expression, though Dryden, by composing satires with the same art as was employed in other kinds of verse, was then creating a new form in English literature. Happily, Marvell's humor is seen in almost everything that came from his pen. It enters into charming combination with the airiest of his fancies, and the most splendid work of his imagination. It is often united with fine pathos. It underlies his hyperboles, and is found in his incomparable descriptions of natural scenery. Though Marvell at first employed as far-fetched conceits and disturbing images as Donne, Herbert, Crashaw, and Cooley, yet the delicacy and nimbleness of his wit even then saved him. And if it seems now and then, as in his Definition of Love, that he succeeds in rivaling Donne in the art of wreathing iron pokers into true love knots, it must be remembered that Trinity College, where he was educated, was the fountainhead of metaphysical poetry. Donne and George Herbert had left behind traditions which Cooley, among many others, was continuing. Moreover, Marvell was probably brought into close personal relations with Crashaw of Peterhouse through his Roman Catholic friends of that college. At all events, Crashaw's verse exercised much influence on him when he began writing. For instance, his verses entitled Eyes and Tears are scarcely more than a variation on the first and third poems in Steps to the Temple. Many of the metaphors are even identical. Yet the younger poet always had a manner of his own. Instead of the intensity and extravagance in feeling and expression that distinguished Crashaw, his note was a kind of waywardness and natural charm. Except in a few religious poems, and there his sincerity was itself a restraint, he did not take himself seriously enough to be chargeable with absurdity and affectation. The man with a very lively sense of humor is commonly a reasonable creature. Sometimes you will find Marvell laughing at himself, as in Daphnis and Chloe, to which, when reading it over in a different mood, he has added 2 malicious verses that turn a poem with fine passages into a burlesque. Even in his address to coy mistress, he is too witty to be a passionate lover. In struggling against the fashions of his age, Marvell was confirmed by his love of classical literature, Horace being his favorite poet. He never lost entirely the sense of form and proper restraint in expression, as the metaphysical school had done. The ancient writers bade him, as they had bidden another great poet at Cambridge, disdain, quote, all those new-fangled toys and trimmings slight, which take our late fantastics with delight, and cull those richest robes and gayest attire, which deepest spirits and choicest wits require. I know that it is usual to attribute Marvell's simple and melodious versification to the direct influence of Milton. The phrase gadding vines, which appears in Lycidas and in the verses upon Appleton House, is quoted, among others, But the evidence on which so large a statement is based seems very slight. Milton himself borrowed much more from Crashaw. If my ear is correct, there is a considerable difference between the rhythms of the two friendly poets, although both were, perhaps, partly derived from later Elizabethan, such as John Fletcher. And save that, by way of reaction from the far-fetched inharmonious meters of their age, they reverted to old eurythmical models. Milton and Marvell, as poets, have absolutely nothing in common. Marvell, in spite of derivations from the metaphysical school, is one of our most original poets. His union of imagination and wit, pathos, realism, and fancifulness gives his verse a remarkable individual quality, which is enhanced by the Doric delicacy of his style. In order to find so picturesque and exquisite a painter of gardens, woods, and fields as Marvell, one might hesitate to turn to Chaucer, Wordsworth, or Tennyson, or to Mr. George Meredith at his best. For in this one matter, at least, Marvell ranks only second to Shakespeare. With his merry humor and joy in the beauty of the world, Marvell, on leaving London for Appleton House, was like a child out on a holiday. His senses were as fresh, and his mind was as full of wonder. He therefore became the poet of the English countryside, and that delicious moment when there is wafted upon the air of spring the odor of summer flowers. The graver poet has left us only one work, the grand Cromwellian Ode. The rest is politics. Edward Wright. Bibliographical note. Many of Marvell's verses of a political nature were published as broadsheets or pamphlets, but only a few of them are now known to exist in this state. The dates of the commendatory poems affixed to the works of Milton and other friends are given in the notes. The first collected edition of Marvell's non-political verses was published by Mary Marvell about the year 1681. After the Revolution, most of the satires were reprinted in the 1689 collection of poems on affairs of state, of which there were two later editions. Dryden's and Gildon's miscellanies also contained poems by Marvell. In 1726, Thomas Cook edited both the poems and satires, with the assistance of Marvell's nieces, and in 1776, Captain Thompson, who had acquired a manuscript collection made by William Popple, a nephew of the poet, brought out an excellent edition including many new poems, such as the Ode on Cromwell. Thompson's edition has been slovenly reprinted in America and lately in England, but a more complete text, based on a collation of early and manuscript copies, was prepared in 1872 by the late Dr. Grosart. The work done was improved upon by Mr. G. A. Aitken in his Muses Library edition, published in 1892 and lately revised. By the kindness of Mr. G. A. Aitken and of the publisher and owner of the copyright, Mr. A. H. Bullen, I have been able to base my text on that of the Muses Library. Although I have admitted some of the feeblest lampoons and some of the grossest lines, I have endeavored to give the present edition a value of its own by inserting some long passages and many important new readings from manuscripts acquired by the British Museum since Mr. Aitken prepared his text. Although I think I have been able to restore as Marvell's the piece entitled The King's Vows, or Royal Resolutions, it would be difficult to prove that any satire at all was written by the poet. Such verses, which necessarily appeared anonymously and circulated largely in manuscript, were often attributed to wrong persons, the transcribers either following common report or else setting any plausible name before their copies. Marvell, by reason of his reputation, is no doubt still credited with several pieces belonging to other men, even if versions were found in his handwriting. They might only have been satires of which, like many men of his age, he desired to keep a copy. No edition can be considered final, but were I preparing as complete a one as possible, I should include the set of Instructions to a Painter attributed to Denham. Aubrey, who knew both Denham and Marvell, says that these verses were written by our author, and Wood's statement to the same effect is more precise. The poem entitled The Royal Manual, attributed to Marvell, was, in my opinion, written in the middle of the 18th century, soon after the appearance of Gray's Elegy. I may be wrong as to the date, but it is not the work of Marvell. With regard to my notes, I have benefited by the work done by Mr. Grossart and Mr. G. A. Aitken, and have found much information in the National Dictionary of Biography and the New English Dictionary. E.W. End of introduction and biographical note. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Christine Rottger, June 27, 2025, Westford, Massachusetts.
The Poems and Some Satires of Andrew Marvell, edited by Edward Wright, recorded for LibriVox.org. Section 1. Poems. Upon Appleton House. Note. The seat of Lord Fairfax, lying on the northern bank of the wharf, near to its junction with the Ouse. It was a picturesque brick mansion, with a centre containing a hall 50 yards long and 2 wings. It had been mainly built during the Civil War, and was just finished when Fairfax and Marvell arrived about the beginning of July, 1650. Return to text. To my Lord Fairfax. Within this sober frame expect work of no foreign architect, that unto caves the quarries drew, and forests did to pastures hew, who of his great design in pain did for a model vault his brain, whose columns should so high be raised to arch the brows that on them gazed. Why should, of all things, man unruled such unproportioned dwellings build? The beasts are by their dens expressed, and birds contrive an equal nest. The low-roofed tortoises do dwell in cases fit of tortoise shell. No creature loves an empty space, their bodies measure out their place. But he, superfluously spread, demands more room alive than dead, and in his hollow palace goes where winds, as he, themselves may lose. What need of all this marble crust to impark the wanton mote of dust that thinks by breadth the world to unite, though the first builders failed in height? But all things are composed here like nature, orderly and near, in which we the dimensions find of that more sober age and mind, when larger sized men did stoop to enter at a narrow loop, as practising in doors so strait, to strain themselves through heaven's gate. And surely when the after age shall hither come in pilgrimage, these sacred places to adore, by Vere and Fairfax trod before, men will dispute how their extent within such dwarfish confines went, and some will smile at this, as well as Romulus's bee-like cell. Note on Vere and Fairfax. For several generations the Fairfaxes had fought and died under Sir Francis Vere and his brother Lord Vere, the first English generals in modern history who were great leaders in war. Our Civil War was conducted by the men of their school, chief among whom was Fairfax himself, who, after having served under Lord Vere in the Low Countries, had married his daughter. Lord Vere had no doubt visited his son-in-law and his daughter at Appleton. Return to text. Humility alone designs those short but admirable lines by which, ungirt and unconstrained, things greater are in less contained. Let others vainly strive to immure the circle in the quadrature, note, to square the circle. These holy mathematics can in every figure equal man. Yet thus the laden house does sweat, and scarce endures the master great. But where he comes, the swelling hall stirs, and the square grows spherical, more by his magnitude distressed than he is by its straightness pressed. and too officiously it slights that in itself which him delights. So honour better lowness bears than that unwonted greatness wears. Height with a certain grace does bend, but low things clownishly ascend. And yet what needs there here excuse, where everything does answer use, where neatness nothing can condemn, nor pride invent what to contemn? Note, invent, find out. A stately frontispiece of poor adorns without the open door. Daily new furniture of friends no less the rooms within commends. The house was built upon the place only as for a mark of grace, and for an inn, to entertain its lord a while, but not remain. Him Bishop's Hill or Denton may, or Billborow, better hold than they. Note, Bishop's Hill and Denton were other Yorkshire residences of Lord Fairfax. But nature here hath been so free, as if she said, Leave this to me. Art would more neatly have defaced what she had laid so sweetly waste, in fragrant gardens, shady woods, deep meadows, and transparent floods. While with slow eyes we this survey, and on each pleasant footstep stay, we opportunely may relate the progress of this house's fate. A nunnery first gave it birth. Note, Lord Fairfax's ancestor, Sir William Fairfax, was betrothed to a beautiful heiress, Isabel Thwaites, residing in the Cistercian nunnery of Appleton, under the guardianship of the prioress. Her guardian tried to induce her to become a nun, and her lover was not allowed to see her. Fairfax, however, obtained an order for Isabel's release, broke his way in, and, carrying her off to the neighbouring church of Bolton Percy, married her. This was in 1518. 24 years afterwards, on the dissolution of the monasteries, Appleton Nunnery was obtained by Sir William's sons, and out of its materials Nun Appleton House, or Appleton House, as Marvell calls it, was built. The ruins lay to the south of the mansion, near to the gardens and riverside meadows which Marvell proceeds to describe. Return to text. For virgin buildings oft brought forth, and all that neighbour ruin shows the quarries whence this dwelling rose. Near to this gloomy cloister's gates there dwelt the blooming virgin Thwaites, fair beyond measure, and an air which might deformity make fair. And oft she spent the summer suns discoursing with the subtle nuns, whence in these words one to her weaved, as 'twere by chance, thoughts long conceived. Within this holy leisure we live innocently, as you see. These walls restrain the world without, but hedge our liberty about. These bars enclose that wider den of those wild creatures called men. The cloister outward shuts its gates, and from us locks on them the grates. Here we in shining armour white, like virgin Amazons, do fight, and our chaste lamps we hourly trim, lest the great bridegroom find them dim. Our orient breaths perfumed are with incense of incessant prayer, and holy water of our tears most strangely our complexion clears. Not tears of grief, but such as those with which calm pleasure overflows, or pity, when we look on you that live without this happy vow. How should we grieve, that must be seen each one a spouse, and each a queen, and can in heaven hence behold our brighter robes and crowns of gold? When we have prayed all our beads, some one the holy legend reads, while all the rest with needles paint the face and graces of the saint. But what the linen can't receive, they in their lives do interweave. This work the saints best represents, that serves for altars' ornaments. But much it to our work would add, if here your hand, your face we had. By it we would our Lady touch, yet thus she you resembles much. Some of your features, as we sewed, through every shrine should be bestowed, and in one beauty we would take enough 1,000 saints to make. And, for I dare not quench the fire that me does for your good inspire, 'twere sacrilege a man to admit to holy things for heaven fit. I see the angels in a crown on you the lilies showering down, and round about you glory breaks, that something more than human speaks. All beauty, when at such a height, is so already consecrate. Fairfax I know, and long ere this have marked the youth and what he is. But can he such a rival seem, for whom you heaven should disesteem? Ah, no, and 'twould more honour prove he your devoter were than love. Note, for him to be your devotee rather than your lover. Here lived, beloved, and obeyed, each one your sister, each your maid. And if our rule seem strictly penned, the rule itself to you shall bend. Our abbess, too, now far in age, doth your succession near presage. How soft the yoke on us would lie, might such fair hands as yours it tie. Your voice, the sweetest of the choir, shall draw heaven nearer, raise us higher. And your example, if our head, will soon us to perfection lead. Those virtues to us all so dear will straight grow sanctity when here, and that once sprung, increase so fast, till miracles it work at last. Nor is our order yet so nice delight to banish us of vice. Here pleasure piety doth meet, one perfecting the other sweet. So through the mortal fruit we boil the sugar's uncorrupting oil, and that which perished while we pull is thus preserved, clear and full. For such indeed are all our arts, still handling nature's finest parts. Flowers dress the altars, for the close the sea-born amber we compose. Balms for the grieved we draw, and pastes we mould as baits for curious tastes. What need is here of man, unless these as sweet sins we should confess? Each night among us to your side appoint a fresh and virgin bride, whom, if our Lord at midnight find, yet neither should be left behind, where you may lie as chaste in bed as pearls together billeted, all night embracing arm and arm, like crystal pure with cotton warm. But what is this to all the store of joys you see, and may make more? Try but a while, if you be wise. The trial neither costs nor ties. Now, Fairfax, seek her promised faith. Religion that dispensed hath, which she henceforward does begin. The nun's smooth tongue has sucked her in. Note, she now enters upon her religious life, which annuls those vows she plighted to Fairfax. Oft, though he knew it was in vain, yet would he valiantly complain. Is this, that sanctity so great, an art by which you finely cheat? Hypocrite witches, hence avaunt, who, though in prison, yet enchant. Death only can such thieves make fast as rob, though in a dungeon cast. Were there but, when this house was made, one stone that a just hand had laid, it must have fallen upon her head, who first thee from thy faith misled. And yet, how well soever meant, with them 'twould soon grow fraudulent. For like themselves they alter all, and vice infects the very wall. But sure those buildings last not long, founded by folly, kept by wrong. I know what fruit their gardens yield, when they think by night concealed. Fly from their vices, 'tis thy state, note estate, not thee that they would consecrate. Fly from their ruin. How I fear, though guiltless, lest thou perish there. What should he do? He would respect religion, but not right neglect. For first religion taught him right, and dazzled not, but cleared his sight. Sometimes, resolved, his sword he draws, but reverenceth then the laws. For justice still that courage led, first from a judge, then soldier bred. Note, Sir William Fairfax's father was a judge, and his grandfather, Sir Guy Fairfax, was Lord Chief Justice of King's Bench in Henry VII's reign. Small honour would be in the storm. The court him grants the lawful form, which licensed either peace or force to hinder the unjust divorce. Yet still the nuns his right debarred, standing upon their holy guard. Ill-counselled women, do you know whom you resist, or what you do? Is not this he whose offspring fierce shall fight through all the universe, and with successive valour try France, Poland, either Germany, till one as long since prophesied his horse through conquered Britain ride? Yet against fate his spouse they kept, and the great race would intercept. Some to the breach against their foes their wooden saints in vain oppose. Another, bolder, stands at push with their old holy water brush, while the disjointed abbess threads the jingling chain-shot of her beads. But their loudest cannon were their lungs, and sharpest weapons were their tongues. But waving these aside like flies, young Fairfax through the wall does rise. Then th' unfrequented vault appeared, and superstitions vainly feared. The relics false was set to view, only the jewels there were true, but truly bright and holy thwaits that weeping at the altar waits. But the glad youth away her bears, and to the nuns bequeaths her tears, who guiltily their prize bemoan, like gypsies that a child have stolen. Thenceforth, as when the enchantment ends, the castle vanishes or rends, the wasting cloister with the rest was in one instant dispossessed. At the demolishing, this seat to Fairfax fell, as by a cheat, and what both nuns and founders willed is likely better thus fulfilled. For if the Virgin proved not theirs, the cloister yet remained hers. Though many a nun there made her vow, 'twas no religious house till now. From that blessed bed the hero came, whom France and Poland yet does fame. Note: Sir Clement R. Markham, Dr. Grosart, and Mr. G. A. Aitken think that Lord Fairfax is here referred to. The alternative, perhaps, is the General's grandfather, Thomas Fairfax, who was knighted for gallant conduct before Rouen by Lord Essex, and served like Uncle Toby, who also had a taste for military gardening in the Low Countries and elsewhere. Queen Elizabeth afterwards appointed him to a diplomatic post. When two of the old soldiers' brave boys who died fighting in the Palatinate were campaigning in Holland, he crossed the seas and shared their bed of straw. Deeply disappointed by the peaceful disposition of Ferdinando, the heir, he lived to see the old spirit of his race revive in Black Tom, but died before the general distinguished himself. Return to text. From that blessed bed the hero came, whom France and Poland yet does fame, who, when retired here to peace, his warlike studies could not cease, but laid these gardens out, in sport, in the just figure of a fort, and with 5 bastions it did fence, as aiming one for every sense. When in the east the morning ray hangs out the colours of the day, the bee through these known alleys hums, beating the Dian, note the reveille, with its drums. Then flowers their drowsy eyelids raise, their silken ensigns each displays, and dries its pan, yet dank with dew, and fills its flask with odours new. Note the pan of the musket-lock, and the flask of the powder-horn. Return to text. These, as their governor goes by, in fragrant volleys they let fly, and, to salute their governess, again as great a charge they press. None for the virgin nymph, for she seems, like the flowers, a flower to be, and think so still, though not compare, note, comparable with her, with breath so sweet or cheek so fair. Well shot, ye firemen! Oh, how sweet and round, note direct, your equal fires do meet, whose shrill report no ear can tell, but echoes to the eye and smell. See how the flowers, as at parade, under their colours stand displayed. Each regiment in order grows, that of the tulip, pink, and rose. But when the vigilant patrol of stars walks round about the pole, their leaves that to the stalks are curled seem to their staves the ensigns furled. Then in some flower's beloved hut each bee as sentinel is shut, and sleeps so too, but if once stirred, she runs you through, nor asks the word. O thou that dear and happy isle, the garden of the world erewhile, thou paradise of the four seas, which heaven planted us to please, but to exclude the world did guard with watery, if not flaming sword, what luckless apple did we taste, to make us mortal and thee waste? Unhappy! Shall we never more that sweet militia restore, when gardens only had their towers, and all the garrisons were flowers? When roses only arms might bear, and men did rosy garlands wear? Tulips, in several colours barred, were then the Switzers of our guard. The gardener had the soldier's place, and his more gentle forts did trace. The nursery of all things green was then the only magazine. The winter quarters were the stoves, note hothouses, where he the tender plants removes. But war all this doth overgrow. We ordnance plant and powder sow. And yet there walks one on the sod, who, had it pleased him and God, might once have made our gardens spring fresh as his own, and flourishing. But he preferred to the Cinque-Ports. Note, on resigning the commander-in-chief, Fairfax retired from Warmer Castle, the residence of the warden of the Cinque-Ports. But he preferred to the Cinque-Ports these 5 imaginary forts, and in those half-dry trenches spanned power which the ocean might command. For he did with his utmost skill ambition weed, but conscience till. Conscience, that heaven-nursed plant, which most our earthly gardens want. A prickling leaf it bears, and such as that which shrinks at every touch, but flowers eternal and divine, that in the crowns of saints do shine. The sight does from those bastions ply th' invisible artillery, and at proud Cawood Castle seems to point the battery of his beams. Note, Cawood Castle, the ancient residence of the Archbishop of York, lying a few miles to the south of Appleton. The garrison in 1643 had attempted to cut off Fairfax's retreat after the Battle of Atherton Moor, but although they wounded the general himself, they were beaten back into the castle, which in 1646 was dismantled by the parliamentary forces. Return to text. The sight does from these bastions ply th' invisible artillery, and at proud Cawood Castle seems to point the battery of its beams, as if it quarrelled, note, censured, in the seat th' ambition of its prelate great. But o'er the meads below it plays, or innocently seems to gaze. And now to the abyss I pass of that unfathomable grass, where men like grasshoppers appear, but grasshoppers are giants there. They in their squeaking laugh contemn us as we walk more low than them, and from the precipices tall of the green spires to us to call. To see men through this meadow dive, we wonder how they rise alive, as under water none does know whether he fall through it or go. But as the mariners that sound and show upon their lead the ground, they bring up flowers so to be seen, and prove they've at the bottom been. No scene that turns with engines strange does oftener than these meadows change. For when the sun the grass hath vexed, the tawny mowers enter next, who seem like Israelites to be walking on foot through a green sea. To them the grassy deeps divide, and crowd a lane to either side. With whistling scythe and elbow strong, these massacre the grass along, while one, unknowing, carves the rail, note, the landrail or corncrake, whose yet unfeathered quills her fail. The edge all bloody from its breast he draws, and does his stroke detest, fearing the flesh, untimely mowed, to him a fate as black forebode. But bloody Thestylus, that waits to bring the mowing camp their cates, greedy as kite has trussed it up, and forthwith means on it to sup. When on another quick she lights, and cries, "He called us Israelites, but now, to make his saying true, rails rain for quails, for manna dew." Unhappy birds, what does it boot to build below the grass's root, when lowness is unsafe as height, and chance o'ertakes what scapeth spite? And now your orphan parents' call sounds your untimely funeral. Death trumpets creak in such a note, and 'tis the sordine in their throat. Note, sordine, a hoarse-sounding trumpet. Or sooner hatch, or higher build, the mower now commands the field, in whose new traverse seemeth wrought a camp of battle newly fought, where, as the meads with hay, the plain lies quilted o'er with bodies slain. The women that with forks it fling do represent the pillaging. And now the careless victors play, dancing the triumphs of the hay, where every mower's wholesome heat smells like an Alexander's sweat. Note, compare North's Plutarch. All the apparel he wore next unto his body took thereof a passing delightful savour, as it had been perfumed. Their females fragrant as the mead which they in fairy circles tread. When at their dance's end they kiss, their new-made hay not sweeter is. When after this 'tis piled in cocks, like a calm sea it shows the rocks. We, wondering in the river near, how boats among them safely steer, or, like the desert Memphis sand, short pyramids of hay do stand, and such the Roman camps do rise in hills for soldiers' obsequies. This scene, again withdrawing, brings a new and empty face of things, a levelled space, as smooth and plain as cloths for lilies stretched to stain. The world, when first created, sure was such a table rase and pure, or rather such is the Toril, ere the bulls enter at Madril. Note, the Toril is the arena at Madrid. Return to text. For to this naked equal flat, which levellers take pattern at, note, levellers, the democratic party among the parliamentary forces who mutinied and were defeated by Fairfax. Return to text. The villagers in common chase their cattle, which it closer raise, and what below the scythe increased is pinched yet nearer by the beast. Such in the painted world appeared Davenant with the universal herd. Note, a reference to Davenant's description of paintings of the 6 days' creation in Gondibert, Canto 6. Then straight an universal herd appears, first gazing on each other in the shade, wondering with levelled eyes and lifted ears, etc. All the poets of the age had their jest at the poet laureate's work. Return to text. They seem within the polished grass a landscape drawn in looking-glass, and shrunk in the huge pasture show as spots so shaped on faces do. Such fleas, ere they approach the eye, in multiplying glasses lie. They feed so wide, so slowly move, as constellations do above. Then, to conclude these pleasant acts, Denton sets ope its cataracts, and makes the meadow truly be what it but seemed before, a sea. For, jealous of its lord's long stay, it tries to invite him thus away. The river in itself is drowned, and isles the astonished cattle round. Let others tell the paradox, how eels now bellow in the ox, how horses at their tails do kick, turned as they hang to leeches quick. Note, it was thought that the hairs of a horse's tail, when put in water, turned to eels. How boats can over bridges sail, and fishes do the stables scale. How salmons trespassing are found, and pikes are taken in the pound. But I, retiring from the flood, note, the low meadows, or ings, along the wharf were covered at flood, and Marvell now turns to the noble park with splendid oak trees extending northward from the front of the Appleton house. Take sanctuary in the wood, and while it lasts, myself embark in this yet green, yet growing ark, where the first carpenter might best fit timber for his keel have pressed, and where all creatures might have shares, although in armies, not in pairs. The double wood of ancient stalks, linked in, so thick an union locks, it like two pedigrees appears. On one hand Fairfax, th'other Veers, of whom, though many fell in war, yet more to heaven shooting are, and as they nature's cradle decked, will in green age her hearse expect. When first the eye this forest sees, it seems indeed as wood, not trees, as if their neighbourhood so old to one great trunk them all did mould. There the huge bulk takes place, as meant to thrust up a fifth element, and stretches still so closely wedged, as if the night within were hedged. Dark all without it knits, within it opens passable and thin, and in as loose an order grows as the Corinthian porticos. The arching boughs unite between the columns of the temple green, and underneath the winged choirs echo about their tuned fires. The nightingale does here make choice to sing the trials of her voice. Low shrubs she sits in, and adorns with music high the squatted thorns. But highest oaks stoop down to hear, and listening elders prick the ear. The thorn, lest it should hurt her, draws within the skin its shrunken claws. But I have for my music found a sadder, yet more pleasing sound, the stock-doves, whose fair necks are graced with nuptial rings, their ensigns chaste. Yet always, for some cause unknown, sad pair, unto the elms they moan. Oh, why should such a couple mourn, that in so equal flames do burn? Then, as I careless on the bed of gelid strawberries do tread, and through the hazels thick espy the hatching throstle's shining eye, the heron, from the ash's top, the eldest of its young lets drop, as if it stork-like did pretend that tribute to its lord to send. But most the Hewel's wonders are, who here has the Holtfelster's care. Note, the green woodpecker or yaffle has the woodcutter's care. But most the Hewel's wonders are, who here has the Holtfelster's care. He walks still upright from the root, measuring the timber with his foot, and all the way to keep it clean doth from the bark the wood-moths glean. He with his beak examines well which fit to stand and which to fell. The good he numbers up, and hacks as if he marked them with his axe. But where he, tinkling with his beak, doth find the hollow oak to speak, that for his building he designs, and through the tainted side he mines. Who could have thought the tallest oak should fall by such a feeble stroke? Nor would it, had the tree not fed a traitor worm within it bred. As first our flesh, corrupt within, tempts impotent and bashful sin, and yet that worm triumphs not long, but serves to feed the Hewel's young, while the oak seems to fall content, viewing the treason's punishment. Thus I, easy philosopher, among the birds and trees confer, and little now to make me once, or of the fowls, or of the plants. Note, little now is lacking to make me either bird or plant. Give me but wings as they, and I straight floating on the air shall fly, or turn me but, and you shall see I was but an inverted tree. Already I begin to call in their most learned original, and where I language want, my signs the bird upon the bough divines, and more attentive there doth sit, than if she were with lime twigs knit. No leaf does tremble in the wind, which I returning cannot find. Out of these scattered Sibyl's leaves strange prophecies my fancy weaves, and in one history consumes, like Mexique paintings, all the plumes. Note, designs made of feathers. What Rome, Greece, Palestine e'er said, I in this light mosaic read. Thrice happy he who, not mistook, hath read in nature's mystic book. And see how chance's better wit could with a mask my studies hit. Note, see how the better wit of happy chance could provide me with masking habit to match my studies. The oak leaves me embroider all, between which caterpillars crawl, and ivy with familiar trails me licks and clasps and curls and hails. Under this antic cope I move like some great prelate of the grove. Then, languishing with ease, I toss on pallets swoln of velvet moss, while the wind, cooling through the boughs, flatters with air my panting brows. Thanks for my rest, ye mossy banks, and unto you, cool zephyrs, thanks, who, as my hair, my thoughts too shed, and winnow from the chaff my head. How safe, methinks, and strong behind these trees have I encamped my mind, where beauty, aiming at the heart, bends in some tree its useless dart, and where the world no certain shot can make, or me it toucheth not, but I on it securely play, and gall its horsemen all the day. Bind me, ye woodbines, in your twines, curl me about, ye gadding vines, and oh, so close your circles lace, that I may never leave this place. But lest your fetters prove too weak, ere I your silken bondage break, do you, O brambles, chain me too, and, courteous briars, nail me through. Here in the morning tie my chain, where the two woods have made a lane, while, like a guard on either side, the trees before the Lord divide. This, like a long and equal thread, betwixt two labyrinths doth lead. But where the floods did lately drown, there at the evening stake me down. For now the waves are fall'n and dried, and now the meadows fresher dyed, whose grass, with moister colour dashed, seems as green silks but newly washed. No serpent new nor crocodile remains behind our little Nile. Note, the Wharf River. Compare Antony and Cleopatra 2:7. Your serpent of Egypt is bred now of your mud by the operation of your sun. So is your crocodile. Return to text. Unless itself you will mistake among these meads the only snake. See in what wanton harmless folds it everywhere the meadow holds, and its yet muddy bank doth lick, till as a crystal mirror slick, where all things gaze themselves, and doubt if they be in it or without. And for his shade, which therein shines, Narcissus-like the sun too pines. Oh, what a pleasure 'tis to hedge my temples here with leafy sedge, abandoning my lazy side, stretched as a bank unto the tide, or to suspend my sliding foot on the osiers' undermined root, and in its branches tough to hang, while at my lines the fishes twang. But now away my hooks, my quills, and angles, idle utensils. The young Maria walks to-night. Note, Lord Fairfax's daughter Mary, afterwards Duchess of Buckingham. Marvell was then acting as her tutor. Neglected by her husband, and yet by rank the first lady of Charles II's reign, she became the intimate friend of the Queen, and was esteemed the most virtuous and pious woman in the corrupt court of that age. Hide, trifling youth, thy pleasures slight. 'Twere shame that such judicious eyes should with such toys a man surprise. She that already is the law of all her sex, her age's awe. See how loose nature, in respect to her, itself doth recollect, and everything so whished and fine starts forthwith into its bona mine. Note, puts on its good looks. The sun himself, of her aware, seems to descend with greater care, and, lest she see him go to bed, in blushing clouds conceals his head. So when the shadows, laid asleep, from underneath these banks do creep, and on the river as it flows, with ebon shuts begin to close. Note, ebon shuts, ebony shutters. The modest halcyon comes in sight, flying betwixt the day and night, and such an horror calm and dumb, admiring nature does benumb. The viscous air, where'er she fly, follows and sucks her azure dye. The jellying stream compacts below, if it might fix her shadow so. The stupid fishes hang as plain as flies in crystal overta'en, and men the silent scene assist, charmed with the sapphire-winged mist. Maria such and so doth hush the world, and through the evening rush. No new-born comet such a train draws through the sky, nor star new slain. For straight those giddy rockets fail, which from the putrid earth exhale, but by her flames, in heaven tried, nature is wholly vitrified. 'Tis she that to these gardens gave that wondrous beauty which they have. She straightness on the woods bestows, to her the meadow sweetness owes. Nothing could make the river be so crystal pure, but only she. She, yet more pure, sweet, straight, and fair than gardens, woods, meads, rivers are. Therefore, what first she on them spent, they gratefully again present. The meadow, carpets where to tread, the garden, flowers to crown her head, and for a glass, the limpid brook where she may all her beauties look. But since she would not have them seen, the wood about her draws a screen. For she, to higher beauties raised, disdains to be for lesser praised. She counts her beauty to converse in all the languages as hers, nor yet in those herself employs, but for the wisdom, not the noise. Nor yet that wisdom would affect, but as 'tis heaven's dialect. Blest nymph, that couldst so soon prevent those trains by youth against thee meant, note, anticipate those stratagems by youth against thee meant. Return to text. Tears, watery shot that pierce the mind, and sighs, love's cannon charged with wind, true praise that breaks through all defence, and feigned complying innocence. But knowing where this ambush lay, she 'scaped the safe but roughest way. This 'tis to have been from the first in a domestic heaven nursed, under the discipline severe of Fairfax and the starry Vere. Note, the shield of the Veres was charged in the first quarter with a star, argent, where not one object can come nigh, but pure and spotless as the eye, and goodness doth itself entail, note, descend as an inheritance, on females, if there want a male. Go now, fond sex, that on your face do all your useless study place, nor once advice your brows dare knit, lest the smooth forehead wrinkled sit. Yet your own face shall let you grin, thorough the black bag of your skin, when knowledge only could have filled, and virtue all those furrows tilled. Hence she with graces more divine supplies, beyond her sex, the line, and, like a sprig of mistletoe, on the fair Phæacian oak does grow, whence for some universal good the priest shall cut the sacred bud, while her glad parents most rejoice, and make their destiny their choice. Meantime, ye fields, springs, bushes, flowers, where yet she leads her studious hours, till fate her worthily translates, and find a Fairfax for our thwaites, employ the means you have by her, and in your kind yourselves prefer, that, as all virgins she precedes, so you all woods, streams, garlands, meads. For you the Salian Tempe's seat shall now be scorned as obsolete, Aranjuez as less disdained, the Bel Retiro as constrained. Note, Aranjuez, a royal palace famous for the beauty of its gardens 30 miles from Madrid, Buen Retiro, another palace near Madrid. Return to text. But name not the Idalian grove, for 'twas the seat of wanton love, much less the dead Elysian fields, yet nor to them your beauty yields. 'Tis not as once appeared the world, a heap confused, together hurled, all negligently overthrown, gulfs, deserts, precipices, stone. Your lesser world contains the same, but in more decent order, tame. You, heaven's centre, nature's lap, and paradise's only map. And now the salmon fishers moist their leathern boats begin to hoist, and, like Antipodes in shoes, have shot their heads in their canoes. How tortoise-like, but not so slow, these rational amphibii go. Let's in, for the dark hemisphere does now like one of them appear. End of Upon Appleton House. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Thomas Copeland. The Poems and Some Satires of Andrew Marvell, edited by Edward Wright, recorded for LibriVox.org. Section 2. Poems. Upon the Hill and Grove at Billborow. Note: Billborow Hill, with its grove of trees, was a favourite resort of the great Parliamentary General during his retirement. It rises to the northwest of Appleton House. Return to text. To the Lord Fairfax. See how the arched earth does here rise in a perfect hemisphere. The stiffest compass could not strike a line more circular and like, nor the softest pencil draw a brow so equal as this hill does bow. It seems as for a model laid, and that the world by it was made. Here learn, ye mountains more unjust, which to abrupter greatness thrust, that do with your hook-shouldered height the earth deform and heaven fright, for whose excrescence ill design nature must a new centre find. Learn here those humble steps to tread which to securer glory lead. See what a soft access and wide lies open to its grassy side, nor with the rugged path deters the feet of breathless travellers. See then how courteous it ascends, and all the way it rises bends. Nor for itself the height does gain, but only strives to raise the plain. Yet thus it all the field commands, and in unenvied greatness stands, discerning further than the cliff of heaven-daring Tenerife. How glad the weary seamen haste when they salute it from the mast! By night the northern star their way directs, but this no less by day. Note: Billborow Hill, being 145 feet high, commanded the plain of York, and served as a landmark to ships in the Humber. Upon its crest this mountain grave a plume of aged trees does wave. No hostile hand durst e'er invade with impious steel the sacred shade, for something always did appear of the great master's terror there, and men could hear his armour still rattling through all the grove and hill. Fear of the master and respect of the great nymph did it protect. Vera, note his wife, Lady Fairfax, a Vere of the fighting Veres, Carlyle. Vera, the nymph that him inspired, to whom he often here retired, and on these oaks engraved her name. Such wounds alone these woods became. But ere he well the barks could part, 'twas writ already in their heart. For they, 'tis credible, have sense, as we, of love and reverence, and underneath the coarser rind the genius of the house do bind. Hence they successes seem to know, and in their lord's advancement grow, but in no memory were seen as under this so straight and green. Yet now no farther strive to shoot, contented if they fix their route, nor to the wind's uncertain gust their prudent heads too far entrust. Only sometimes a fluttering breeze discourses with the breathing trees, which in their modest whispers name those acts that swell the cheeks of fame. Much other groves, say they, than these, and other hills him once did please. Through groves of pikes he thundered then, and mountains raised of dying men. For all the civic garlands due to him, our branches are but few, nor are our trunks enow to bear the trophies of one fertile year. 'Tis true, ye trees, nor ever spoke more certain oracles in oak. But peace, if you his favour prize, that courage its own praises flies. Therefore to your obscurer seats from his own brightness he retreats. Nor he the hills without the groves, nor height, but with retirement loves. The garden. How vainly men themselves amaze to win the palm, the oak, or bays, and their uncessant labours see crowned from some single herb or tree, whose short and narrow-verged shade does prudently their toils upbraid, while all the flowers and trees do close to weave the garlands of repose. Fair quiet, have I found thee here, and innocence thy sister dear? Mistaken long I sought you then in busy companies of men. Your sacred plants, if here below, only among the plants will grow. Society is all but rude to this delicious solitude. No white nor red was ever seen so amorous as this lovely green. Fond lovers, cruel as their flame, got in these trees their mistress' name. Little, alas, they know or heed how far these beauties hers exceed. Fair trees, wheresoe'er your barks I wound, no name shall but your own be found. When we have run our passion's heat, love hither makes his best retreat. The gods that mortal beauty chase still in a tree did end their race. Apollo hunted Daphne so, only that she might laurel grow. And Pan did after Syrinx speed, not as a nymph, but for a reed. What wondrous life is this I lead! Ripe apples drop about my head, the luscious clusters of the vine upon my mouth do crush their wine. The nectarine and curious peach into my hands themselves do reach, stumbling on melons as I pass, and snared with flowers I fall on grass. Meanwhile the mind, from pleasure less, withdraws into its happiness. The mind, that ocean where each kind does straight its own resemblance find, yet it creates, transcending these, far other worlds and other seas, annihilating all that's made to a green thought in a green shade. Here at the fountain's sliding foot, or at some fruit tree's mossy root, casting the body's vest aside, my soul into the boughs does glide. There like a bird it sits and sings, then whets and combs its silver wings, and, till prepared for longer flight, waves in its plumes the various light. Such was that happy garden state, while man there walked without a mate. After a place so pure and sweet, what other help could yet be meet? But 'twas beyond a mortal's share to wander solitary there. Two paradises 'twere in one to live in paradise alone. How well the skilful gardener drew of flowers and herbs this dial knew, where from above the milder sun does through a fragrant zodiac run, and as it works, the industrious bee computes its time as well as we. How could such sweet and wholesome hours be reckoned but with herbs and flowers? The nymph complaining for the death of her fawn. The wanton troopers riding by have shot my fawn, and it will die. Ungentle men, they cannot thrive who killed thee. Thou ne'er didst alive them any harm. Alas, nor could thy death yet do them any good. I'm sure I never wished them ill, nor do I for all this, nor will. But if my simple prayers may yet prevail with heaven to forget thy murder, I will join my tears rather than fail. But oh, my fears! It cannot die so. Heaven's King keeps register of everything, and nothing may we use in vain. Even beasts must be with justice slain, else men are made their Diodons. Note, things which, having caused the death of a person, are forfeited to God. Though they should wash their guilty hands in this warm life-blood which doth part from thine, and wound me to the heart, yet could they not be clean. Their stain is dyed in such a purple grain. There is not such another in the world to offer for their sin. Unconstant Silvio, when yet I had not found him counterfeit, one morning, I remember well, tied in this silver chain and bell, gave it to me. Nay, and I know what he said then, I'm sure I do. Said he, Look how your huntsman here hath taught a fawn to hunt his deer. But Silvio soon had me beguiled. This waxed tame, while he grew wild, and, quite regardless of my smart, left me his fawn, but took his heart. Thenceforth I set myself to play my solitary time away with this, and very well content could so my idle life have spent. For it was full of sport, and light of foot and heart, and did invite me to its game. It seemed to bless itself in me. How could I less than love it? Oh, I cannot be unkind to a beast that loveth me. Had it lived long, I do not know whether it too might have done so as Silvio did. His gifts might be perhaps as false or more than he, but I am sure, for aught that I could in so short a time espy, thy love was far more better than the love of false and cruel men. With sweetest milk and sugar first I it at my own fingers nursed, and as it grew, so every day it waxed more white and sweet than they. It had so sweet a breath, and oft I blushed to see its foot more soft and white, shall I say, than my hand? Nay, any ladies of the land. It is a wondrous thing how fleet 'twas on those little silver feet. With what a pretty skipping grace it oft would challenge me the race, and when 'had left me far away, 'twould stay, and run again, and stay, for it was nimbler more than hinds, and trod as if on the four winds. I have a garden of my own, but so with roses overgrown, and lilies, that you would guess to be a little wilderness, and all the springtime of the year it only loved to be there. Among the beds of lilies I have sought it oft where it should lie, yet could not till itself would rise find it, although before mine eyes. For in the flaxen lilies' shade it like a bank of lilies laid. Upon the roses it would feed, until its lips even seemed to bleed, and then to me 'twould boldly trip, and print those roses on my lip. But all its chief delight was still on roses thus itself to fill, and its pure virgin limbs to fold in whitest sheets of lilies cold. Had it lived long, it would have been lilies without, roses within. Oh, help! Oh, help! I see it faint, and die as calmly as a saint. See how it weeps! The tears do come sad, slowly dropping like a gum. So weeps the wounded balsam, so the holy frankincense doth flow. The brotherless Hyliades melt in such amber tears as these. Note: Hyliades, the daughters of the sun, whose tears for their dead brother Phaeton were turned into precious amber. I in a golden vial will keep these 2 crystal tears, and fill it till it do o'erflow with mine, then place it in Diana's shrine. Now my sweet fawn is vanished to whither the swans and turtles go, in fair Elysium, to endure with milk-white lambs and ermines pure. Oh, do not run too fast, for I will but bespeak thy grave, and die. First, my unhappy statue shall be cut in marble, and withal let it be weeping too. But there the engraver sure his art may spare, for I so truly thee bemoan, that I shall weep though I be stone, until my tears, still dropping, wear my breast, themselves engraving there. There at my feet shalt thou be laid, of purest alabaster made. For I would have thine image be white as I can, though not as thee. The picture of little T.C. in a prospect of flowers. See with what simplicity this nymph begins her golden days. In the green grass she loves to lie, and there with her fair aspect tames the wilder flowers, and gives them names, but only with the roses plays, and them does tell what colour best becomes them, and what smell. Who can foretell for what high cause this darling of the gods was born? Yet this is she whose chaster laws the wanton love shall one day fear, and under her command severe see his bow broke and ensigns torn. Happy who can appease this virtuous enemy of man. O then let me in time compound and parley with those conquering eyes, ere they have tried their force to wound, ere with their glancing wheels they drive in triumph over hearts that strive, and them that yield but more despise. Let me be laid where I may see thy glories from some shade. Meantime, whilst every verdant thing itself does at thy beauty charm, reform the errors of the spring, Make that the tulips may have share of sweetness, seeing they are fair, and roses of their thorns disarm. But most procure that violets may a longer age endure. But, O young beauty of the woods, whom nature courts with fruit and flowers, gather the flowers, but spare the buds, lest Flora, angry at thy crime, to kill her infants in their prime, should quickly make the example yours, and ere we see, nip in the blossom all our hopes and thee. Young Love. Note, the Lady Mary Fairfax was 12 years of age when Marvell was appointed as her tutor. Come, little infant, love me now, while thine unsuspected years clear thine aged father's brow from cold jealousy and fears. Pretty surely were to see by young Love old time beguiled, while our sportings are as free as the nurse's with the child. Common beauties stay 15, note, wait until 15. Such as yours should swifter move, whose fair blossoms are too green yet for lust, but not for love. Love as much the snowy lamb or the wanton kid does prize, as the lusty bull or ram for his morning sacrifice. Now then, love me, time may take thee before thy time away. Of this need we'll virtue make, and learn love before we may. So we win of doubtful fate, and if good she to us meant, we that good shall antedate, or, if ill, that ill prevent. Thus, as kingdoms frustrating other titles to their crown, in the cradle crown their king, so all foreign claims to drown, so to make all rivals vain, now I crown thee with my love. Crown me with thy love again, and we both shall monarchs prove. The Mower against Gardens. Luxurious man, to bring his vice in use, did after him the world seduce, and from the fields the flowers and plants allure, where nature was most plain and pure. He first enclosed within the garden's square a dead and standing pool of air, and a more luscious earth for them did need, which stupefied them while it fed. The pink grew then as double as his mind, the nutriment did change the kind. With strange perfumes he did the roses taint, and flowers themselves were taught to paint. The tulip white did for complexion seek, and learn to interline its cheek. Its onion root they then so high did hold, that one was for a meadow sold. Another world was searched through oceans new, to find the marvel of Peru. And yet these rarities might be allowed to man, that sovereign thing and proud, had he not dealt between the bark and tree forbidden mixtures there to see. No plant now knew the stock from which it came. He grafts upon the wild, the tame, that the uncertain and adulterate fruit might put the palate in dispute. His green seraglio has its eunuchs too, lest any tyrant him outdo, and in the cherry he does nature vex, to procreate without a sex. 'Tis all enforced, the fountain and the grot, while the sweet fields do lie forgot, where willing nature does to all dispense a wild and fragrant innocence, and fauns and fairies do the meadows till, more by their presence than their skill. Their statues, polished by some ancient hand, may to adorn the garden stand, but howsoe'er the figures do excel, the gods themselves with us do dwell. Damon the Mower. Hark! how the mower Damon sung, with love of Juliana stung, while everything did seem to paint the scene more fit for his complaint. Like her fair eyes the day was fair, but scorching like his amorous care. Sharp like his scythe his sorrow was, and withered like his hopes the grass. Oh, what unusual heats are here, which thus our sunburned meadows sear! The grasshopper its pipe gives o'er, and hamstring frogs can dance no more. But in the brook the green frog wades, and grasshoppers seek out the shades. Only the snake that kept within now glitters in its second skin. This heat the sun could never raise, nor dog-star so inflame the days. It from an higher beauty growth, which burns the fields and mower both. Which made the dog, note the dog star, and makes the sun hotter than his own phaeton. Not July causeth these extremes, but Juliana's scorching beams. Tell me where I may pass the fires of the hot day, or hot desires. To what cool cave shall I descend, or to what gelid fountain bend? Alas, I look for ease in vain, when remedies themselves complain. No moisture but my tears do rest, no cold but in her icy breast. How long wilt thou, fair shepherdess, esteem me in my presence less? To thee the harmless snake I bring, disarmed of its teeth and sting. To thee chameleons, changing hue, and oak leaves tipped with honey-dew. Yet thou, ungrateful, hast not sought nor what they are, nor who them brought. I am the mower Damon, known through all the meadows I have mown. On me the morn her dew distills, before her darling daffodils. And if at noon my toil me heat, the sun himself licks off my sweat. While going home the evening sweet in cowslip water bathes my feet. What though the piping shepherd stalk the plains with an unnumbered flock? This scythe of mine discovers wide more ground than all his sheep do hide. With this the golden fleece I shear of all these closes every year, and though in wool more poor than they, yet am I richer far in hay. Nor am I so deformed to sight, if in my scythe I look it right, in which I see my picture done, as in a crescent moon the sun. The deathless fairies take me oft to lead them in their dances soft, and when I tune myself to sing, about me they contract their ring. How happy might I still have mowed, had not love here his thistles sowed. But now I all the day complain, joining my labour to my pain, and with my scythe cut down the grass, yet still my grief is where it was. But when the iron blunter grows, sighing I whet my scythe and woes. While thus he drew his elbow round, depopulating all the ground, and with his whistling scythe does cut each stroke between the earth and root, the edged steel by careless chance did into his own ankle glance, and there among the grass fell down, by his own scythe the mower mown. Alas, said he, these hurts are slight to those that die by love's despite. With shepherd's purse and clown's all heal, the blood I staunch and wound I seal. Only for him no cure is found, whom Juliana's eyes do wound. 'Tis death alone that this must do, for death, thou art a mower too. The mower to the glowworms. Ye living lamps, by whose dear light the nightingale does sit so late, and studying all the summer night her matchless songs does meditate. Ye country comets, that portend no war nor prince's funeral, shining unto no higher end than to presage the grasses' fall. Ye glowworms, whose officious flame to wandering mowers shows the way, that in the night have lost their aim, and after foolish fires do stray. Your courteous lights in vain you waste, since Juliana here is come, for she my mind hath so displaced, that I shall never find my home. The Mower's Song. My mind was once the true survey of all these meadows fresh and gay, and in the greenness of the grass did see its hopes as in a glass. When Juliana came, and she what I do to the grass does to my thoughts and me. But these, while I with sorrow pine, grew more luxuriant still and fine, that not one blade of grass you spied but had a flower on either side. When Juliana came, and she what I do to the grass does to my thoughts and me. Unthankful meadows, could you so a fellowship so true forego, and in your gaudy May games meet, while I lay trodden under feet? When Juliana came, and she what I do to the grass does to my thoughts and me. But what you in compassion ought shall now by my revenge be wrought, and flowers and grass and I and all will in one common ruin fall. For Juliana comes, and she what I do to the grass does to my thoughts and me. And thus, ye meadows, which have been companions of my thoughts more green, shall now the heraldry become with which I shall adorn my tomb. For Juliana comes, and she what I do to the grass does to my thoughts and me. Amatus and Thestylus making hay ropes. Amatus. Think'st thou that this love can stand whilst thou still dost say me nay? Love unpaid does soon disband. Love binds love as hay binds hay. Thestylus. Think'st thou that this rope would twine if we both should turn one way? Where both parties so combine, neither love will twist nor hay. Thus you vain excuses find, which yourself and us delay. And love ties a woman's mind looser than with ropes of hay. What you cannot constant hope must be taken as you may. Then let's both lay by our rope, and go kiss within the hay. The Fair Singer. To make a final conquest of all me, Love did compose so sweet an enemy, in whom both beauties to my death agree, joining themselves in fatal harmony, that while she with her eyes my heart does bind, she with her voice might captivate my mind. I could have fled from one but singly fair, my disentangled soul itself might save, breaking the curled trammels of her hair. But how should I avoid to be her slave, whose subtle art invisibly can wreathe my fetters of the very air I breathe? It had been easy fighting in some plain where victory might hang in equal choice, but all resistance against her is vain, who has the advantage both of eyes and voice. And all my forces needs must be undone, she having gained both the wind and sun. The Gallery. Clara, come view my soul, and tell whether I have contrived it well. Now all its several lodgings lie composed into one gallery, and the great arras hangings, made of various facings, by are laid, that for all furniture you'll find only your picture in my mind. Here thou art painted in the dress of an inhuman murderess, examining upon our hearts thy fertile shop of cruel arts. Engines more keen than ever yet adorn a tyrant's cabinet, of which the most tormenting are black eyes, red lips, and curled hair. But on the other side thou'rt drawn like to Aurora in the dawn, when in the east she slumbering lies, and stretches out her milky thighs, while all the morning choir does sing, and manna falls, and roses spring, and at thy feet the wooing doves sit perfecting their harmless loves. Like an enchantress here thou show'st, vexing thy restless lover's ghost, and by a light obscure dost rave over his entrails in the cave, divining thence with horrid care how long thou shalt continue fair, and when informed them throw'st away to be the greedy vulture's prey. But against that thou sitt'st afloat like Venus in her pearly boat, the halcyons calming all that's nigh betwixt the air and water fly, or if some rolling wave appears, a mass of ambergris it bears, nor blows more wind than what may well convoy the perfume to the smell. These pictures, and 1,000 more of thee, my gallery doth store, in all the forms thou canst invent, either to please me or torment. For thou alone to people me art grown a numerous colony, and a collection choicer far than or Whitehalls or Mantuas were. Note the famous picture galleries of Charles I and the Dukes of Mantua. But of these pictures and the rest, that at the entrance likes me best, where the same posture and the look remains with which I first was took. A tender shepherdess, whose hair hangs loosely playing in the air, transplanting flowers from the green hill to crown her head and bosom fill. To his coy mistress. Had we but world enough and time, this coyness, lady, were no crime. We would sit down and think which way to walk and pass our long love's day. Thou by the Indian Ganges side shouldst rubies find, I by the tide of Humber would complain. I would love you 10 years before the flood, and you should, if you please, refuse till the conversion of the Jews. My vegetable love should grow vaster than empires, and more slow. 100 years should go to praise thine eyes, and on thy forehead gaze. 200 to adore each breast, but 30,000 to the rest, an age at least to every part, and the last age should show your heart. For, lady, you deserve this state, nor would I love at lower rate. But at my back I always hear Time's winged chariot hurrying near, and yonder all before us lie deserts of vast eternity. Thy beauty shall no more be found, nor in thy marble vault shall sound my echoing song. Then worms shall try that long preserved virginity, and your quaint honour turn to dust, and to ashes all my lust. The grave's a fine and private place, but none, I think, do there embrace. Now therefore, while the youthful hue sits on thy skin like morning dew, and while thy willing soul transpires at every pore with instant fires, now let us sport us while we may, and now, like amorous birds of prey, rather at once our time devour, than languish in his slow chapt power. Let us roll all our strength and all our sweetness up into one ball, and tear our pleasures with rough strife thorough the iron gates of life. Thus, though we cannot make our sun stand still, yet we will make him run. Note, slow chapped power, slowly moving jaws. Return to text. Morning. You that decipher out the fate of human offsprings from the skies, what mean these infants, which of late spring from the stars of Chlora's eyes? Her eyes, confused and doubled o'er with tears suspended ere they flow, seem bending upwards to restore to heaven, whence it came, their woe. When moulding of the watery spheres, slow drops untie themselves away, as if she with those precious tears would strow the ground where Strephon lay. Yet some affirm, pretending art, her eyes have so her bosom drowned, only to soften near her heart a place to fix another wound. And while vain pomp does her restrain within her solitary bower, she courts herself in amorous reign, herself both Danae and the shower. Nay, others bolder hence esteem joy now so much her master grown, that whatsoever does but seem like grief is from her windows thrown. Nor that she pays while she survives to her dead love this tribute due, but casts abroad these donatives at the installing of a new. How wide they dream! The Indian slaves that sink for pearl through seas profound would find her tears yet deeper waves, and not of one the bottom sound. I yet my silent judgment keep, disputing not what they believe, but sure as oft as women weep, it is to be supposed they grieve. Daphnis and Chloe. Daphnis must from Chloe part. Now is come the dismal hour that must all his hopes devour, all his labour, all his art. Nature, her own sex's foe, long had taught her to be coy, but she neither knew to enjoy, nor yet to let her lover go. But with this sad news surprised, soon she let that niceness fall, and would gladly yield to all, so it had his stay comprised. Nature so herself does use to lay by her wonted state, lest the world should separate. Sudden parting closer glues. He, well read in all the ways by which men their siege maintain, knew not that the fort to gain, better 'twas the siege to raise. But he came so full possessed with the grief of parting thence, that he had not so much sense as to see he might be blessed. Till love in her language breathed words she never spake before, but then legacies no more to a dying man bequeathed. Note, but they were then no more to him than legacies bequeathed to a dying man. For alas, the time was spent. Now the latest minutes run, when poor Daphnis is undone, between joy and sorrow rent. At that, why, that stay, my dear, his disordered locks he tear, and with rolling eyes did glare, and his cruel fate forswear. As the soul of one scarce dead, with the shrieks of friends aghast, looks distracted back in haste, and then straight again is fled. So did wretched Daphnis look, frighting her he loved most. At the last this lover's ghost thus his leave resolved took: Are my hell and heaven joined, more to torture him that dies? Could departure not suffice, but that you must then grow kind? Ah, my Chloe, how have I such a wretched minute found, when thy favour should me wound more than all thy cruelty? So to the condemned wife the delicious cup we fill, and allow him all he will for his last and short delight. But I will not now begin such a debt unto my foe, nor to my departure owe what my presence could not win. Absence is too much alone. Better 'tis to go in peace, than my losses to increase by a late fruition. Why should I enrich my fate? 'Tis a vanity to wear for my executioner jewels of so high a rate. Rather I away will pine in a manly stubbornness, than be fatted up express for the cannibal to dine. Whilst this grief does thee disarm, all th' enjoyment of our love, but the ravishment would prove of a body dead while warm, and I parting should appear like the gourmand Hebrew dead. Note, compare Exodus 16 and Psalm 78. While with quails and manna fed, he does through the desert err. Or the witch that midnight wakes for the fern, whose magic weed in 1 minute casts the seed, and invisible him makes. Note, fern seed gathered on midsummer night was supposed to make the possessor invisible. Gentler times for love are meant, who for parting pleasure strain, gather roses in the rain, wet themselves, and spoil their scent. Farewell, therefore, all the fruit which I could from love receive. Joy will not with sorrow weave, nor will I this grief pollute. Fate, I come, as dark, as sad as thy malice could desire, yet bring with me all the fire that love in his torches had. At these words away he broke, as who long has praying line, to his headsman gives the sign, and receives the parting stroke. But hence, virgins all, beware. Last night he with Phlocis slept, this night for Dorinda kept, and but rid to take the air. Yet he does himself excuse, nor indeed without a cause, for, according to the laws, why did Chloe once refuse? The match. Nature had long a treasure made of all her choicest store, fearing, when she should be decayed, to beg in vain for more. Her orientest colours there, and essences most pure, with sweetest perfumes hoarded were, all, as she thought, secure. She seldom them unlocked or used, but with the nicest care, for with 1 grain of them diffused she could the world repair. But likeness soon together drew what she did separate lay, of which one perfect beauty grew, and that was Celia. Love wisely had of long foreseen that he must once grow old, and therefore stored a magazine to save him from the cold. He kept the several cells replete with nitre thrice refined, the naphthas and the sulphurs heat, and all that burns the mind. He fortified the double gate, and rarely thither came, for with one spark of these he straight all nature could inflame, till by vicinity so long a nearer way they sought, and grown magnetically strong into each other wrought. Thus all his fuel did unite to make one fire high. None ever burned so hot, so bright, and, Celia, that am I. So we alone, the happy, rest, whilst all the world is poor, and have within ourselves possessed all love's and nature's store. The definition of love. My love is of a birth as rare as 'tis for object strange and high. It was begotten by despair upon impossibility. Magnanimous despair alone could show me so divine a thing, where feeble hope could ne'er have flown, but vainly flapped its tinsel wing. And yet I quickly might arrive where my extended soul is fixed, but fate does iron wedges drive, and always crowds itself betwixt. For fate with jealous eye does see two perfect loves, nor lets them close. Their union would her ruin be, and her tyrannic power depose. And therefore her decrees of steel us as the distant poles are placed, though love's whole world on us doth wheel, not by themselves to be embraced, unless the giddy heaven fall, and earth some new convulsion tear, and, us to join, the world should all be cramped into a planisphere. Note, flattened out so that the two poles met. Planisphere is a sphere projected on a plane. As lines, so loves oblique may well themselves in every angle greet. Note, as slanting lines may touch in every angle, so lovers that do not hold to perfectly straight courses may encounter in every corner. But ours, so truly parallel, though infinite, can never meet. Therefore the love which us doth bind, but fate so enviously debars, is the conjunction of the mind, and opposition of the stars. The unfortunate lover. Alas, how pleasant are their days with whom the infant love yet plays! Sorted by pairs, they still are seen by fountains cool and shadows green. But soon these flames do lose their light, like meteors of a summer's night, nor can they to that region climb to make impression upon time. 'Twas in a shipwreck, when the seas ruled and the winds did what they please, that my poor lover floating lay, and ere brought forth was cast away, till at the last the master wave upon the rock his mother drave, and there she split against the stone in a Caesarean section. The sea him lent these bitter tears, which at his eyes he always bears, and from the winds the sighs he bore, which through his surging breast do roar. No day he saw but that which breaks through frighted clouds in forked streaks, while round the rattling thunder hurled, as at the funeral of the world, while nature to his birth presents this mask of quarrelling elements. A numerous fleet of cormorants black, that sailed insulting o'er the wrack, received into their cruel care the unfortunate and abject heir, guardians most fit to entertain the orphan of the hurricane. They fed him up with hopes and air, which soon digested to despair, and as one cormorant fed him, still another on his heart did bill. Thus, while they famish him and feast, he both consumed and increased, and languished with doubtful breath, the amphibian of life and death. And now, when angry heaven would behold a spectacle of blood, fortune and he are called to play at sharp before it all the day. And tyrant love his breast does ply with all his winged artillery, whilst he, betwixt the flames and waves, like Ajax, the mad tempest braves. See how he naked and fierce does stand, cuffing the thunder with one hand, while with the other he does lock and grapple with the stubborn rock, from which he with each wave rebounds, torn into flames and ragged with wounds. And all he says, a lover dressed in his own blood does relish best. This is the only banneret, note, a knight winning his battle on the battlefield. This is the only banneret that ever love created yet, who, though by the malignant stars forced to live in storms and wars, yet dying, leaves a perfume here and music within every ear. And he in story only rules, in a field sable a lover gules. Note, a red lover on a black ground. These very fantastical verses seem to contain some allegory of tragic love being greater than idyllic affection. Music Empire. First was the world as one great cymbal made, where jarring winds to infant nature played. All music was a solitary sound, to hollow rocks and murmuring fountains bound. Jubal first made the wilder notes agree, and Jubal tuned music's jubilee. He called the echoes from their sullen cell, and built the organ city where they dwell. Each sought a consort in that lovely place, and virgin trebles wed the manly bass, from whence the progeny of numbers new into harmonious colonies withdrew. Some to the lute, some to the viol went, and others chose the cornet eloquent. These practising the wind, and those the wire, to sing man's triumphs or in heaven's choir. Then music, the mosaic of the air, did of all these a solemn noise prepare, with which she gained the empire of the ear, including all between the earth and sphere. Victorious sounds, yet here your homage due unto a gentler conqueror than you, who, though he flies the music of his praise, would with you heaven's hallelujahs raise. Translated from Seneca's tragedy of Thyestes, Chorus 2. Stet quicunque volet potens, aulae culmina lubrico, etc. Climb at court for me that will, tottering favour's pinnacle. All I seek is to lie still, settled in some secret nest. In calm leisure let me rest, and far off the public stage pass away my silent age. Thus, when without noise, unknown, I have lived out all my span, I shall die without a groan, an old honest countryman, who, exposed to others' eyes, into his own heart ne'er pries. Death to him's a strange surprise. On a drop of dew. See how the orient dew shed from the bosom of the morn into the blowing roses, yet careless of its mansion new, for the clear region where 'twas born round in itself encloses, and in its little globe's extent frames, as it can, its native element. How it the purple flower does slight, scarce touching where it lies, but gazing back upon the skies, shines with a mournful light, like its own tear, because so long divided from the sphere. Restless it rolls and unsecure, trembling lest it grow impure, till the warm sun pity its pain, and to the skies exhale it back again. So the soul, that drop, that ray of the clear fountain of eternal day, could it within the human flower be seen, remembering still its former height, shuns the sweet leaves and blossoms green, and recollecting its own light, does in its pure and circling thoughts express the greater heaven in a heaven less. In how coy a figure wound, every way it turns away, so the world excluding round, yet receiving in the day, dark beneath but bright above, here disdaining, there in love. How loose and easy hence to go, how girt and ready to ascend, moving but on a point below, it all about does upwards bend. Such did the manna's sacred dew distil, white and entire, though congealed and chill, congealed on earth, but does, dissolving, run into the glories of the almighty sun. End of Poems, Section 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Thomas Copeland. The Poems and Some Satires of Andrew Marvell, edited by Edward Wright, recorded for LibriVox.org. Section 3. Poems. Eyes and Tears. How wisely nature did decree with the same eyes to weep and see, that, having viewed the object vain, they might be ready to complain. And since the self-deluding sight in a false angle takes each height, these tears, which better measure all, like watery lines and plummets fall. 2 tears, which sorrow long did weigh within the scales of either eye, and then paid out in equal poise, are the true price of all my joys. What in the world most fair appears, yea, even laughter, turns to tears, and all the jewels which we prize melt in these pendants of the eyes. I have through every garden been, amongst the red, the white, the green, and yet from all the flowers I saw, no honey but these tears could draw. So the all-seeing sun each day distills the world with chymic ray, but finds the essence only showers, which straight in pity back he pours. Yet happy they whom grief doth bless, that weep the more and see the less, and, to preserve their sight more true, bathe still their eyes in their own dew. So Magdalen in tears more wise dissolved those captivating eyes, whose liquid chains could flowing meet to fetter her Redeemer's feet. Not full sails hasting loaden home, nor the chaste lady's pregnant womb, nor Cynthia teeming, shows so fair as 2 eyes swoln with weeping are. The sparkling glance that shoots desire, drenched in these waves does lose its fire. Yea, oft the thunderer pity takes, and here the hissing lightning slakes. The incense was to heaven dear, not as a perfume, but a tear. Note the incense as it oozed in drops from the Arabian tree. And stars show lovely in the night, but as they seem the tears of light. Ope then, mine eyes, your double sluice, and practice so your noblest use, for others too can see or sleep, but only human eyes can weep. Now like 2 clouds dissolving, drop, and at each tear in distance stop. Now like 2 fountains trickle down, now like 2 floods o'erturn and drown. Thus let your streams o'erflow your springs, till eyes and tears be the same things, and each the other's difference bears, these weeping eyes, those seeing tears. The Coronet. When for the thorns with which I long, too long, with many a piercing wound, my Saviour's head have crowned, I seek with garlands to redress that wrong. Through every garden, every mead, I gather flowers, my fruits are only flowers, dismantling all the fragrant towers that once adorned my shepherdess's head. And now, when I have summed up all my store, thinking, so I myself deceive, so rich a chaplet thence to weave as never yet the King of Glory wore, alas, I find the serpent old, that twining in his speckled breast about the flowers disguised, does fold with wreaths of fame and interest. Ah, foolish man, that wouldst debase with them and mortal glory heaven's diadem! But thou, who only couldst the serpent tame, either his slippery knots at once untie, and disentangle all his winding snare, or shatter too with him my curious frame, and let these wither, so that he may die, though set with skill and chosen out with care, that they, while thou on both their spoils dost tread, may crown thy feet that could not crown thy head. A dialogue between Thyrsis and Dorinda. Dorinda begins. When death shall snatch us from these kids, and shut up our divided lids, tell me, Thyrsis, prithee do, whither thou and I must go. To the Elysium. Oh, where is't? A chaste soul can never mist. I know no way but one. Our home is our Elysium. Cast thine eye to yonder sky. There the Milky Way doth lie. 'Tis a sure but rugged way that leads to everlasting day. There birds may nest, but how can I, that have no wings and cannot fly? Do not sigh, fair nymph, for fire hath no wings, yet doth aspire till it hit against the pole. Heaven's the centre of the soul. But in Elysium how do they pass eternity away? Oh, there's neither hope nor fear. There's no wolf, no fox, no bear, no need of dog to fetch our stray. Our light foot we may give away. And there most sweetly may thine ear feast with the music of the sphere. How I my future state by silent thinking antedate. I prithee, let us spend our time to come in talking of Elysium. Then I'll go on. There sheep are full of softest grass and softest wool. There birds sing concerts, garlands grow, cool winds do whisper, springs do flow. There always is a rising sun, and day is ever but begun. Shepherds there bear equal sway, and every nymph's a queen of May. Ah me, ah me, Dorinda, why dost cry? I'm sick, and fain would die. Convince me now that this is true, by bidding with me all adieu. I cannot live without thee, I will for thee much more with thee die. Then let us give Corellia charge of the sheep, and thou and I'll pick poppies, and them steep in wine, and drink on't even till we weep. So shall we smoothly pass away in sleep. Clorinda and Damon. Clorinda begins. Damon, come, drive thy flocks this way. No, 'tis too late they went astray. I have a grassy scutcheon spied, where Flora blazons all her pride. The grass I aim to feast thy sheep, the flowers I for thy temples keep. Grass withers, and the flowers too fade. Seize the short joys then, ere they vade. Note, pass away. Compare Latin verdere. Seest thou that unfrequented cave? That den? Love's shrine, but virtue's grave, in whose cool bosom we may lie, safe from the sun, not heaven's eye. Near this a fountain's liquid bell tinkles within the concave shell. Might a soul bathe there and be clean, or slake its drought? What is't you mean? These once had been enticing things, Clorinda, pastures, caves, and springs. And what late change? The other day Pan met me. What did great Pan say? Words that transcend poor shepherd's skill, but he e'er since my songs does fill, and his name swells my slender oat. Sweet must Pan sound in Damon's note. Clorinda's voice might make it sweet. Who would not in Pan's praises meet? Chorus. Of Pan the flowery pastures sing, caves echo, and the fountains ring. Sing then, while he doth us inspire, for all the world is our Pan's choir. Note, this poem is also allegorical. Clorinda representing natural pleasure or desires of the body, which should associate with the virtuous desires of the soul in praising God. A dialogue between the soul and body. Soul. Oh, who shall from this dungeon raise a soul enslaved so many ways, with bolts of bones that fettered stands in feet and manacled in hands, here blinded with an eye, and there deaf with the drumming of an ear, a soul hung up as 'twere in chains of nerves and arteries and veins, tortured besides each other part in a vain head and double heart. Body. Oh, who shall me deliver whole from bonds of this tyrannic soul, which, stretched upright, impales me so that mine own precipice I go, and warms and moves this needless frame? A fever could but do the same, and wanting where its spite to try, has made me live to let me die. A body that could never rest, since this ill spirit it possessed. Soul. What magic could me thus confine within another's grief to pine, where whatsoever it complain, I feel that cannot feel the pain, and all my care itself employs that to preserve which me destroys, constrained not only to endure diseases, but, what's worse, the cure, and ready oft the port to gain, am shipwracked into health again. Body. But physic yet could never reach the maladies thou me dost teach, whom first the cramp of hope does tear, and then the palsy shakes of fear. The pestilence of love does heat, or hatred's hidden ulcer eat. Joy's cheerful madness does perplex, or sorrow's other madness vex, which knowledge forces me to know, and memory will not forgo. What but a soul could have the wit to build me up for sins so fit? So architects do square and hew green trees that in the forest grew. A dialogue between the resolved soul and created pleasure. Courage, my soul, now learn to wield the weight of thine immortal shield. Close on thy head thy helmet bright, balance thy sword against the fight. See where an army, strong as fair, with silken banners spreads the air. Now, if thou be'st that thing divine, in this day's combat let it shine, and show that nature wants an art to conquer one resolved heart. Pleasure. Welcome the creation's guest, Lord of earth and heaven's heir. Lay aside that warlike crest, and of nature's banquet share, where the souls of fruits and flowers stand prepared to heighten yours. Soul. I sup above, and cannot stay, to bait so long upon the way. Note, to bait, to feast, or to rest and refresh oneself. Pleasure. On these downy pillows lie, whose soft plumes will thither fly. On these roses, strowed so plain, lest one leaf thy side should strain. Soul. My gentler rest is on a thought, conscious of doing what I ought. Pleasure. If thou be'st with perfumes pleased, such as oft the gods appeased, thou in fragrant clouds shalt show like another god below. Soul. A soul that knows not to presume is heaven's and its own perfume. Pleasure. Everything does seem to vie, which should first attract thine eye. But since none deserves that grace, in this crystal view thy face. Soul. When the Creator's skill is prized, the rest is all but earth disguised. Pleasure. Hark! How music then prepares for thy stay these charming airs, which the posting winds recall, and suspend the river's fall. Soul. Had I but any time to lose, on this I would it all dispose. Cease, tempter, none can chain a mind whom this sweet cordage cannot bind. Chorus. Earth cannot show so brave a sight as when a single soul does fence, ward off, the batteries of alluring sense, and heaven views it with delight. Then persevere, for still new charges sound, and if thou overcomest, thou shalt be crowned. Pleasure. All that's costly, fair, and sweet, which scatteringly doth shine, shall within one beauty meet, and she be only thine. Soul. If things of sight such heavens be, what heavens are those we cannot see? Pleasure. Wheresoe'er thy foot shall go, the minted gold shall lie, till thou purchase all below, and want new worlds to buy. Soul. Were't not for price, who'd value gold? And that's worth naught that can be sold. Pleasure. Wilt thou all the glory have that war or peace commend? Half the world shall be thy slave, the other half thy friend. Soul. What friend, if to myself untrue? What slaves, unless I captive you? Pleasure. Thou shalt know each hidden cause, and see the future time, try what depth the centre draws, and then to heaven climb. Soul. None thither mounts by the degree of knowledge, but humility. Chorus. Triumph, triumph, victorious soul, the world has not one pleasure more, the rest does lie beyond the pole, and is thine everlasting store. Bermudas. Note. Discovered by Bermudas in 1522, these islands became known as Somers Isles, or the Summer Islands, from Admiral Sir George Somers being wrecked there in 1609. They were afterwards colonized partly by Puritans emigrating from England during the rule of the High Church party. Where the remote Bermudas ride, in the ocean's bosom unespied, from a small boat that rowed along, the listening winds received this song. What should we do but sing his praise, that led us through the watery maze unto an isle so long unknown, and yet far kinder than our own, where he the huge sea monsters racks, that lift the deep upon their backs. He lands us on a grassy stage, safe from the storms and prelates' rage. Note on the sea monsters. It is said that whales were often cast ashore, as described in Edmund Waller's Battle of the Summer Islands. On the prelates' rage, by their charter the colonists were promised the right of worship. He gave us this eternal spring, which here enamels everything, and sends the fowls to us in care on daily visits through the air. He hangs in shades the orange bright, like golden lamps in a green night, and does in the pomegranates close jewels more rich than Ormus shows. He makes the figs our mouths to meet, and throws the melons at our feet. But apples, note pineapples, plants of such a price, no tree could ever bear them twice. With cedars chosen by his hand, from Lebanon he stores the land, and makes the hollow seas that roar proclaim the ambergris on shore. He cast, of which we rather boast, the gospel's pearl upon our coast, and in these rocks for us did frame a temple where to sound his name. Oh, let our voice his praise exalt, till it arrive at heaven's vault, which thence, perhaps, rebounding, may echo beyond the Mexique Bay. Thus sung they in the English boat, an holy and a cheerful note, and all the way to guide their chime, with falling oars they kept the time. Upon the death of the Lord Hastings. Note. Lord Henry Hastings, eldest son of the 6th Earl of Huntingdon, died in his 20th year on the 2nd June 1649. Marvell's verses were printed in a collection of elegies on his death, entitled Lacrimae Musarum, to which Herrick, Dryden, and Denham also contributed. Go, intercept some fountain in the vein, whose virgin source yet never steeped the plain. Hastings is dead, and we must find a store of tears untouched and never wept before. Go, stand betwixt the morning and the flowers, and ere they fall, arrest the early showers. Hastings is dead, and we, disconsolate, with early tears must mourn his early fate. Alas, his virtues did his death presage, needs must he die that doth outrun his age. The phlegmatic and slow prolongs his day, and on time's wheel sticks like a remoré. What man is he that hath not heaven beguiled, and is not thence mistaken for a child? While those of growth more sudden and more bold are hurried hence as if already old. For there above they number not as here, but weigh to man the geometric year. Note: Plato in his Republic, Book 8, speaks of a geometric number that influences all that is generated by man. Had he but at this measure still increased, and on the tree of life once made a feast as that of knowledge, what loves had he given to earth, and then what jealousies to heaven? But 'tis a maxim of that state that none, lest he become like them, taste more than one. Therefore the democratic stars, note a reference to the Civil War, did rise, and all that worth from hence did ostracize. Yet as some prince that for state jealousy secures his nearest and most loved ally, his thought with richest triumphs entertains, and in the choicest pleasures charms his pains. So he, not banished hence, but there confined, there better recreates his active mind. Before the crystal palace where he dwells, the armed angels hold their carousels, and underneath he views the tournaments of all these sublunary elements. But most he doth the eternal book behold, on which the happy names do stand enrolled, and gladly there can all his kindred claim, but most rejoices at his mother's name. The gods themselves cannot their joy conceal, but draw their veils, and their pure beams reveal. Only they drooping Hymenaeus note the god of marriage, who for sad purple tears his saffron coat, and trails his torches through the starry hall, reversed at his darling's funeral. And Aesculapius, the god of the healing arts, who, ashamed and stern, himself at once condemneth and Mayherne. Lord Hastings was to have married the daughter of the famous physician Sir Theodore Mayherne. Like some sad chemist, who, prepared to reap the golden harvest, sees his glasses leap, break in an explosion. For how immortal must their race have stood, had Mayherne once been mixed with Hastings' blood! How sweet and verdant would these laurels be, had they been planted on that balsam tree! But what could he, good man, although he bruised all herbs, and them 1,000 ways infused? All he had tried, but all in vain he saw, and wept as we without redress or law. For man, alas, is but the heavens' sport, and art indeed is long, but life is short. To his noble friend Mr. Richard Lovelace, upon his poems. These verses were printed in the 1649 edition of Lovelace's Lucasta. Return to text. Sir, our times are much degenerate from those which your sweet muse, which your good fortune chose, and as complexions alter with the climes, our wits have drawn the infection of our times. That candid age no other way could tell to be ingenious, but by speaking well. Who best could praise, had then the greatest praise. 'Twas more esteemed to give than wear the bays. Modest ambition studied only then to honor not herself, but worthy men. These virtues now are banished out of town. Our civil wars have lost the civic crown. He highest builds who with most art destroys, and against others' fame his own employs. I see the envious caterpillar sit on the fair blossom of each growing wit. The air's already tainted with the swarms of insects which against you rise in arms, word-peckers, paper-rats, book-scorpions, of wit corrupted the unfashioned sons. The barbed censurers begin to look like the grim consistory on thy book. Note on barbed censurers, critics like the Presbyterian licensers of the press, against whom Milton had written the Areopagitica. And on each line cast a reforming eye, severer than the young presbytery, till when in vain they have thee all perused, you shall for being faultless be accused. Some, reading your Lucasta, will allege you wronged in her the house's privilege. Some that you under sequestration are, because you write when going to the war. Note, a reference to Lovelace's famous song. And one the book prohibits, because Kent their first petition by the author sent. Note, Lovelace had been imprisoned for presenting a petition from Kent for the restoration of the Church of England service. But when the beauteous ladies came to know that their dear Lovelace was endangered so, Lovelace, that thawed the most congealed breast, he who loved best and them defended best, whose hand so rudely grasps the steely brand, whose hand most gently melts the lady's hand, they all in mutiny, though yet undressed, sallied, and would in his defence contest. And one, the loveliest that was yet e'er seen, thinking that I too of the rout had been, mine eyes invaded with a female spite. She knew what pain 'twould be to lose that sight. "Oh, no, mistake not," I replied, "for I in your defence or in his cause would die." But he, secure of glory and of time, above their envy or mine aid doth climb. Him valiant'st men and fairest nymphs approve, his book in them finds judgment, with you love. To his worthy friend Dr. Whitty, upon his translation of the Popular Errors. Note, printed in Dr. R. Whitty's translation of Popular Errors, or Errors of People in Physic, by Jacobus Primorosius, published in 1651. Sit further, and make room for thine own fame, where just desert enrolls thy honored name, the good interpreter. Some in this task take off the cypress veil, but leave a mask, changing the Latin, but do more obscure that sense in English which was bright and pure. So of translators they are authors grown, for ill translators make the book their own. Others do strive with words and forced phrase to add such lustre and so many rays, that but to make the vessel shining they much of the precious metal rub away. He is translation's thief that addeth more, as much as he that taketh from the store the first author. Here he maketh blots that mends, and added beauties are but spots. Celia, whose English doth more richly flow than Tagus, purer than dissolved snow, and sweet as are her lips that speak it, she now learns the tongues of France and Italy. But she is Celia still. No other grace but her own smiles commend that lovely face. Her native beauties not Italianated, nor her chaste mind into the French translated. Her thoughts are English, though her sparkling wit with other language doth them fitly fit. Translators, learn of her. But stay, I slide down into error with the vulgar tide. Women must not teach here. The doctor doth stint them to caudles, almond milk, and broth. So I reform, and surely as will all whose happy eyes on thy translation fall. I see the people hastening to thy book, liking themselves the worse the more they look, and so disliking that they nothing see now worth the liking but thy book and thee. And if I judgment have, I censure right, for something guides my hand that I must write. You have translation statutes best fulfilled, that handling neither sully nor would gild. On Mr. Milton's Paradise Lost. Note, printed in the 1674 edition of Milton's poem. When I beheld the poet blind, yet bold, in slender book his vast design unfold, Messiah crowned, God's reconciled decree, rebelling angels, the forbidden tree, heaven, hell, earth, chaos, all, the argument held me a while misdoubting his intent, that he would ruin, for I saw him strong, the sacred truths to fable and old song. So Samson groped the temple's posts in spite, the world o'erwhelming to revenge his sight. Yet, as I read, soon growing less severe, I liked his project, the success did fear. Through that wide field how he his way should find, or which lame faith leads understanding blind, lest he perplex the things he would explain, and what was easy he should render vain. Or, if a work so infinite he spanned, jealous I was that some less skilful hand, such as disquiet always what is well, and by ill imitating would excel, might hence presume the whole creation's day to change in scenes, and show it in a play. Note: Dryden had asked if he might do so, and Milton had told him he might tag his verses. Pardon me, mighty poet, nor despise my causeless, yet not impious surmise. But I am now convinced, and none will dare within thy labours to pretend a share. Thou hast not missed one thought that could be fit, and all that was improper dost omit, so that no room is here for writers left but to detect their ignorance or theft. That majesty through which thy work doth reign draws the devout, deterring the profane, and things divine thou treat'st of in such state as them preserves and thee inviolate. At once delight and horror on us seize, thou sing'st with so much gravity and ease, and above human flight dost soar aloft with plume so strong, so equal, and so soft, the bird named from that paradise you sing, so never flags, but always keeps on wing. Note: this error, which even Buffon fell into, arose from the dead birds of paradise being sent to Europe with their feet cut off. Where couldst thou words of such a compass find? Whence furnish such a vast expanse of mind? Just heaven thee, like Tiresias, to requite, rewards with prophecy thy loss of sight. Well mightst thou scorn thy readers to allure with tinkling rhyme, of thy own sense secure, while the town bays writes all the while and spells, and like a pack-horse tires without his bells. Note: Dryden, called Bayes in the Duke of Buckingham's satirical piece, generally wrote in rhyme, and he explained away Milton's preference for blank verse as being due to his want of ability to rhyme easily. On the other hand, Milton is said to have called Dryden a great rhymer, but no poet. Return to text. Their fancies like our bushy points appear, and poets tag them, we for fashion wear. Note: tag, the very word that Milton used in giving Dryden a surly permission to turn Paradise Lost into a play, was a metal point worn at the end of laces in fastening dresses. It feebly jingled, and it was fashionable. I too, transported by the mode, offend, and while I meant to praise thee, miscommend. Note: original edition, must commend. Thy verse, created like thy theme sublime, in number, weight, and measure, needs not rhyme. An epitaph upon blank. Enough, and leave the rest to fame. 'Tis to commend her but to name. Courtship, which living she declined, when dead to offer were unkind. Where never any could speak ill, who would officious praises spill? Nor can the truest wit or friend without detracting her commend. To say she lived a virgin chaste in this age, loose and all unlaced, nor was, when vice is so allowed, of virtue or ashamed or proud, that her soul was on heaven so bent, no minute but it came and went, that ready her last debt to pay, she summed her life up every day, modest as morn, as midday bright, gentle as evening, cool as night, 'tis true, but all too weakly said. 'Twas more significant, she's dead. Two songs at the marriage of the Lord Fauconberg and the Lady Mary Cromwell. Note: on the 19th of November, 1657, Mary, the Lord Protector's third daughter, who was famous for her beauty, was married to Thomas Pillazy, then Viscount, afterwards Earl of Fauconberg, a cousin of Lord Fairfax. The first song, Chorus, Endymion, Luna. Chorus. The astrologer's own eyes are set, and even wolves the sheep forget. Only this shepherd late and soon upon this hill outwakes the moon. Hark how he sings with sad delight through the clear and silent night. Endymion. Cynthia, O Cynthia, turn thine ear, nor scorn Endymion's plaints to hear. As we our flocks, so you command the fleecy clouds with silver wand. Cynthia. If thou, a mortal, rather sleep, or if the shepherd, wash thy sheep. Endymion. The shepherd, since he saw thine eyes, and sheep are both thy sacrifice, nor merits he a mortal's name that burns with an immortal flame. Cynthia. I have enough for me to do, ruling the waves that ebb and flow. Endymion. Since thou disdain'st not then to share on sublunary things thy care, rather restrain these double seas, mine eyes, uncessant deluges. Cynthia. My wakeful lamp all night must move, securing their repose above. Endymion. If therefore thy resplendent ray can make a night more bright than day, shine through this obscurer breast, with shades of deep despair oppressed. Chorus. Courage, Endymion, boldly woo. Anchises was a shepherd too, yet is her younger sister laid sporting with him in Ida's shade. And Cynthia, though the strongest, seeks but the honor to have held out longest. Endymion. Here unto Latmus' top I climb, how far below thine orb sublime! O why, as well as eyes to see, have I not arms that reach to thee? Cynthia. 'Tis needless then that I refuse, would you but your own reason use. Endymion. Though I so high may not pretend, it is the same so you descend. Cynthia. These stars would say I do them wrong, rivals each one, for thee too strong. Endymion. The stars are fixed unto their sphere, and cannot, though they would, come near. Less loves set off each other's praise, while stars eclipse by mixing rays. Cynthia. That cave is dark. Endymion. Then none can spy, or shine thou there, and 'tis the sky. Chorus. Joy to Endymion, for he has Cynthia's favour won, and Jove himself approves with his serenest influence their loves. For he did never love to pair his progeny above the air, but to be honest, valiant, wise, makes mortals matches fit for deities. Note on pairing his progeny above the air. It was reported that Mazarin had proposed that Charles II should marry Cromwell's daughter. The second song, Hobbinol, Phyllis, Tomalin. Hobbinol. Phyllis, Tomalin, away! Never such a merry day, for the northern shepherd's son has Menalcas' daughter won. Phyllis. Stay till I some flowers have tied in a garland for the bride. Tomalin. If thou wouldst a garland bring, Phyllis, you may wait the spring. They have chosen such an hour when she is the only flower. Phyllis. Let's not then at least be seen without each a sprig of green. Hobbinol. Fear not, at Menalcas' hall there are bays enough for all. He, when young as we, did graze, but when old he planted bays. Tomalin. Here she comes. but with a look far more catching than my hook. 'Twas those eyes, I now dare swear, led our lambs we knew not where. Hobbinol. Not our lambs' own fleeces are curled so lovely as her hair, nor our sheep new washed can be half so white or sweet as she. Phyllis. He so looks as fit to keep somewhat else than silly sheep. Hobbinol. Come, let's in some carol new pay to love and them their due.
Joy to that happy pair, whose hopes united banish our despair. What shepherd could for love pretend, whilst all the nymphs on Damon's choice attend? What shepherdess could hope to wed before Marina's turn were sped? Now lesser beauties may take place, and meaner virtues come in play, while they, looking from high, shall grace our flocks and us with a propitious eye. But what is most, the gentle swain no more shall need of love complain, but virtue shall be beauty's hire, and those be equal that have equal fire. Marina yields, who dares be coy, or who despair now Damon does enjoy? Joy to that happy pair, whose hopes united banish our despair.
An Oration Ode upon Cromwell's return from Ireland. Note. Cromwell left Ireland on the 26th May, 1650, and proceeded to Scotland on the 28th June, winning the Battle of Dunbar on the 3rd of September. The forward youth that would appear must now forsake his muses dear, nor in the shadows sing his numbers languishing. 'Tis time to leave the books in dust, and oil th' unused armour's rust, removing from the wall the corslet of the hall. So restless Cromwell could not cease in the inglorious arts of peace, but through adventurous war urged his active star. And like the three-forked lightning first breaking the clouds where it was nursed, did thorough his own side his fiery way divide. For 'tis all one to courage high, the emulous or enemy, and with such to enclose is more than to oppose. Note, i.e. Cromwell broke away from his own party because as a man of high courage his genius was provoked as much by rivalry as by hostility, and more by restraint than by opposition. Return to text. Then burning through the air he went, and palaces and temples rent, and Caesar's head at last did through his laurels blast. 'Tis madness to resist or blame the force of angry heaven's flame, and, if we would speak true, much to the man is due, who from his private gardens, where he lived reserved and austere, as if his highest plot to plant the bergamot, could by industrious valor climb to ruin the great work of time, and cast the kingdoms old into another mould, though justice against fate complain, and plead the ancient rights in vain. But those do hold or break as men are strong or weak. Nature, that hateth emptiness, allows of penetration less, and therefore must make room where greater spirits come. What field of all the civil war where his were not the deepest scar? And Hampden shows what part he had of wiser art. Note, Marvell seems to have been mistaken in thinking that Cromwell lured the king to his doom. Return to text. And Hampden shows what part he had of wiser art, where, twining subtle fears with hope, he wove a net of such a scope that Charles himself might chase to Carisbrooke's narrow case, that thence the royal actor born the tragic scaffold might adorn, while round the armed bands did clap their bloody hands. He nothing common did or mean upon that memorable scene, but with his keener eye the axe's edge did try, nor called the gods with vulgar spite to vindicate his helpless right, but bowed his comely head down as upon a bed. This was that memorable hour which first assured the forced power, note, forced by fate. So, when they did design the Capitol's first line, a bleeding head where they begun did fright the architects to run, and yet in that the state foresaw its happy fate. Note: in digging the foundations of the Capitol, the Romans, it was related, found the head of one Tullius, which was accepted as an omen that Rome would be the head of the world. And now the Irish are ashamed to see themselves in 1 year tamed. So much one man can do that does both act and know. They can affirm his praises best, and have, though overcome, confessed how good he is, how just, and fit for highest trust. Nor yet grown stiffer with command, but still in the Republic's hand, how fit he is to sway that can so well obey. He to the commons' feet presents a kingdom for his first year's rent, and what he may, forbears his fame to make it theirs, and has his sword and spoils ungirt to lay them at the public's skirt. So when the falcon high falls heavy from the sky, she having killed, no more doth search, but on the next green branch to perch, where when he first does lure, the falconer has her sure. What may not then our isle presume, while victory his crest does plume? What may not others fear, if thus he crowns each year? As Caesar, he, ere long to Gaul, to Italy and Hannibal, and to all states not free, shall climacteric be. Note: dangerous or portending change. The Pict no shelter now shall find within his party-colored mind, but from this valor sad, note: sober valor, shrink underneath the plaid. Happy if in the tufted brake the English hunter him mistake, nor lay his hounds in near the Caledonian deer. But thou, the war's and fortune's son, march indefatigably on, and for the last effect still keep the sword erect. Besides the force it has to fright the spirits of the shady night, the same arts that did gain a power must it maintain. End of Poems, Section 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. The Poems and Some Satires of Andrew Marvell, edited by Edward Wright, recorded for LibriVox.org. Section 4. Poems. The first anniversary of the government under His Highness the Lord Protector. Note: attributed in the State Poems of 1707 to Waller. Like the vain curlings of the watery maze, which in smooth streams a sinking weight does raise, so man, declining always, disappears in the weak circles of increasing years, and his short tumults of themselves compose, while flowing time above his head does close. Cromwell alone with greater vigor runs, sun-like, the stages of succeeding suns, and still the day which he doth next restore is the just wonder of the day before. Cromwell alone doth with new lustre spring, and shines the jewel of the yearly ring. 'Tis he the force of scattered time contracts, and in 1 year the work of ages acts. While heavy monarchs make a wide return, longer and more malignant than Saturn. Note: Saturn, supposed in astrology to exert a malign influence, takes about 29½ years to make 1 revolution. And though they all Platonic years should reign, note: Platonic years, 26,000 years, in the same posture would be found again, their earthly projects under ground they lay, more slow and brittle than the China clay. Note: Chinese porcelain was thought to be made from a mixture that had to be placed underground for 100 years. Well may they strive to leave them to their son, for one thing never was by one king done. Yet some, more active, for a frontier town took in by proxy, begs a false renown. Another triumphs at the public cost, and will have won if he no more have lost. They fight by others, but in person wrong, and only are 'gainst their subjects strong. Their other wars are but a feigned contest. This common enemy is still oppressed. If conquerors, on them they turn their might. If conquered, on them they wreak their spite. They neither build the temple in their days, nor matter for succeeding founders raise, nor sacred prophecies consult within, much less themselves to perfect them begin. No other care they bear of things above, but with astrologers divine of Jove. Note, except that with the help of astrologers they study the aspect of Jupiter, or conjecture God's intentions, in order to know, etc., to know how long their planet yet reprieves from their deserved fate their guilty lives. Thus image-like and useless time they tell, and with vain sceptre strike the hourly bell, nor more contribute to the state of things than wooden heads unto the viol strings. While indefatigable Cromwell hies and cuts his way still nearer to the skies, learning a music in the region clear, to tune this lower to that higher sphere. So when Amphion, the son of Jupiter, who by the sound of the lyre Mercury gave him made the stones of the walls of Thebes come together, is supposed to have been some mythic hero, who by his eloquence persuaded a savage race to unite together and build a city as a defense against their enemies. So when Amphion did the lute command, which the god gave him, with his gentle hand, the rougher stones unto his measures hewed danced up in order from the quarries rude. This took a lower, that a higher place, as he the treble altered or the bass. No note he struck, but a new story laid, and the great work ascended while he played. The listening structures he with wonder eyed, and still new stops to various time applied. Now through the strings a martial rage he throws, and joining straight the Theban tower rose. Then, as he strokes them with a touch more sweet, the flocking marbles in a palace meet. But for the most he graver notes did try, therefore the temples reared their columns high. Thus, ere he ceased, his sacred lute creates the harmonious city of the 7 gates. Such was that wondrous order and consent when Cromwell tuned the ruling instrument, while tedious statesmen many years did hack, stammer and hesitate, framing a liberty that still went back, whose numerous gorge could swallow in an hour that island which the sea cannot devour. Then our Amphion issues out and sings, and once he struck, and twice the powerful strings. The commonwealth then first together came, and each one entered in the willing frame. All other matter yields and may be ruled, but who the minds of stubborn men can build? No quarry bears a stone so hardly wrought, nor with such labour from its centre brought. None to be sunk in the foundation bends, each in the house the highest place contends, and each the hand that lays him will direct, and some fall back upon the architect. Yet all, composed by his attractive song, into the animated city throng. The commonwealth does through their centres all draw the circumference of the public wall. The crossest spirits here do take their part, fastening the contignation which they thwart. Contignation, cross pieces. And they whose nature leads them to divide, uphold this one and that the other side. But the most equal still sustain the height, and they as pillars keep the work upright. While the resistance of opposed minds the fabric as with arches stronger binds, which on the basis of a senate free, knit by the roof's protecting weight, agree. When for his foot he thus a place had found, he hurls ere since the world about him round, and in his several aspects, like a star, here shines in peace, and thither shoots in war, while by his beams observing princes steer, and wisely court the influence they fear. Oh, would they rather, by his pattern won, kiss the approaching nor yet angry sun, and in their numbered footsteps humbly tread the path where holy oracles do lead. How might they under such a captain raise the great designs kept for the latter days? Note Cromwell's design of a league of the Protestant countries, and a universal war for liberty of conscience, and the partitioning of the globe between England and Holland. But mad with reason, so miscalled, of state, they know them not, and what they know not hate. Hence still they sing Hosanna to the whore, note Rome. Cromwell proposed to attack all countries that supported the Inquisition, and her whom they should massacre adore, but Indians whom they should convert subdue, nor teach, but traffic with or burn the Jew. Note, they, the Dutch, not only subdue those Indians whom they ought to convert, and trade with or burn the Jews whom they ought to instruct. Unhappy princes, ignorantly bred, by malice some, by error more misled. If gracious heaven to my life give length, leisure to time, and to my weakness strength, then shall I once with graver accents shake your regal sloth and your long slumbers wake, like the shrill huntsman that prevents the east, note, comes out before the dawn, winding his horn to kings that chase the beast. Till then my muse shall hallo far behind angelic Cromwell, who outwings the wind, and in dark nights and in cold days alone pursues the monster through every throne, which, sinking to her Roman den impure, gnashes her gory teeth, nor there secure. Hence oft I think, if in some happy hour high grace should meet in one with highest power, and then a seasonable people still should bend to his as he to heaven's will, what might we hope, what wonderful effect from such a wished conjuncture might reflect? Sure the mysterious work where none withstand would forthwith finish under such a hand, for shortened time its useless course would stay, and soon precipitate the latest day. But a thick cloud about that morning lies, and intercepts the beams to mortal eyes. That 'tis the most which we determine can. If these the times, then this must be the man. And well he therefore does, and well has guessed, who in his age has always forward pressed, and knowing not where heaven's choice may light, girds yet his sword, and ready stands to fight. But men, alas, as if they nothing cared, look on all unconcerned or unprepared, and stars still fall, and still the dragon's tail swinges the volumes of its horrid flail. For the great justice that did first suspend the world by sin, does by the same extend. Note, God, who in his justice having first, during the flood, interrupted the progress of the world because of men's sins, now for the same reason extends the limit of the earth, i.e. the wealth of the Indies has only served further to corrupt the Spaniard, and now prevents the Dutch from joining the Protestant League, and propagating the gospel with fire and sword, in accordance with Cromwell's great designs. Hence that blessed day still counterpoised wastes, the ill delaying what the elected hastes. Hence landing, nature to new seas is tossed, and good designs still with their authors lost. Note, nature, that which is naturally good, religion and liberty. Note on the following lines. Elizabeth Cromwell, Oliver Cromwell's mother, died aged 89 on the 16th of November, 1654. And thou, great Cromwell, for whose happy birth a mould was chosen out of better earth, whose saint-like mother we did lately see live out an age long as a pedigree, that she might seem, could we the fall dispute, to have smelt the blossom and not ate the fruit. Though none does of more lasting parents grow, yet never any did them honour so. Though thou thine heart from evil still restained, note, unstained in original edition, and always hast thy tongue from fraud refrained, Thou who so oft through storms of thundering lead hast borne securely thine undaunted head, thy breast through poignarding conspiracies, note Gerard's plot in May 1654, drawn from the sheath of lying prophecies, the proof beyond all other force or skill our sins endanger, and shall one day kill. How near they failed, note how narrowly our sins failed to kill thee, etc., and in thy sudden fall at once essayed to overturn us all. Our brutish fury, struggling to be free, hurried thy horses while they hurried thee, when thou hadst almost quit thy mortal cares, and soiled in dust thy crown of silver hairs. Note, on the 29th of September, 1654, while Cromwell, who had a passion for horses, was driving a coach in Hyde Park, it overturned, and his foot catching in the reins, he was dragged along the ground and nearly killed. Let this one sorrow interweave among the other glories of our yearly song, like skilful looms, which through the costly thread of purling ore, note of golden embroidery, a shining wave do shed. So shall the tears we on past grief employ, still as they trickle, glitter in our joy. So with more modesty we may be true, and speak as of the dead the praises due, while impious men, deceived with pleasure short, on their own hopes shall find the fall retort. But the poor beasts, wanting their noble guide, what could they more? Shrunk guiltily aside. First winged fear transports them far away, and leaden sorrow then their flight did stay. See how they both their towering crests abate, and the green grass and their known mangers hate. Nor through wide nostrils snuff the wanton air, nor their round hoofs or curled manes compare. With wandering eyes and restless ears they stood, and with shrill neighings asked him of the wood. Thou, Cromwell, falling, not a stupid tree or rock so savage but it mourned for thee, and all about was heard a panic groan, as if that nature's self were overthrown. It seemed the earth did from the centre tear, it seemed the sun was fallen from his sphere. Justice obstructed lay, and reason fooled, courage disheartened, and religion cooled. A dismal silence through the palace went, and then loud shrieks the vaulted marbles rent, such as the dying chorus sings by turns, note dying chorus of drowning men, and to deaf seas and ruthless tempests mourns, when now they sink, and now the plundering streams break up each deck, and rip the open seams. But thee, triumphant hence, the fiery car and fiery steeds had borne out of the war, from the low world and thankless men above unto the kingdom blessed of peace and love. We only mourned ourselves in thine ascent, whom thou hadst left beneath with mantle rent, note as Elijah did. Compare 2 Kings 2:11-13. For all delight of life thou then didst lose, when to command thou didst thyself depose, resigning up thy privacy so dear, to turn the headstrong people's charioteer. For to be Cromwell was a greater thing than aught below, or yet above, a king. Therefore thou rather didst thyself depress, yielding to rule, because it made thee less. Note, yielding to rule, submitting to be made the ruler. For neither didst thou from the first apply thy sober spirit unto things too high, but in thine own fields exercisedst long a healthful mind within a body strong, till at the 7th time thou in the skies, as a small cloud, like a man's hand, didst rise. Note, see 1 Kings 18:44-46. Then did thick mists and winds the air deform, and down at last thou pouredst the fertile storm, which to the thirsty land did plenty bring, but, though forewarned, o'ertook and wet the king. What since thou didst, an higher force thee pushed still from behind, and it before thee rushed. though undiscerned among the tumult blind, who think those high decrees by man designed, 'twas heaven would not that thy power should cease, but walk still middle betwixt war and peace, choosing each stone and poising every weight, trying the measures of the breadth and height, here pulling down and there erecting new, founding a firm state by proportions true. When Gideon so did from the war retreat, yet by the conquest of 2 kings grown great, he on the peace extends a warlike power, and Israel, silent, saw him raise the tower, and how he Succoth's elders durst suppress with thorns and briars of the wilderness. No king might ever such a force have done, yet would not he be lord, nor yet his son. Note, Judges 8. Gideon, not being assisted by the elders of Succoth and the men of Penuel, when he was in pursuit of the 2 Median kings, extended his operations against them. Thou with the same strength and a heart so plain didst, like thine olive, still refuse to reign, though why should others all thy labours spoil, and brambles be anointed with thine oil? Note, Judges 9, 7-15. Whose climbing flame, without a timely stop, had quickly levelled every cedar's top. Therefore, first growing to thyself a law, the ambitious shrubs thou in just time didst awe. So have I seen at sea, when whirling winds hurry the bark, but more the seamen's minds, who with mistaken course salute the sand, and threatening rocks misapprehend for land, while baleful Tritons to the shipwreck guide, and corposants along the tackling slide. Note, corposants, electric flames that play about the mast and yards of a ship. The passengers, all wearied out before, giddy, and wishing for the fatal shore, some lusty mate, who with more careful eye counted the hours, and every star did spy, the helm does from the artless steersman strain. Note, unskilful steersman, i.e. the Long Parliament, and doubles back unto the safer main. What though a while they grumble discontent, saving himself he does their loss prevent. 'Tis not a freedom that, where all command, nor tyranny, where one does them withstand. But who of both the bounders know to lay, him as their father must the state obey. Thou in thine house, like Noah's 8, did rest, left by the war's flood on the mountain's crest, and the large vale lay subject to thy will, which thou but as an husbandman wouldst till, and only didst for others plant the vine of liberty, not drunken with its wine, that sober liberty which men may have, that they enjoy, but more they vainly crave, and such as to their parents' tents to press may show their own, not see his nakedness. Yet such a chamish issue still doth rage, the shame and plague of both the land and age, who watched thy halting and thy fall deride, rejoicing when thy foot had slipped aside, that their new king might the 5th sceptre shake, and make the world, by his example, quake. Note, the chamish issue is the issue of the son of Ham. Compare Genesis 9:22-3. The 5th monarchy men agitated for the reign of Christ and his saints, i.e. of men of a very godly character in a church parliament. Return to text. Whose frantic army, should they want for men, might muster heresies, so one were 10. Note, 10 men to one sect. What thy misfortune, note epilepsy, they the spirit call, and their religion only is to fall. O Mahomet, now couldst thou rise again, thy falling sickness should have made thee reign, while Feake and Simpson, note, 2 notorious Anabaptists and 5th monarchy men, who had been imprisoned for preaching against Cromwell, would in many a tome have writ the comments of thy sacred foam, for soon thou mightst have passed among their rant, were't but for thine unmoved tulipant. Note, because you would not remove your turban like the Quakers who would not take off their hats. As thou must needs have owned them of thy band, for prophecies fit to be out-Koraned. Accursed locusts, whom your king does spit out of the centre of the unbottomed pit. Wanderers, adulterers, liars, Munsers rest. Note, the worst of Munser's Anabaptist followers, who employed the sword in the propagation of their wild doctrines. Sorcerers, atheists, Jesuits, possessed. You who the Scriptures and the laws deface with the same liberty as points and lace. O race most hypocritically strict, bent to reduce us to the ancient Pict! Well may you act the Adam and the Eve, ay, and the serpent too that did deceive. Note, some of the ranters went naked. Immorality was preached by some as an aid to spiritual fervor, and an act of Parliament had to be passed to restrain a number of messiahs. But the great captain, now the danger's o'er, makes you for his sake tremble one fit more, and to your spite returning yet alive, does with himself all that is good revive. So when first man did through the morning dew see the bright sun his shining race pursue, all day he followed with unwearied sight, pleased with that other world of moving light, but thought him, when he missed his setting beams, sunk in the hills, or plunged below the streams, while dismal blacks, note mourning robes, hung round the universe, and stars like tapers burned upon his hearse. And owls and ravens with their screeching noise did make the funeral sadder by their joys. His weeping eyes the doleful vigils keep, not knowing yet the night was made for sleep. Still to the west where he him lost he turned, and with such accents as despairing mourned. Why did mine eyes once see so bright a ray, or why day last no longer than a day? When straight the sun behind him he descried, smiling serenely from the further side. So while our star that gives us light and heat seemed now a long and gloomy night to threat, up from the other world his flame doth dart. Note, a reference perhaps to the expedition under Penn against Spanish America in December 1654, and princes shining through their windows start, who their suspected counsellors refuse, and credulous ambassadors accuse. Is this, saith one, the nation that we read, spent with both wars, under a captain dead, that rig a navy while we dress us late, and ere we dine raise and rebuild a state? What oaken forests, and what golden mines, what mints of men, what union of designs, unless their ships do as their fowl proceed of shedding leaves that with their ocean breed. Theirs are not ships, but rather arks of war, and beaked promontories sailed from far, of floating islands a new hatched nest, a fleet of worlds of other worlds in quest, an hideous shoal of wood leviathans, armed with 3 tire of brazen hurricanes, that through the centre shoot their thundering side, and sink the earth that does at anchor ride. What refuge to escape them can be found, whose watery leaguers all the world surround? Needs must we all their tributaries be, whose navies hold the sluices of the sea. The ocean is the fountain of command, but that once took, we captives are in land, and those that have the waters for their share can quickly leave us neither earth nor air. Yet, if through these our fears could find a pass, through double oak and lined with treble brass, that one man still, although but named, alarms more than all men, all navies, and all arms. Him all the day, him in late nights I dread, and still his sword seems hanging on my head. The nation had been ours, but his one soul moves the great bulk and animates the whole. He secrecy with number hath enchased. Note, he has combined great numbers of men with great secrecy. Courage with age, maturity with haste, the valiant's terror, riddle of the wise, and still his falchion all our knots unties. Where did he learn those arts that cost us dear? Where, below earth, or where above the sphere? He seems a king by long succession born, and yet the same to be a king does scorn. Abroad a king he seems, and something more, at home a subject on the equal floor. Oh, could I once him with our titles see, so should I hope that he might die as we. But let them write his praise that love him best, it grieves me sore to have thus much confessed. Pardon, great prince, if thus their fear or spite more than our love and duty do thee right. I yield, nor further will the prize contend, so that we both alike may miss our end. While thou thy venerable head dost raise as far above their malice as my praise, and as the angel of our commonweal, troubling the waters, yearly makes them heal. End of Section 4. The first anniversary of the government under His Highness the Lord Protector. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Thomas Copeland. The Poems and Some Satires of Andrew Marvell, edited by Edward Wright. Recorded for LibriVox.org. Section 5. Poems. A poem upon the death of His late Highness the Lord Protector. Note: Cromwell died on the 3rd September 1658. That Providence which had so long the care of Cromwell's head, and numbered every hair, now in itself, the glass where all appears, had seen the period of his golden years, and henceforth only did attend to trace what death might least so fair a life deface. The people, which what most they fear esteem, death, when more horrid, so more noble deem, and blame the last act, like spectators vain, unless the prince, whom they applaud, be slain. Nor fate indeed can well refuse the right to those that lived in war, to die in fight. But long his valour none had left that could endanger him, or clemency that would. And he, whom nature all for peace had made, but angry heaven unto war had swayed, and so less useful where he most desired, for what he least affected was admired, deserved yet an end whose every part should speak the wondrous softness of his heart. To love and grief the fatal writ was signed, those nobler weaknesses of humankind, from whom those powers that issued the decree, although immortal, found they were not free, that they, to whom his breast still open lies, in gentle passions should his death disguise, and leave succeeding ages cause to mourn, as long as grief shall weep or love shall burn. Straight does a slow and languishing disease Eliza, nature's and his darling seize. Note: the Lady Elizabeth Claypole, the Protector's favourite daughter, died on the 6th August, 1658. Her, when an infant, taken with her charms, he oft would flourish in his mighty arms, and, lest their force the tender burthen wrong, slacken the vigour of his muscles strong. Then to the mother's breast her softly move, which, while she drained of milk, she filled with love. But, as with riper years her virtue grew, and every minute adds a lustre new, when with meridian height her beauty shined, and thorough that sparkled her fairer mind, when she with smiles serene, in words discreet, his hidden soul at every turn could meet, then might you daily his affection spide, doubling that knot which destiny had tied, while they by sense, not knowing, note, by feeling and not by knowledge, comprehend how on each other both their fates depend. With her each day the pleasing hours he shares, and at her aspect calms his growing cares. Or with a grandsire's joy her children sees, hanging about her neck or at his knees. Hold fast, dear infants, hold them both or none, This will not stay, when once the other's gone. A silent fire now wastes those limbs of wax. A note, limbs of wax, exquisitely moulded limbs. It was supposed that witches were able to bring about the death of a person by making a waxen image of him and exposing it to the fire, whereupon, as the wax melted, the human being wasted away. A silent fire now wastes those limbs of wax, and him within his tortured image racks. So the flower withering which the garden crowned, the sad root pines in secret underground. Each groan he doubled, and each sigh she sighed, repeated over to the restless night. No trembling string composed to numbers new answers the touch in notes more sad, more true. She, lest he grieve, hides what she can, her pains, and he, to lessen hers, his sorrow feigns. Note, conceals. Yet both perceived that both concealed their skills, and so, diminishing, increased their ills. That whether by each other's grief they fell, or on their own redoubled, none can tell. And now Eliza's purple locks were shorn, where she so long her father's fate had worn. Note, Nisus, king of Megara, had a lock of purple hair on which his life depended, and which his daughter cut off in order to win the love of Minos, her father's enemy. And frequent lightning to her soul that flies divides the air and opens all the skies. And now his life, suspended by her breath, ran out impetuously to hastening death. Like polished mirrors, so his steely breast had every figure of her woes expressed, and with the damp of her last gasps obscured, had drawn such stains as were not to be cured. Fate could not either reach with single stroke, but the dear image fled, the mirror broke. Who now shall tell us more of mournful swans, of halcyons kind, or bleating pelicans? No downy breast did e'er so gently beat, or fan with airy plumes so soft and heat. For he no duty by his height excused, nor, though a prince, to be a man refused. But rather than in his Eliza's pain not love, not grieve, would neither live nor reign, and in himself so oft immortal tried, yet in compassion of another died. So have I seen a vine, whose lasting age of many a winter hath survived the rage, under whose shady tent men every year, at its rich blood's expense, their sorrows cheer. If some dear branch, where it extends its life, chance to be pruned by an untimely knife, the parent tree unto the grief succeeds, and through the wound its vital humour bleeds, trickling in watery drops, whose flowing shape weeps that it falls ere fixed into a grape. So the dry stalk, no more that spreading vine, frustrates the autumn and the hopes of wine. A secret cause does sure those signs ordain foreboding princes' falls, and seldom vain. Whether some kinder powers that wish us well, what they above cannot prevent, foretell, or the great world do by consent presage, as hollow seas with future tempests rage, or rather heaven, which us so long foresees, their funeral celebrates while it decrees. But never yet was any human fate by nature solemnized with so much state. He, unconcerned, the dreadful passage crossed, but oh, what pangs that death did nature cost. Note, a great storm raged in the night preceding the day of Cromwell's death. First, the great thunder was shot off, and sent the signal from the starry battlement. The winds receive it, and its force outdo, as practising how they could thunder too. Out of the binder's hand the sheaves they tore, and thrashed the harvest in the airy floor. Or of huge trees, whose growth with his did rise, the deep foundations opened to the skies. Then heavy showers the winged tempests lead, and pour the deluge o'er the chaos head. The race of warlike horses at his tomb offer themselves in many a hecatomb. With pensive head towards the ground they fall, and helpless languish at the tainted stall. Numbers of men decrease with pains unknown, and hasten not to see his death, their own. Such tortures all the elements unfixed, troubled to part where so exactly mixed. And as through air his wasting spirits flowed, the world with throes laboured beneath their load. Nature, it seemed, with him would nature vie, he with Eliza, it with him would die. He without noise still travelled to his end, as silent suns to meet the night descend. The stars that for him fought had only power left to determine now his fatal hour, which since they might not hinder, yet they cast to choose it worthy of his glories past. No part of time but bare his mark away of honour, all the year was Cromwell's day, but this of all the most auspicious found, twice had in open field him victor crowned, when up the armed mountains of Dunbar he marched, and through deep Severn, ending war. Note, the day of Cromwell's death was the anniversary of his victories at Dunbar and Worcester. What day should him eternize but the same that had before immortalized his name? That so whoe'er would at his death have joyed, in their own griefs might find themselves employed, but those that sadly his departure grieved, yet joyed remembering what he once achieved. And the last minute his victorious ghost gave chase to Ligny on the Belgic coast, here ended all his mortal toils. He laid and slept in peace under the laurel shade. O Cromwell, heaven's favourite, to none have such high honours from above been shown, for whom the elements we mourners see, and heaven itself would the great herald be, which with more care set forth his obsequies than those of Moses, hid from human eyes, as jealous only here, lest all be less than we could to his memory express. Then let us to our course of mourning keep, where heaven leads 'tis piety to weep. Stand back, ye seas, and shrunk beneath the veil of your abyss, with covered head bewail your monarch. We demand not your supplies to compass in our isle, our tears suffice, since him away the dismal tempest rent, who once more joined us to the continent, who planted England on the Flandric shore, note, by the capture of Dunkirk, and stretched our frontier to the Indian oar, note, by taking Jamaica, whose greater truths obscure the fables old, whether of British saints or worthies told, and in a valour lessening Arthur's deeds, for holiness the confessor exceeds. He first put arms into religion's hand, and timorous conscience unto courage manned. The soldier taught that inward mail to wear, and fearing God, how they should nothing fear. Those strokes, he said, will pierce through all below, where those that strike from heaven fetch their blow. Astonished armies did their flight prepare, and cities strong were stormed by his prayer. Of that for ever Preston's field shall tell the story, and impregnable Clonmel, and where the sandy mountain Fenwick scaled, the sea between, yet hence his prayer prevailed. Notes, Preston's field. Cromwell's victory over the Scottish army under Hamilton on the 17th August, 1648. Clonmel, the last town taken by Cromwell in the campaign against the Irish. Fenwick, John Fenwick, governor of Berwick. Marvell is referring to the Battle of Dunbar. What man was ever so in heaven obeyed, since the commanded sun o'er Gibeon stayed? In all his wars needs must he triumph, when he conquered God, still ere he fought with men. Hence, though in battle none so brave or fierce, yet him the adverse steel could never pierce. Pity it seemed to hurt him more that felt each wound himself, which he to others dealt. Danger itself refusing to offend so loose an enemy, so fast a friend. Friendship, that sacred virtue long does claim the first foundation of his house and name. Note, Richard Williams, who took the name of Cromwell, was able to found the family to which the Protector belonged through the position he acquired by the friendly offices of his relation Thomas Cromwell, or Thomas Cromwell's connection with Cardinal Wolsey may be intended. But within one its narrow limits fall, his tenderness extended unto all, and that deep soul through every channel flows where kindly nature loves itself to lose. More strong affections never reason served, yet still affected most what best deserved. If he Eliza loved to that degree, though who more worthy to be loved than she, if so indulgent to his own, how dear to him the children of the highest were. For her he once did nature's tribute pay, for these his life adventured every day, and 'twould be found, could we his thoughts have cast, note, divined, their griefs struck deepest, if Eliza's last. What prudence more than human did he need to keep so dear, so differing minds agreed? The worser sort, so conscious of their ill, lie weak and easy to the ruler's will. But to the good, too many or too few, all law is useless, all reward is due. O ill-advised, if not for love, for shame, spare yet your own, if you neglect his fame, lest others dare to think your zeal a mask, and you to govern only heaven's task. Note, and that, in their opinion, heaven would do better to neglect the cause of religion, and merely undertake the task of keeping the saints themselves in order. Marvell's obscurity was probably intentional. In his official position he dare not more than hint of the age of reaction he was beginning to foresee. Valor, religion, friendship, prudence died at once with him, and all that's good beside. And we, death's refuse, nature's dregs, confined to loathsome life, alas, are left behind, where we, so once we used, shall now no more to fetch day press about his chamber door, from which he issued with that awful state it seemed Mars broke through Janus' double gate, yet always tempered with an air so mild, no April suns that e'er so gently smiled. No more shall hear that powerful language charm, whose force oft spared the labour of his arm. No more shall follow where he spent the days in war, in council, or in prayer and praise, whose meanest acts he would himself advance, as ungirt David to the ark did dance. All is gone of ours or his delight, in horses fierce, wild deer, or armour bright. Francisca fair, note Frances Cromwell his daughter, can nothing now but weep, nor with soft notes shall sing his cares asleep. I saw him dead. A leaden slumber lies, and mortal sleep over those wakeful eyes. Those gentle rays under the lids were fled, which through his looks that piercing sweetness shed. That port, which so majestic was and strong, loose and deprived of vigour, stretched along, all withered, all discoloured, pale and wan. How much another thing, no more that man. O human glory vain, O death, O wings, O worthless world, O transitory things! Yet dwelt that greatness in his shape decayed, that still, though dead, greater than death he laid, and in his altered face you something fain that threatens death. He yet will live again, not much unlike the sacred oak, which shoots to heaven its branches, and through earth its roots, whose spacious boughs are hung with trophies round, and honoured wreaths have oft the victor crowned. When angry Jove darts lightning through the air at mortal sins, nor his own plant will spare, it groans and bruises all below, that stood so many years the shelter of the wood. The tree, erewhile foreshortened to our view, when fall'n, shows taller yet than as it grew. So shall his praise to after times increase, when truth shall be allowed, and factions cease, and his own shadows with him fall, the eye detracts from objects than itself more high, but when death takes them from that envied state, seeing how little, we confess how great. Thee many ages hence in martial verse shall the English soldier, ere he charge, rehearse, singing of thee, inflame himself to fight, and with the name of Cromwell armies fright. As long as rivers to the seas shall run, as long as Cynthia shall relieve the sun, while stags shall fly unto the forests thick, while sheep delight the grassy downs to pick, as long as future time succeeds the past, always thy honour, praise, and name shall last. Thou in a pitch how far beyond the sphere of human glory tower'st, and reigning there, despoiled of mortal robes, in seas of bliss plunging dost bathe, and tread the bright abyss. There thy great soul yet once a world doth see, spacious enough and pure enough for thee. How soon thou Moses hast, and Joshua found, and David for the sword and harp renowned. How straight canst to each happy mansion go, far better known above than here below, and in those joys dost spend the endless day, which in expressing we ourselves betray. For we, since thou art gone, with heavy doom wander like ghosts about thy loved tomb, and lost in tears have neither sight nor mind to guide us upward through this region blind. Since thou art gone, who best that way could teach, only our sighs perhaps may thither reach. And Richard, note, amid the applause of the people, Richard Cromwell was proclaimed Protector a few hours after his father's death. And Richard yet, where his great parent led, beats on the rugged track. He, virtue dead, revives, and by his milder beams assures, and yet how much of them his grief obscures. He, as his father, long was kept from sight in private, to be viewed by better light. But opened once, what splendor does he throw! A Cromwell in an hour a prince will grow. How he becomes that seat, how strongly strains, how gently winds at once the ruling reins. Heaven to this choice prepared a diadem, richer than any eastern silk or gem, a pearly rainbow, where the sun enchased his brows, like an imperial jewel graced. We find already what those omens mean, earth ne'er more glad, not heaven more serene. Cease now our griefs, calm peace succeeds a war. Rainbows to storms, Richard to Oliver. Tempt not his clemency to try his power, he threats no deluge, yet foretells a shower. On the victory obtained by Blake over the Spaniards in the Bay of Santa Cruz, in the island of Tenerife, 1657. Note, at daybreak on the 20th April, 1657, Admiral Blake attacked the Silver Fleet in the Bay of Santa Cruz, and although the Spanish ships were assisted by the guns of the castle and 7 other forts defending the harbor, they were all sunk by the evening, and the town was destroyed without a single English vessel being lost. Now does Spain's fleet her spacious wings unfold, leaves the new world, and hastens for the old. But though the wind was fair, they slowly swum, freighted with acted guilt and guilt to come. Note, guilt, G-U-I-L-T, and guilt, G-I-L-T, or money. For this rich load, of which so proud they are, was raised by tyranny, and raised for war. Every capacious gallion's womb was filled with what the womb of wealthy kingdoms yield. The new world's wounded entrails they had tore, for wealth wherewith to wound the old once more, wealth which all others' avarice might cloy, but yet from them caused as much fear as joy. For now upon the main themselves they saw, that boundless empire where you give the law. Of winds and waters' rage they fearful be, But much more fearful are your flags to see. Day, that to those who sail upon the deep more wished for, and more welcome is than sleep, they dreaded to behold, lest the sun's light with English streamers should salute their sight. In thickest darkness they would choose to steer, so that such darkness might suppress their fear. At length it vanishes, and fortune smiles, for they behold the sweet Canary Isles, one of which doubtless is by nature blest above both worlds, since 'tis above the rest. Note, the volcano of Tenerife rises 12,200 feet above the sea. For lest some gloominess might stain her sky, trees there the duty of the clouds supply. O noble trust which heaven on this isle pours, fertile to be, yet never need her showers. Note, the rain falls from November to April, and as there are no rivers, the ground is watered by irrigation from the springs. A happy people which at once do gain the benefits without the ills of rain. Both health and profit fate cannot deny, where still the earth is moist, the air is dry. The jarring elements no discord know, fuel and rain together kindly grow, and coolness there with heat does never fight. This only rules by day, and that by night. Your worth to all these isles a just right brings. The best of lands should have the best of kings, and these want nothing heaven can afford, unless it be the having you their lord. But this great want will not a long run prove, your conquering sword will soon that want remove. For Spain had better, she'll ere long confess, have broken all her swords than this one piece. Casting that league off which she held so long, she cast off that which only made her strong. Forces and art she soon will feel are vain. Peace against you was the sole strength of Spain. By that alone those islands she secures. Peace made them hers, but war will make them yours. There the indulgent soil that rich grape breeds, which of the gods the fancied drink exceeds. They still do yield, such is their precious mould, all that is good, and are not cursed with gold, with fatal gold. For still, where that does grow, neither the soil nor people quiet know, which troubles men to raise it when 'tis o'er, and when 'tis raised, does trouble them much more. Ah, why was thither brought the cause of war? Kind nature had from thence removed so far. In vain doth she those islands free from ill, if fortune can make guilty what she will. But whilst I draw that scene, where you ere long shall conquests act, you present are unsung. For Santa Cruz the glad fleet takes away, and safely there casts anchor in the bay. Never so many with one joyful cry that place saluted, where they all must die. Deluded men, fate with you did but sport, you scaped the sea to perish in your port. 'Twas more for England's fame you should die there, where you had most of strength and least of fear. The peak's proud height the Spaniards all admire, yet in their breasts carry a pride much higher. Only to this vast hill a power is given, at once both to inhabit earth and heaven. But this stupendous prospect did not near make them admire, so much as they did fear. For here they met with news which did produce a grief above the cure of grapes' best juice. They learned with terror that nor summer's heat nor winter's storms had made your fleet retreat. To fight against such foes was vain, they knew, which did the rage of elements subdue, who on the ocean, that does horror give to all beside, triumphantly do live. With haste they therefore all their galleons moor, and flank with cannon from the neighbouring shore. Forts, lines, and sconces, note a small fort, all the bank along they build, and act all that can make them strong. Fond men, who know not whilst such works they raise, they only labour to exalt your praise. Yet they by restless toil became at length so proud and confident of their made strength, that they with joy their boasting general heard wish then for that assault he lately feared. His wish he has, For now undaunted Blake with winged speed for Santa Cruz does make. For your renown the conquering fleet does ride o'er seas as vast as is the Spaniard's pride, whose fleet and trenches viewed, he soon did say, We to their strength are more obliged than they. Were't not for that, they from their fate would run, and a third world seek out our arms to shun. Those forts which there so high and strong appear do not so much suppress as show their fear. Of speedy victory let no man doubt. Our worst works past, now we have found them out. Behold, their navy does at anchor lie, and they are ours, for now they cannot fly. This said, the whole fleet gave it their applause, and all assumes your courage in your cause. That bay they enter which unto them owes the noblest wreaths that victory bestows. Bold Stainer leads. This fleet's designed by fate to give him laurel, as the last did plate. Note, Sir Richard Stainer had in 1656 captured off Cadiz some Spanish ships containing 2 millions in treasure. The thundering cannon now begins the fight, and though it be at noon, creates a night. The air was soon after the fight begun far more inflamed by it than by the sun. Never so burning was that climate known. War turned the temperate to the torrid zone. Fate these two fleets between both worlds had brought, who fight as if for both those worlds they fought. Thousands of ways, thousands of men there die. Some ships are sunk, some blown up in the sky. Nature ne'er made cedars so high aspire as oaks did then, urged by the active fire, which by quick powder's force so high was sent that it returned to its own element. Torn limbs some leagues into the island fly, whilst others lower in the sea do lie. Scarce souls from bodies severed are so far by death, as bodies there were by the war. The all-seeing sun ne'er gazed on such a sight. 2 dreadful navies there at anchor fight, and neither have the power or will to fly. There one must conquer, or there both must die. Far different motives yet engaged them thus. Necessity did them, but choice did us, a choice which did the highest worth express, and was attended by as high success. For your resistless genius there did reign, by which we laurels reaped even on the main. So prosperous stars, though absent to the sense, bless those they shine for by their influence. Our cannon now tears every ship and sconce, and o'er 2 elements triumphs at once. Their galleons sunk, their wealth the sea does fill, the only place where it can cause no ill. Ah, would those treasures which both Indies have were buried in as large and deep a grave! War's chief support with them would buried be, and the land owe her peace unto the sea. Ages to come your conquering arms will bless. There they destroy what had destroyed their peace, and in one war the present age may boast the certain seeds of many wars are lost. All the foe's ships destroyed by sea or fire, victorious Blake does from the bay retire. His siege of Spain he then again pursues, and there first brings of his success the news, the saddest news that e'er to Spain was brought. Their rich fleet sunk, and ours with laurels fraught, whilst fame in every place her trumpet blows, and tells the world how much to you it owes. Note, after the victory Blake returned to the blockade at Cape Santa Maria, and died on the 7th of August, 1657, in Plymouth Sound on his way home. A public thanksgiving had been held in June, when Marvell's verses seem to have been written. End of section 5. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland.
The Poems and Some Satires of Andrew Marvell, edited by Edward Wright. Recorded for LibriVox.org. Satire, Flecknoe, an English priest at Rome. Note, Richard Flecknoe, a Roman Catholic priest of Irish parentage, seems to have been at Rome in 1645. A few happy passages in his works have attracted Lamb and other critics of distinction, but Dryden, whom Flecknoe praised very highly, has condemned him forever as one who, quote, in prose and verse was owned without dispute through all the realms of nonsense absolute, end quote. End note. Obliged by frequent visits of this man, whom as priest, poet, and musician, I for some branch of Melchizedek took, though he derives himself from my Lord Brooke. I sought his lodging, which is at the sign of the sad pelican, subject divine, for poetry there 3 staircases high, which signifies his triple property. I found at last a chamber, as 'twas said, but seemed a coffin set on the stairs head, not higher than 7, nor larger than 3 feet. Only there was nor ceiling, nor a sheet, save that the ingenious door did, as you come, turn in and show to wainscot half the room. Yet of his state no man could have complained, there being no bed where he entertained, and though within one cell so narrow pent, he'd stanza for a whole apartment. Straight without farther information, in hideous verse he, in a dismal tone, begins to exercise as if I were possessed, and sure the devil brought me there. But I, who now imagined myself brought to my last trial in a serious thought, calmed the disorders of my youthful breast, and to my martyrdom prepared rest. Only this frail ambition did remain, the last distemper of the sober brain, that there had been some present to assure the future ages how I did endure, and how I, silent, turned my burning ear towards the verse, and when that could not hear, held him the other and unchanged yet, asked still for more, and prayed him to repeat, till the tyrant, weary to persecute, left off, and tried to allure me with his lute. Now as to 2 instruments to the same key, being tuned by art, if the one touched be, the other opposite as soon replies, moved by the air and hidden sympathize. So while he with his gouty fingers crawls over the lute, his murmuring belly calls, whose hungry guts to the same straightness twined, in echo to the trembling strings repined. I perceived that now what his music meant, asked civilly if he had eat his Lent. He answered yes, with such and one, for he has this of generous, that alone. He never feeds, save only when he tries with grisly tongue to dart the passing flies. I asked if he eat flesh, and he that was so hungry that though ready to say mass, would break his fast before, said he was sick, and the ordinance was only politic. Nor was I longer to invite him scant, happy at once to make him Protestant. And silent, nothing now the dinner stayed, but till he had himself a body made, I mean till he were dressed, for else so thin he stands as if he only fed had been with consecrated wafers, and the host hath sure more flesh and blood than he can boast. This basso relievo of a man, who as a camel tall, yet easily can the needle's eye thread without any stitch, his only impossible is to be rich, lest his too subtle body growing rare should leave his soul to wander in the air. He therefore circumscribes himself in rhymes, and swaddled in's own paper 7 times, wears a close jacket of poetic buff, with which he doth his 3rd dimension stuff. Thus, armed underneath, he over all does make a primitive sotana fall, and above that yet casts an antique cloak, worn at the first consul of Antioch, which by the Jews long hid and disesteemed, he heard of by tradition and redeemed. But were he not in this black habit decked, this half-transparent man would soon reflect each color that he passed by, and be seen as the chameleon, yellow, blue, or green. He dressed and ready to disfurnish now his chamber, whose compactness did allow no empty place for complimenting doubt. But who came last is forced first to go out. I met one on the stairs who made me stand, stopping the passage, and did him demand. I answered, "He is here, sir, but you see, you cannot pass to him but through me." He thought himself affronted, and replied, "I, whom the palace never has denied, will make the way here." I said, "Sir, you'll do me a great favor, for I seek to go." He, gathering fury, still makes sign to draw, but himself there closed in a scabbard saw, as narrow as his swords. And I, that was delighted, said, "There can no body pass except by penetration hither, where two make a crowd, nor can 3 persons here consist but in one substance." Then to fit our peace, the priest said I too had some wit. To prove it, I said, the place doth us invite, by its own narrowness, sir, to unite. He asked me pardon, and to make me way, went down, as I him followed to obey. But the propitiatory priest had straight obliged us, when below, to celebrate together our atonement. So increased betwixt us two the dinner to a feast. Let it suffice that we could eat in peace, and that both poems did, and quarrels cease. During the table, though my new-made friend did as he threatened, ere 'twere long intend to be both witty and valiant, I loth said 'twas too late, he was already both. But now, alas, my first tormentor came, who, satisfied with eating but not tame, turns to recite, though judges most severe, after the assizes dinner mild appear, and then on full stomach do condemn but few, yet he more strict my sentence doth renew, and draws out of the black box of his breast 10 quire of paper in which he was dressed. Yet that which was a greater cruelty than Nero's poem he calls charity, and so the pelican at his door hung picks out the tender bosom to its young. Of all his poems there he stands ungirt, save only 2 foul copies for his shirt. Yet these he promises as soon as clean. But how I loathe to see my neighbor glean those papers which he peeled from within, like white flakes rising from a leper's skin. More odious than those rags which the French youth at ordinaries after dinner showeth, when they compare their cankers and poulains. Yet he first kissed them, and after takes pains to read, and then, because he understood not one word, thought and swore that they were good. But all his praises could not now appease the provoked author, whom it did displease to hear his verses by so just a curse, that were ill-made, condemned to be read worse. And how impossible he made yet more absurdities in them than there were before. For he his untuned voice did fall or raise, as a deaf man upon a viol plays, making the half-points and the periods run confusedder than the atoms in the sun. Thereat the poet swelled with anger full, and roared out like Perillus in's own bull, "Sir, you read false, that anyone but you should know the contrary." Whereat I now, made mediator in my room, said, "Why, to say that you read false, sir, is no lie." Thereat the waxen youth relented straight, but saw with sad despair that 'twas too late. For the disdainful poet was retired home, for his furious satire to have fired against the rebel, who, at this struck dead, wept bitterly as disinherited. Who should commend his mistress now, or who praise him, both difficult indeed to do with truth? I counselled him to go in time, ere the fierce poet's anger turned to rhyme. He hasted, and I, finding myself free, as one escaped strangely from captivity, have made the chance to be painted, and go now to hang it in St. Peter's for a vow. End of Satire, Flecknoe, an English priest at Rome. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Christine Rottger, June 26, 2025, Westford, Massachusetts.
The Poems and Some Satires of Andrew Marvell, edited by Edward Wright, recorded for LibriVox.org. Section 7. Satires. Tom May's Death. Note: a favourite poet of Charles I, who espoused the parliamentary cause out of a love for a republican government, excited, as in Milton's case, by his classical reading. Ben Jonson wrote some commendatory verses prefixed to his translation of Lucan's Pharsalia. His continuation of that work made him known on the continent as a Latin scholar, and through this reputation he obtained the position of Secretary to Parliament. Chatham and others have spoken well of his parliamentary history, and if, as Mr. Fleay thinks, May is the author of Nero, he is a man of genius. Marvell, at the date of May's death, 1650, was on friendly terms with Lovelace and other Loyalists, and adopts the Loyalists' report that May joined the parliamentarians out of pique at not being appointed Poet Laureate instead of Davenant on Ben Jonson's death. Return to text. As one put drunk into the packet boat, Tom May was hurried thence and did not note, but was amazed on the Elysian side, and with an eye uncertain, gazing wide, could not determine in what place he was. For whence in Stephen's alley trees or grass? Nor there the Pope's head, nor the mitre lay, signs by which still he found and lost his way. At last, while doubtfully he all compares, he saw near hand, as he imagined, Ayres. Note: possibly Ayres, the pilot mentioned by Pepys. Such did he seem for corpulence and port, but 'twas a man much of another sort. 'Twas Ben, that in the dusky laurel shade among the chorus of old poets laid, sounding of ancient heroes, such as were the subject's safety and the rebel's fear, and how a double-headed vulture eats Brutus and Cassius, the people's cheats. But, seeing May, he varied straight his song, gently to signify that he was wrong. Cups more than civil of Emathian wine, a reference to the beginning of May's version of the Pharsalia. I sing, said he, and the Pharsalian sign, where the historian of the Commonwealth in his own bowels sheathed the conquering health. By this May to himself and them was come. He found he was translated, and by whom. Yet then with foot as stumbling as his tongue, pressed for his place among the learned throng. But Ben, who knew not neither foe nor friend, sworn enemy to all that do pretend, rose more than ever he was seen severe, shook his grey locks, and his own bays did tear at this intrusion. Then with laurel wand, the awful sign of his supreme command, at whose dread whisk Virgil himself does quake, and Horace patiently its stroke doth take, as he crowds in, he whipped him o'er the pate, like Pembroke at the mask. Note: Pembroke, having beaten May at one of the Inns of Court masks, while unaware of his identity, was reprehended by King Charles I. The Earl then apologized to May, and gave him £50. And then did rate, far from these blessed shades, tread back again, most servile wit and mercenary pen. Polydore, Lucan, Allen, Vandal, Goth, malignant poet and historian both, go seek the novice statesman, and obtrude on them some Roman cast similitude. Tell them of liberty, the story's fine, until you all grow consuls in your wine. Or thou, dictator of the class, bestow on him the Cato, this the Cicero, transferring old Rome hither in your talk, as Bethlehem's house did to Loretto walk. Foul architect, that hadst not eye to see how ill the measures of these states agree, and who by Rome's example England lay, those but to Lucan, to continue, may. But thee nor ignorance nor seeming good misled, but malice fixed and understood. Note, Aubrey, in his brief lives, distinctly denies this very statement. He knew May and Marvell both, but he does not explain why the poet was so bitter against a dead man. One may suspect some personal motive. Because some one than thee more worthy wears the sacred laurel, hence are all these tears. Must therefore all the world be set on flame because a gazette writer missed his aim? And for a tankard-bearing muse must we, as for the basket, Guelphs and Ghibelines be? When the sword glitters o'er the judge's head, and fear has coward churchmen silenced, then is the poet's time. 'Tis then he draws, and single fights forsaken virtue's cause. He, when the wheel of empire whirleth back, and though the world's disjointed axle crack, sings still of ancient rights and better times, seeks wretched good, arraigns successful crimes. But thou, base man, first prostituted had our spotless knowledge and the studies chaste, apostatizing from our arts and us to turn the chronicler to Spartacus. Note, Spartacus, a generic name for a hired fighter. The Earl of Essex is probably intended. Yet wast thou taken hence with equal fate, before thou couldst great Charles's death relate. But what will deeper wound thy little mind has left surviving Davenant still behind, who laughs to see in this thy death renewed right Roman poverty and gratitude. Poor poet thou, and grateful senate they, who thy last reckoning did so largely pay, and with the public gravity would come, when thou hadst drunk thy last, to lead thee home, if that can be thy home, where Spenser lies and reverend Chaucer. But their dust does rise against thee, and expels thee from their side, as eagles' plumes from other birds divide. Note, May was buried in Westminster Abbey by the order of the Council of State, but his body was roughly removed at the Restoration. If Marvell was writing when this was done, nearly 11 years after May's death, the satire throws perhaps more discredit on him than on his victim. Nor here thy shade must dwell. Return, return, where sulphury Phlegethon does ever burn. There Cerberus with all his jaws shall gnash, Megara thee with all her serpent's lash. Thou, riveted unto Ixion's wheel, shalt break, and the perpetual vulture feel. 'Tis just, what torments poets e'er did feign, thou first historically shouldst sustain. Thus by irrevocable sentence cast, May, only master of these revels, passed, and straight he vanished in a cloud of pitch, such as unto the Sabbath bears the witch. The character of Holland. Notes on the first paragraph. 1. This satire, one of Marvell's quaintest, was probably written before the defeat of the Dutch on the 3rd of June, 1653. 2. Alluvion. In law, the land added to a shore by the action of the sea. 3. Just propriety, because of their character of drunkenness. Holland, that scarce deserves the name of land, as but the off-scouring of the British sand, and so much earth as was contributed by English pilots when they heaved the lead, or what the ocean's slow alluvion fell of shipwreck cockle and the mussel shell, this indigested vomit of the sea fell to the Dutch by just propriety. Glad then as miners that have found the ore, they with mad labour fished the land to shore. Note, Tennyson said he made Carlyle laugh for half an hour over this line, and dived as desperately for each piece of earth as if 't'ad been of ambergris. collecting anxiously small loads of clay, less than what building swallows bear away, or than those pills which sordid beetles roll, transfusing into them their dunghill soul. How did they rivet with gigantic piles thorough the centre their new-catched miles, and to the stake a struggling country bound, where barking waves still bait the forces ground, building their watery babble far more high to reach the sea than those to scale the sky. Yet still his claim the injured ocean laid, and oft at leap-frog o'er their steeples played, as if on purpose it on land had come to show them what's their mare liberum. Note: the Dutch held that the English Channel was a free sea. We maintained it to be English waters. A daily deluge over them does boil, the earth and water play at level coil. Note: a game in which children tried to supplant one another, something like king of the castle. The fish oft-times the burgher dispossessed, and sat not as a meat, but as a guest. And oft the Tritons and the sea nymphs saw whole shoal of Dutch served up for cabellaw. Note: codfish. Or as they over the new level ranged for pickled herring, pickled heron changed. Nature, it seemed, ashamed of her mistake, would throw their land away at duck and drake. Therefore necessity, that first made kings, something like government among them brings. For, as with pygmies, who best kills the crane, among the hungry he that treasures grain, among the blind the one-eyed blinkard reigns, so rules among the drowned he that drains. Not who first sees the rising sun commands, but who could first discern the rising lands. Who best could know to pump an earth so leak, him they their lord and country's father speak. To make a bank was a great plot of state. Invent a shovel and be magistrate. Hence some small dike grave, note: inspector of the dikes, unperceived invades the power, and grows as 'twere a king of spades. But for less envy some joint states endures, who look like a commission of the sewers. For these half-anders, note: an attempted pun on Hollanders, half wet and half dry, nor bear strict service, nor pure liberty. 'Tis probable religion after this came next in order, which they could not miss. How could the Dutch but be converted, when the apostles was so many fishermen? Besides, the waters of themselves did rise, and as their land, so them did rebaptize. Though herring for their god few voices missed, and poor John, note Hake, to have been the evangelist. Faith, that could never twins conceive before, never so fertile spawned upon this shore, more pregnant than their Margaret, that laid down for Hansen-Kelder, of a whole Hans town. Note: Hansen-Kelder, an unborn child, literally Jack in the cellar. Sure, when religion did itself embark, and from the east would westward steer its arc, it struck, and splitting on this unknown ground, each one thence pillaged the first piece he found. Hence Amsterdam, Turk, Christian, pagan, Jew, staple of sects and mint of schism grew. That bank of conscience, where not one so strange opinion but finds credit and exchange. In vain for Catholics ourselves we bear, the universal church is only there, nor can civility there want for tillage, where wisely for their court they chose a village. Note: the Hague. How fit a title clothes their governors, themselves the hogs, and all their subjects boors. Note on hogs: Hoogmorgenden, i.e. the high and mighty ones, the title of the States General of the United Provinces. Let it suffice to give their country fame that it had one Civilis called by name, note: a chief of the Batavian Vespasian's reign, some 1500 and more years ago, but surely never any that was so. See but their mermaids, with their tails of fish, reeking at church over the chafing dish. A vestal turf, enshrined in earthenware, fumes through the loopholes of a wooden square. each to the temple with these altars tend, but still does place it at her western end, while the fat steam of female sacrifice fills the priest's nostrils and puts out his eyes. Or what a spectacle the skipper gross, water Hercules, butter Coloss, turned up with all their several towns of beer, when, staggering upon some land, snick and sneer, note, fighting with knives, they try, like statuaries, if they can, cut out each other's athos to a man, and carve in their large bodies, where they please, the arms of the United Provinces. But when such amity at home is showed, what then of their confederacies abroad? Let this one courtesy witness all the rest. When their whole navy they together pressed, not Christian captives to redeem from bands, or intercept the western golden sands, no, but all ancient rights and leagues must veil, rather than to the English strike their sail. Note, in 1652, Van Tromp met Blake off Dover, and a battle ensued on his refusing to strike his flag. To whom their weather-beaten province owes itself, when, as some greater vessel tows a cock-boat, tossed with the same wind and fate, we buoyed so often up their sinking state. Was this jus belli at Pakis? Note, an allusion to Grotius's statement of the case for the Dutch. Could this be caused why their burgomaster of the sea, rammed with gunpowder, flaming with brand wine, note brandy, should raging hold his linstock to the mine, while with feigned treaties they invade by stealth our sore new circumcised commonwealth? Note, the Dutch were charged with attacking our fleet during negotiations for a treaty. Yet of his vain attempt no more he sees than of case butter shot and bullet cheese, and the torn navy staggered with him home, while the sea laughed itself into a foam. 'Tis true, since that, as fortune kindly sports, a wholesome danger drove us to our ports, while half their banished keels the tempest tossed, half bound at home in prison to the frost, that ours, meantime, at leisure might careen in a calm winter under skies serene, as the obsequious air and waters rest, till the dear halcyon hatch out all its nest. The commonwealth doth by its losses grow, and, like its own seas, only ebbs to flow. Besides, that very agitation laves and purges out the corruptible waves. And now again our armed Bucentaur, note, the state barge from which the Doge of Venice wedded the Adriatic, doth yearly their sea nuptials restore, and now the hydra of 7 provinces is strangled by our infant Hercules. Note, the Commonwealth in its infancy figured as strong as Hercules in his prime. Their tortoise wants its vainly stretched neck, their navy all our conquest or our wreck, or what is left, their Carthage overcome, would render fain unto our better Rome, unless our Senate, lest their youth disuse the war, but who would peace, if begged, refuse. For now of nothing may our state despair, darling of heaven and of men the care, provided that they be what they have been, watchful abroad, and honest still within. For while our Neptune doth a trident shake, steeled with those piercing heads, Dean, Monk, and Blake, note, Colonel Richard Dean, a great Commonwealth admiral, killed in action in the victory of June 1653, while General Monk, afterwards first Duke of Albemarle, was by his side. And while Jove governs in the highest sphere, vainly in hell let Pluto domineer. End of section 7. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. The Poems and Some Satires of Andrew Marvell, edited by Edward Wright, recorded for LibriVox.org. Section 8. Satires. The last instructions to a painter about the Dutch Wars, 1667. Note, in 1656, Busanello wrote a poem, The Venetian Triumph, describing the sea fight between the Venetians and the Turks by pretending to instruct Lipari, the painter. His verses were translated into English by Sir Thomas Higgins, a friend of Edmund Waller, who adopted the same method in his panegyric on the Duke of York's slight success over the Dutch fleet in 1665. In 1667, when the Dutch sailed up the Medway, burnt our warships, and threatened London, there appeared some instructions to a painter in a different tone, which are generally attributed to Denham, who is supposed to have had good reason to be dissatisfied with the Duke of York's relations with Lady Denham. After 2 sittings, now our lady's state, to end her picture, does the 3rd time wait. But ere thou fall'st to work, first, painter, see if bent too slight grown or too hard for thee. Canst thou paint without colours? Then 'tis right, for so we too without a fleet can fight. Or canst thou daub a signpost, and that ill? 'Twill suit our great debauch and little skill. Or hast thou marked how antique masters limn the alley roof with snuff of candle dim, sketching in shady smoke prodigious tools? 'Twill serve this race of drunkards, pimps, and fools. But if to match our crimes thy skill presumes, as the Indians draw our luxury in plumes, note feather paintings, or if to score out our compendious fame with Hooke, note Dr. Robert Hooke had written a popular book on microscopy, then through your microscope take aim where, like the new controller, note Sir Thomas Clifford, all men laugh to see a tall louse brandish a white staff. Else shalt thou oft thy guiltless pencil curse, stamp on thy palette, not perhaps the worse. The painter, so long having vexed his cloth of his hound's mouth to feign the raging froth, his desperate pencil at the work did dart. His anger reached that rage which passed his art. Chance finished that which art could but begin, and he sat smiling how his dog did grin. So mayst thou perfect by a lucky blow what all thy softest touches could not do. Note: compare Pliny, Natural History, 35, 10, 36. Draw next a pair of tables opening, then the House of Commons clattering like the men. Describe the court and country, both set right on opposite points, the black against the white. Those having lost the nation at trick-track, note a game at backgammon, these now adventuring how to win it back. The dice betwixt them must the fate divide, as chance doth still in multitudes decide. But here the court doth its advantage know, for the cheat Turner, note Sir Edward Turner the speaker, for them both must throw, as some from boxes, he so from the chair can strike the die, and still with them go share. Here, painter, rest a little, and survey with what small arts the public game they play. For so too Rubens with affairs of state his labouring pencil oft would recreate. The close cabal marked how the navy eats, and thought all lost that goes not to the cheats. So therefore secretly for peace decrees, yet for a war the Parliament would squeeze, and fix to the revenue such a sum should Godric silence and make Paston dumb, should pay land armies, should dissolve the vain commons, and ever such a court maintain Hyde's avarice, Bennet's luxury should suffice, and what can these defray but the excise? Excise, a monster worse than e'er before frighted the midwife and the mother tore. 1,000 hands she has, 1,000 eyes, breaks into shops and into cellars pries, with 100 rows of teeth the shark exceeds, and on all trades like Casaubon she feeds. Chops off the piece where'er she close the jaw, else swallows all down her indented maw. She stalks all day in streets concealed from sight, and flies like bats with leathern wings by night. She wastes the country, and on cities preys. Her, of a female harpy in dog days, black birch, of all the earth-born race most hot and most rapacious, like himself begot. Note: John Birch, MP for Leominster, formerly colonel in the Parliamentary army. Say, Muse, for nothing can escape thy sight, and painter, wanting other, draw this fight, who in an English senate fierce debate could raise so long for this new whore of state. Of early wittles first the troop marched in, for diligence renowned and discipline. In loyal haste they left young wives in bed, and Denham these with one consent did head. Note: Sir John Denham, the poet, whose wife had been the mistress of James II., then the Duke of York. Of the old courtiers next a squadron came, who sold their master, led by Ashburnham. Note: John Ashburnham, MP for Sussex. He and Sir John Berkeley arranged for the flight of Charles I to the Isle of Wight, but Berkeley rashly revealed the hiding-place. Clarendon, however, insinuates treachery on Ashburnham's part. To them succeeds a despicable rout, but knew the word, and well could face about. Expectants pale, with hopes of spoil allured, though yet but pioneers, and led by Steward. Then damning cowards ranged the vocal plain. Wood these commands, Knight of the Horn and Cane. Note: Sir Harry Wood, MP for Hythe. Still his hooked shoulder seems the blow to dread, and under his armpit he defends his head. The posture strange men laugh at, of his pole hid with his elbow, like the spice he stole. Headless, St. Denis so his head does bear, and both of them alike French martyrs were. Court officers, as used, the next place took, and followed Fox, but with disdainful look. Note: Sir Stephen Fox, paymaster of the forces. His birth, his youth, his brokage all dispraise in vain, for always he commands that pays. Then the procurers under Prodgers filed. Note: Sir Edward Prodgers, valet and worse to the king. Gentlest of men, and his lieutenant mild, Bronkard, Love's squire. Note: Henry Bronker, cofferer to the king, expelled the house as an infamous person. Through all the field arrayed, no troop was better clad, nor so well paid. Then marched the troop of Clarendon, all full, haters of fowl, to teal preferring wool. Gross bodies, grosser minds, and grosser cheats, and bloated Wren conducts them to their seats. Note: Matthew Wren, Clarendon's secretary. Charlton advances next. Note: Sir Job Charlton, MP for Ludlow, afterwards Speaker, whose coif doth awe the mitred troop, and with his looks gives law. He marched with beaver cocked of bishop's brim, and hid much fraud under an aspect grim. Next do the lawyers, sordid ban, appear, Finch in the front, and Thurland in the rear. Note: Sir Heneage Finch, afterwards Lord Chancellor and Earl of Nottingham, and Sir Edward Thurland, MP for Reigate, afterwards Solicitor to Duke of York. The troop of Privilege, a rabble bare of debtors deep, fell to Trelawney's care. Note: Sir Jonathan Trelawney. Their fortune's error they supplied in rage, nor any farther would than these engage. Then marched the troop, those valiant acts before, their public acts, obliged them to do more for chimney's sake. They all Sir Poole obeyed, or in his absence him that first it laid. Note: Sir Courtenay Poole, who moved the buying up of the tax on chimneys, first levied in 1662. Then came the thrifty troop of privateers, whose horses each with other interferes. Before them Higgins rides with brow compact, mourning his countess, anxious for his act. Note: Sir Thomas Higgins, the translator of the Venetian Triumph and husband of the Countess of Essex. He was prevented from recovering some money by the Act of Indemnity. Sir Frederick and Sir Solomon draw lots for the command of politics or Scots. Note: Sir Frederick Hyde and Sir Solomon Swale. Thence fell to words, But quarrels to adjourn, their friends agreed they should command by turn. Carteret the rich did the accountant's guide, and in ill English all the world defied. Note: Sir George Carteret, Treasurer of the Navy, censured for mismanagement of the accounts. The Papists, but of those the House had none else, Talbot offered to have led them on. Note: Colonel Richard Talbot, afterwards Duke of Tyrconnell. Bold Duncombe next, of the Projectors chief. Note: Sir John Duncombe, Commissioner of the Treasury. And old Fitzharding of the Eaters' Beef. Note: Viscount Fitzharding, formerly Sir Charles Berkeley, Beef Eaters. Late and disordered, out the drunkards drew, scarce them their leaders, they their leaders knew. Before them entered, equal in command, Apsley and Broderick, marching hand in hand. Note: Sir Alan Apsley and Sir Alan Broderick, who in a drunken state addressed the House. Last then but one, Powell, that could not ride. Note: Powell, clerk to Sir William Coventry. Led the French standard, weltering in his stride. He, to excuse his slowness, truth confessed that 'twas so long before he could be dressed. The Lord's sons last, all these did reinforce. Cornbury before them managed hobby horse. Note: Viscount Cornbury, Clarendon's eldest son. Never before nor since an host so steeled trooped on to muster in the Tuttle field. Note: Tothill Field, a meeting place for duellists. Not the first cock horse that with cork was shod to rescue Albemarle from the sea cod. Note: George Monk, Duke of Albemarle. Nor the late feathermen whom Tomkins fierce shall with one breath, like thistledown, disperse. Note: possibly Sir Thomas Tomkins. All the two Coventrys their generals chose. Note: Sir William and Henry, sons of Lord Coventry. For one had much, the other naught to lose. Not better choice all accidents could hit, while Hector Harry steers by Will the wit. They both accept the charge with merry glee, to fight a battle from all gunshot free. Pleased with their numbers, yet in valour wise, they feigned a parley, better to surprise. They who ere long shall the rude Dutch upbraid, who in a time of treaty durst invade. Thick was the morning, and the house was thin, the speaker early, when they all fell in. Propitious heavens! Had not you them crossed, excise had got the day, and all been lost. For t'other side all in loose quarters lay, without intelligence, command, or pay, a scattered body, which the foe ne'er tried, but often did among themselves divide. And some run o'er each night, while others sleep, and undescried return for morning peep. But Strangways, note: Colonel Giles Strangways, MP for Dorsetshire, who all night still walked the round, for vigilance and courage both renowned, first spied the enemy, and gave the alarm, fighting it single to the rest might harm. Such Roman cockles strid before the foe. Note: Horatius Cockles, who kept the bridge in the brave days of old. The falling bridge behind, the streams below. Each ran as chance him guides to several post, and all to pattern his example boast. Their former trophies they recall to mind, and to new edge their angry courage grind. First entered forward Temple. Note: Sir Richard Temple, MP for Buckingham, afterwards won over by a commissionership of the customs at 1200 a year, conqueror of Irish cattle and solicitor. Then daring Seymour, note: Sir Edward Seymour, afterwards Speaker, who was later on thought to have gone over to the court party, that with spear and shield had stretched the monster patent on the field. Note on patent: the wine monopoly. Keen Warwood next, in aid of damsel frail, that pierced the giant Mordaunt through his mail. And Surly Williams, the accountant's bane, and Lovelace young, of Chimneymen the Cane. Note: John Lovelace, afterwards Lord Lovelace. Old Waller, Trumpet General swore he'd write this combat truer than the naval fight. Note, Edmund Waller, the poet. Of birth, state, wit, strength, courage, Howard presumes, note, Sir Robert Howard, who wrote The Indian Queen, in which Montezuma was the hero, in collaboration with Dryden. £3,000 a year, as Auditor of Exchequer Receipts, was found to be his price. And in his breast wears many Montezumas. These, with some more, with single valour stay the adverse troops, and hold them all at bay. Each thinks his person represents the whole, and with that thought does multiply his soul. Believes himself an army. There's one man as easily conquered, and believing can. With heart of bees so full and head of mights, that each, though duelling, a battle fights. So once Orlando, famous in romance, broached whole brigades like larks upon his lance. But strength at last still under number bows, and the faint sweat trickled down Temple's brows. Even iron Strangways chafing, yet gave back, spent with fatigue, to breathe a while to back. When marching in, a seasonable recruit of citizens and merchants held dispute, and charging all their pikes, a sullen band of Presbyterian Switzers made a stand. Nor could all these the field have long maintained, but for the unknown reserve that still remained, a gross of English gentry, nobly born, of clear estates, and to no faction sworn, dear lovers of their king, and death to meet for country's cause, that glorious thing and sweet. To speak not forward, but in action brave, in giving generous, but in counsel grave, candidly credulous for once, nay, twice, but sure the devil cannot cheat them thrice. The van in battle, though retiring, falls without disorder in their intervals. Then, closing all, in equal front fall on, led by great Garraway and great Littleton. Note, William Garraway, MP for Chichester, the Hector of the house, a patriot, afterwards bought over by Danby, with a post in the customs, and Sir Thomas Littleton, another patriot, until he became Treasurer of the Navy. Lee, equal to obey or to command. Note, Sir Thomas Lee, also bought up later. Adjutant General was still at hand. The martial standard Sands displaying, note, Colonel Samuel Sands, MP for Ombersley, shows St. Dunstan in it, tweaking Satan's nose. See, sudden chance of war to paint or write is longer work and harder than to fight. At the first charge the enemy give out, and the excise receives a total rout. Broken in courage, yet the men the same, resolve henceforth upon their other game, where force had failed, with stratagem to play, and what haste lost recover by delay. St. Albans, note, Lord St. Albans had been sent to make peace with the French, who were allied with the Dutch. Straight is sent to forbear, lest the sure peace, forsooth, too soon appear. The seamen's clamours to three ends they use, to cheat their pay, feign want, the house accuse. Each day they bring the tale, and that too true, how strong the Dutch their equipage renew. Meantime, through all the yards their orders run, to lay the ships up, cease the keels begun. The timber rots, the useless axe does rust, the unpractised saw lies buried in its dust. The busy hammer sleeps, the ropes untwine, the store and wages all are mine and thine. Along the coasts and harbours they take care that money lacks, nor forts be in repair. Long thus they could against the house conspire, load them with envy and with sitting tire, and the loved king, that's never yet denied, is brought to beg in public and to chide. But when this failed, and months enough were spent, they with the first day's proffer seem content, and to land tax from the excise turn round, bought off with 1,800,000 pound. Note, as to this battle over the excise, compare, quote, the king got 2 bills prepared and carried into the house. The one was to empower his Majesty upon extraordinary occasions to raise money without a Parliament, and the other was for setting a universal excise upon the crown." Unquote. Secret History, etc. "Thus, like fair thieves, the Commons' purse they share, but all the members' lives consulting spare. Blither than hare that hath escaped the hounds, the House prorogued, the Chancellor rebounds. Nor so decrepit Æson," note Jason's father, "hashed and stewed with magic herbs, rose from the pot renewed, and with fresh age felt his glad limbs unite. His gout, yet still he cursed, had left him quite. What frosts to fruits, what arsenic to the rat, what to fair Denham mortal chocolate." Note, it was reported that the Duchess of York had poisoned her husband's mistress, Lady Denham. "What an account to Carteret, that and more a Parliament is to the Chancellor. So the sad tree shrinks from the morning's eye, but blooms all night and shoots its branches high. So at the sun's recess again returns the comet dread, and earth and heaven burns. Now Mordaunt may within his castle tower imprison parents, and their child deflower." Note, Lord Mordaunt, while Constable of Windsor Castle, was impeached for imprisoning William Taylor, who had offered himself as candidate for Windsor, and for acting improperly with regard to Taylor's daughter. The King prevented the impeachment being proceeded with. "The Irish herd is now let loose, and comes by millions over, not by hecatombs. And now the canary patent may be broached again for the great holy day. See how he reigns in his new palace culminant, and sits in state divine, like Jove the fulminant. First Buckingham." Note, the Duke of Buckingham was charged with treason in February 1667, but released through the intercession of one of the king's mistresses. "That durst 'gainst him rebel, blasted with lightning, struck with thunder, fell. Next the 12 Commons are condemned to groan." Note, probably the commissioners appointed to see to the expenditure of the money voted for the war. "And roll in vain at Sisyphus' stone. But still he cared, whilst in revenge he braved, that peace secured and money might be saved. Gain and revenge and gain are sweet, united most when most by turns they meet. France had St. Albans promised, so they sing. St. Albans promised him, and he the king. The Count forthwith is ordered all to close, to play for Flanders, and the stake to lose. While chained together, 2 ambassadors like slaves shall beg for peace at Holland's doors." Note, Henry Coventry and Denzil Hollis were sent to Breda in May 1667 to negotiate the peace with the Dutch. This done, among his Cyclops he retires, to forge new thunder and inspect their fires. The court, as once of war, now fond of peace, all to new sports their wonted fears release. From Greenwich, where intelligence they hold, comes news of pastime martial and old, a punishment invented first to awe masculine wives transgressing nature's law, where when the brawny female disobeys, and beats the husband till for peace he prays, no concerned jury damage for him finds, nor partial justice her behaviour binds, but the just street does the next house invade, mounting the neighbour couple on lean jade. The distaff knocks, the grains from kettle fly, and boys and girls in troops run hooting by. Prudent antiquity, that knew by shame better than law domestic broils to tame, and taught the youth by spectacle innocent. So thou and I, dear painter, represent in quick effigy others' faults, and feign, by making them ridiculous, to restrain. With homely sight they chose thus to relax the joys of state for the new peace and tax. So Holland with us had the mastery tried, and our next neighbours, France and Flanders, ride. But a fresh news the great designment nips off at the Isle of Candy, Dutch and ships. Bab, May, and Arlington did wisely scoff, and thought all safe if they were so far off. Note, Candy, Canvey Island in Essex. Marvell says that Baptist May, keeper of the Privy Purse, and Lord Arlington, one of the ministers, thought the Dutch fleet were off Candia in the Mediterranean. Modern geographers! 'Twas there they thought where Venice 20 years the Turks had fought, while the first year the navy is but shown, the next divided, and the third we've none. They by the name mistook it for that isle where Pilgrim Palmer travelled in exile, with the bull's horn to measure his own head, and on Pasiphae's tomb to drop a bead. Note, possibly Lord Castlemaine, husband of one of the king's mistresses. But Morris learned, demonstrates by the post, this Isle of Candy was on Essex coast. Note, Sir William Morris, Secretary of State. Fresh messengers still the sad news assure, more timorous now we are than first secure. False terrors our believing fears devise, and the French army one from Calais spies. Bennet and May, note, Lord Arlington, formerly Sir Henry Bennet, and Baptist May, and those of shorter reach change all for guineas, and a crown for each. But wiser men, and well foreseen in chance, in Holland theirs had lodged before, and France. Whitehall's unsafe, the court all meditates to fly to Windsor, and mure up the gates. Each doth the other blame, and all distrust, but Mordaunt, new obliged, would sure be just. Not such a fatal stupefaction reigned at London's flames, nor so the court complained. The Bloodworth Chancellor gives, then does recall, orders amazed, at last gives none at all. Note, Lord Clarendon represented as being as apathetic during the disaster as Bloodworth, the Lord Mayor of London, had been during the Great Fire. St. Albans writ, too, that he may bewail to Monsieur Lewis, and tell coward tale, how that the Hollanders do make a noise, threaten to beat us, and are naughty boys. Now Dolman's disobedient, note, an English colonel commanding the troops on the Dutch fleet, and they still uncivil, his unkindness would us kill. Tell him, our ships unrigged, our forts unmanned, our money spent, else 'twere at his command. Summon him therefore of his word, and prove to move him out of pity, if not love. Pray him to make De Witt and Reuter cease, and whip the Dutch unless they'll hold their peace. But Lewis was of memory but dull, and to St. Albans too undutiful. Note, Lord St. Albans had been secretly married to Charles I's widow, Henrietta Maria of France. Nor word nor near relation did revere, but asked him bluntly for his character. Note, credentials. Charles II had not given him formal power to treat. The gravelled count did with this answer faint, his character was that which thou didst paint, and so, enforced like enemy or spy, trusses his baggage, and the camp does fly. Yet Lewis writes, and, lest our hearts should break, condoles us morally out of Senec. Note, Seneca. 2 letters next unto Breda are sent, in cipher one, to Harry, excellent, note, Henry Coventry. The first entrusts, our verse that name abhors, plenipotentiary ambassadors. To prove by Scripture, treaty does imply cessation, as the look adultery, and that by law of arms, in martial strife, who yields his sword has title to his life. Presbyter Hollis, note Denzil Hollis, the first point should clear, the second Coventry the Cavalier. But would they not be argued back from sea, then to return home straight in fectory? But Harry's ordered, if they won't recall their fleet, to threaten, we will give them all. The Dutch are then in proclamation shent, note blamed, for sin against the 11th commandment. Hides, note Lord Clarendon, flippant style there pleasantly curvets, still his sharp wit on states and princes whets. So Spain could not escape his laughter's spleen, none but himself must choose the king a queen. But when he came the odious clause to pen that summons up the Parliament again, his writing master many times he banned, and wished himself the gout to seize his hand. But still in hope he solaced, ere they come to work the peace, and so to send them home, or in their hasty call to find a flaw, their acts to vitiate, and them overawe, but more relied upon this Dutch pretence, to raise a two-edged army for's defence. First then he marched our whole malicious force, as if, alas, we ships or Dutch had horse. Then from the usual commonplace he blames these, and in standing armies praise declaims. And the wise court, that always loved it dear, now thinks all but too little for their fear. Hyde stamps, and straight upon the ground the swarms of current myrmidons appear in arms, and for their pay he writes as from the king, with that cursed quill plucked from a vulture's wing, of the whole nation now to ask a loan. The 1,800,000 pounds are gone. This done, he pens a proclamation stout in rescue of the bankers bankerout. Note, bankrupt. Horse leeches sucking at the hemorrhoid vein, he sucks the king, they him, he them again. The kingdom's farm he lets to them bid least, greater the bride, and that's, note, some editions read cheats, at interest. Here men induced by safety, gain, and ease, their money lodge, confiscate when he please. These can at need, at instant with a scrip, this liked him best, his cash beyond sea whip. When Dutch invade, and Parliament prepare, how can he engine so convenient spare? Let no man touch them, or demand his own, pain of displeasure of great Clarendon. The state affairs thus marshalled, for the rest, Monk in his shirt against the Dutches pressed. Often, dear painter, have I sat and mused, why he should be on all adventures used. Do they for nothing ill like ashen wood, or think him like Herb John for nothing good? Note, the juice of the ash was supposed to be a specific against serpents, but this cannot be Marvell's point. Herb John was a tasteless pot-herb. Whether his valour they so much admire, or that for cowardice they all retire, as heaven in storms they call, in gusts of state on Monk and Parliament, yet both do hate. All causes sure concur, but most they think under Herculean labours he may sink. Soon then the independent troops would close, and Hyde's last project of his place dispose. Writer the while, that had our ocean curbed, sailed now amongst our rivers undisturbed, surveyed their crystal streams and banks so green, and beauties ere this never naked seen. Through the vain sedge the bashful nymphs he eyed, bosoms and all which from themselves they hide. The sun much brighter and the sky more clear he finds, the air and all things sweeter here. The sudden change, and such a tempting sight, swells his old veins with fresh blood, fresh delight. Like amorous victors he begins to shave, and his new face looks in the English wave. His sporting navy all about him swim, and witness their complacence in their trim. Their streaming silks play through the weather fair, and with inveigling colours court the air, while the red flags breathe on their topmasts high terror and war, but want an enemy. Among the shrouds the seamen sit and sing, and wanton boys on every rope to cling. Old Neptune springs the tides, and waters lent, the gods themselves to help the provident, and where the deep keel on the shallow cleaves, with trident's lever and great shoulder heaves. Aeolus their sails inspires with eastern wind, puffs them along, and breathes upon them kind. With pearly shell the Tritons all the while sound the sea march, and guide to Sheppey Isle. So have I seen in April's bud, note first days, arise a fleet of clouds, sailing along the skies. The liquid region with their squadrons filled, Their airy sterns the sun behind doth gild, and gentle gales them steer, and heaven drives, when all unsudden their calm bosom rives, with thunder and lightning from each armed cloud. Shepherds themselves in vain in bushes shroud, so up the stream the Belgic navy glides, and at Sheerness unloads its stormy sides. Spragg there, note Sir Edward Spragg, knighted for gallantry during the battle in 1665, drowned during action in 1673. Though practised in the sea command, with panting heart lay like a fish on land, and quickly judged the fort was not tenable, which if a house, yet were not tenantable. No man can sit there safe. The cannon pours through the walls uptight, and bullets showers. The neighbourhood ill, and an unwholesome seat, he at the first salute resolves retreat, and swore that he would never more dwell there until the city put it in repair. So he in front, his garrison in rear, marched straight to Chatham to increase their fear. There our 6 ships unrigged in summer lay, like moulting fowl, a weak and easy prey, for whose strong bulk earth scarce could timber find, the ocean water or the heavens wind. Those oaken giants of ancient race, that ruled all seas and did our channel grace. The conscious stag, though once the forest's dread, flies to the wood, and hides his armless head. Reuter forthwith a squadron does attack. They sail securely through the river's track. An English pilot too, O shame, O sin, cheated as prey, was he that showed them in. Our wretched ships within their fate attend, and all our hopes now on frail chain depend. Note chain, which had been stretched across the river to prevent the Dutch fleet passing. Engine so slight to guard us from the sea, it fitter seemed to captivate a flea. A skipper rude shocks it without respect, filling his sails more force to recollect. The English from shore, the iron deaf, invoke for its last aid. Hold chain, or we are broke. But with her sailing weight the Holland keel, snapping the brittle links, does thorough reel, and to the rest the opening passage shew. Monk from the bank that dismal sight does view. Our feathered gallants, who come down that day to be spectators safe of the new play, leave him alone when first they hear the gun, Cornbury the fleetest, and to London run. Our seamen, whom no dangerous shape could fright, unpaid, refuse to mount their ships for spite, or to their fellows swim on board the Dutch, who show the tempting metal in their clutch. Oft had he sent of Duncombe and of Legg cannon and powder, but in vain, to beg. Note Duncombe and Legg, the master and the treasurer and superintendent of the ordnance. And up nor castle's ill-deserted wall now needful does for ammunition call. He finds, where'er he succour might expect, confusion, folly, treachery, fear, neglect. But when the royal Charles, what rage, what grief, he saw seized, and could give her no relief, that sacred keel that had, as he, restored its exiled sovereign on its happy board, and thence the British admiral became, crowned for that merit with his master's name, that pleasure boat of war, in whose dear side secure so oft he had his foe defied, now a cheap spoil and the mean victor's slave, taught the Dutch colours from its top to wave. Of former glories the reproachful thought with present shame compared, his mind distraught. Such from Euphrates' bank a tigress fell after her robbers, for her whelps doth yell, but sees enraged the river flow between, frustrate revenge, and love by loss more keen, at her own breast her useless claws does arm. She tears herself, since him she cannot harm. The guards, placed for the chains and fleet's defence, long since were fled on many a feigned pretence. Daniel had therein ventured, man of might. Sweet painter, draw his picture while I write. Paint him a person tall and big of bone, large limbs like ox, not to be killed but shown, Scarce can burnt ivory feign a hair so black, or face so red thine ochre and thy lack. Mix a vain terror in his martial look, and all those lines by which men are mistook. But when by shame constrained to go on board, he heard how the wild cannon nearer roared, he saw himself confined like sheep in pen. Daniel then thought he was in lions' den. But when the frightful fire ships he saw, pregnant with sulphur, nearer to him draw, captain, lieutenant, ensign, all make haste, ere in the fiery furnace they be cast. 3 children, tall, unsinged, away they row, like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Each doleful day still with fresh loss returns. The loyal London now a 3rd time burns. Note, the frigate London had been blown up in 1665, and London itself had been burnt down. And the true Royal Oak and Royal James, allied in fate, increased with theirs her flames. Of all our navy none should now survive, but that the ships themselves were taught to dive, and the kind river in its creek them hides, freighting their pierced keels with oozy tides. Up to the bridge contagious terror struck, the tower itself with the near danger shook, and were not Reuter's maw with ravage cloyed, even London's ashes had been then destroyed. Officious fear, however, to prevent our loss, does so much more our loss augment. The Dutch had robbed those jewels of the crown, our merchantmen, lest they should burn, we drown. Note, they had been sunk to prevent the Dutch ships from coming nearer to London. So, when the fire did not enough devour, the houses were demolished near the tower. Those ships that yearly from their teeming hold, note hold, unloaded here the birth of either pole, fur from the north and silver from the west, from the south perfumes, spices from the east, from Gambo gold, and from the Ganges gems, take a short voyage underneath the Thames, once a deep river, now with timber floored, and shrunk, less navigable, to a ford. Now nothing more at Chatham's left to burn, the Holland squadron leisurely return, and spite of Rupert's and of Albemarle's, to Reuter's triumph led the captive Charles. The pleasing sight he often does prolong, her mast erect, tough cordage, timber strong, her moving shape, all these he doth survey, and all admires, but most his easy prey. The seamen search her all within, without, viewing her strength, they yet their conquest doubt. Then with rude shouts secure, they vex, with gamesome joy insulting on her decks. Such the feared Hebrew captive, blinded, shorn, was led about in sport, the public scorn. Black day accursed! On thee let no man hail out of the port, or dare to hoist a sail, or row a boat in thy unlucky hour. Thee, the year's monster, let thy dam devour, and constant time, to keep his course yet right, fill up thy space with a redoubled night. When aged Thames was bound with fetters base, and Medway chased, ravished before his face, and their dear offspring murdered in their sight, thou and thy fellows saw the odious light. Sad change, since first that happy pair was wed, when all the rivers graced their nuptial bed, and Father Neptune promised to resign his empire old to their immortal line. Now, with vain grief their vainer hopes they rue, themselves dishonored, and the gods untrue, and to each other, helpless couple, moan as the sad tortoise for the seed is grown. But most they for their darling Charles complain, and were it burned, yet less would be their pain, to see that fatal pledge of sea command now in the ravisher de Ruyter's hand. The Thames roared, swooning Medway turned her tide, and, were they mortal, both for grief had died. The court in fathering yet itself doth please, and female Stuart there rules the 4 seas. Note, Miss Frances Stuart, the intended Queen of England, had recently married the Duke of Richmond. She was the model for the Britannia on our coinage, which until the Dutch victories bore the motto, "The 4 seas are mine." But fate does still accumulate our woes, and Richmond her commands, as Rottger those. After this loss, to relish discontent, some one must be accused by Parliament. All our miscarriages on Pett must fall. His name alone seems fit to answer all. Note, Sir Peter Pett, Commissioner for the Navy, the greatest shipbuilder of the age. Pepys says, quote, "All that are greater lay the fault upon him, in hope that he is to bear all the blame." Unquote. He escaped with the loss of his office. Whose counsel first did this mad war beget? Who all command sold to the navy? Pett. Who would not follow when the Dutch were beat? Who treated out the time at Bergen? Pett. Who the Dutch fleet with storms disabled met, and rifling prizes them neglected? Pett. Who with false news prevented the Gazette, the fleet divided, writ for Rupert? Pett. Who all our seamen cheated of their debt, and all our prizes who did swallow? Pett. Who did advise no navy out to set, and who the forts left unprepared? Pett. Who to supply with powder did forget Landguard, Sheerness, Gravesend, and Upnor? Pett. Who all our ships exposed in Chatham net? Who should it be but the fanatic Pett? Pett, the sea architect in making ships, was the first cause of all these naval slips. Had he not built, none of these faults had been. If no creation, there had been no sin. But his great crime, one boat away he sent, that lost our fleet and did our flight prevent. Then, that reward might in its turn take place, and march with punishment in equal pace, Southampton did, much of the treasure's care and place in council fell to Duncombe's share. All men admired he to that pitch could fly, powder ne'er blew man up so soon, so high. Note on the following couplet. Peter means saltpeter. Sir John Duncombe, after having mismanaged the Ordnance Department, was transferred to the Treasury on the death of the Lord Treasurer, the Earl of Southampton. But sure his late good husbandry and Peter showed him to manage the exchequer meter. And who the forts would not vouchsafe a corn, to lavish the king's money more would scorn. Who hath no chimneys to give all his best, and ablest speaker who of law hath least. Who less estate for treasurer most fit, and for a chancellor he that has least wit. But the true cause was that in's brother May, note Baptist May, keeper of the privy purse, the exchequer might the privy purse obey. And now draws near the Parliament's return. Hyde and the court again begin to mourn. Frequent in council, earnest in debate, all arts they try how to prolong its date. Grave Primate Sheldon, note the profligate Archbishop of Canterbury, much in preaching there, blames the last session, and this more does fear. With Boynton or with Middleton 'twere sweet, note Boynton, a maid of honour who married the Duke of Tyrconnell, Middleton, Mrs. Jane Middleton, one of the handsomest women in town, according to Anthony Hamilton, but with the Parliament abhors to meet, and thinks 'twill ne'er be well within this nation till it be governed by a convocation. But in the Thames mouth still de Ruyter laid, the peace not sure, new army must be paid. Hyde saith he hourly waits for a dispatch. Harry, note Henry Coventry, came post just as he showed his watch. All to agree the articles were clear, the Holland fleet and Parliament so near, yet Harry must job back and all mature, binding ere the Houses meet the treaty sure. And 'twixt necessity and spite, till then let them come up, so to go down again. Up ambles country justice on his pad, and vest bespeaks to be more seemly clad. Plain gentlemen are in stage-coach or throne, and deputy lieutenants in their own. The portly burgess, through the weather hot, does for his corporation sweat and trot, and all with sun and choler come adust, and threaten Hyde to raise a greater dust. But fresh as from the mint, the courtiers fine salute them, smiling at their vain design, and Turner gay, note Sir Edward Turner, the speaker, up to his perch doth march, with face new bleached, smoothed and stiff with starch. Tells them he at Whitehall had took a turn, and for 3 days thence moves them to adjourn. Not so, quoth Tomkins, note Sir Thomas Tomkins. The country members feared that the army raised for defence would be employed to put down all opposition against the despotic pretensions of the crown, and straight drew his tongue, trusty as steel that always ready hung, and so proceeding in his motion warm, the army soon raised, he doth as soon disarm. True Trojan, whilst this town can girls afford, and long as cider lasts in Hereford, the girls shall always kiss thee, though grown old, and in eternal healths thy name betroth'd. Meanwhile the certain news of peace arrives at court, and so reprieves their guilty lives. Hyde orders Turner that he should come late, lest some new Tomkins spring a fresh debate. The king, that early raised was from his rest, expects as at a play till Turner's dressed. At last together Eton came, and he, note Eton, perhaps Evelyn's good friend Mr. Eton, afterwards a judge. Unquote. No dial more could with the son agree. The speaker, summoned to the Lords, repairs, nor gave the Commons leave to say their prayers, but, like his prisoners, to the bar them led, where mute they stand to hear their sentence read. Trembling with joy and fear, Hyde them prorogues, and had almost mistook and called them rogues. Dear painter, draw this speaker to the foot, where pencil cannot, there my pen shall do't. That may his body, this his mind explain. Paint him in golden gown with mace's train, bright hair, fair face, obscure and dull of head, like knife with ivory haft and edge of lead. At prayers his eyes turn up the pious white, but all the while his private bills in sight. In chair he smoking sits like master cook, and a pole bill does like his apron look. Well was his skill to season any question, and make a sauce fit for Whitehall's digestion, whence every day the palate more to tickle, court mushrooms ready are sent in to pickle. When grievance urged, he swells like squatted toad, frisks like a frog to croak a tax's load. At table, jolly as a country host, and soaks his sack with Norfolk like a toast. At night, than Chanticleer more brisk and hot, and sergeant's wife serves him for pot-a-lot. Note, a hen, or noisy cackling woman. Paint last the king, and a dead shade of night, only dispersed by a weak taper's light, and those bright gleams that dart along and glare from his clear eyes, yet these too dart with care. There, as in the calm horror all alone, he wakes and muses of the uneasy throne. Raise up a sudden shape with virgin's face, though ill agree her posture, hour, or place, naked as born, and her round arms behind, with her own tresses interwove and twined, her mouth locked up, a blind before her eyes, yet from beneath her veil her blushes rise, and silent tears her secret anguish speak. Her heart throbs, and with very shame would break. The object strange in him no terror moved. He wondered first, then pitied, then he loved. And with kind hand does the coy vision press, whose beauty greater seemed by her distress, but soon shrunk back, chilled with the touch so cold, and the airy picture vanished from his hold. In his deep thoughts the wonder did increase, and he divined 'twas England or the peace. Express him startling next, with listening ear, as one that some unusual noise doth hear, with cannons, trumpets, drums his door surround, but let some other painter draw the sound. Thrice he did rise, thrice the vain tumult fled, but again thunders when he lies in bed. His mind secure does the vain stroke repeat, and finds the drums Lewis's march did beat. Shake then the room, and all his curtains tear, and with blue streaks infect the taper clear, while the pale ghosts his eyes doth fixed admire of grandsire Harry, note Henri IV, assassinated by Ravaillac. His daughter was Queen Henrietta Maria of England, and of Charles his sire. Harry sits down, and in his open side the grisly wound reveals of which he died, and ghastly Charles, turning his collar low, the purple thread about his neck does show. Then, whispering to his son in words unheard, through the locked door both of them disappeared. The wondrous night the pensive king revolves, and rising straight on Hyde's disgrace resolves. Notes on the following lines: Castlemaine, the king's favourite mistress; Bennet and Coventry, Lord Arlington and Sir William Coventry; Bristol, the Earl of Bristol. At his first step he Castlemaine does find, Bennet and Coventry, as 'twas designed, and they not knowing, the same thing propose which his hid mind did in its depths enclose. Through their feigned speech their secret hearts he knew, to her own husband Castlemaine untrue, false to his master Bristol, Arlington, and Coventry falser than any one, who to the brother would betray, nor therefore trusts himself to such as they. His father's ghost too whispered him one note, that who dares cut his purse will cut his throat. But in wise anger he their crimes forbears, as thieves reprieved from executioners. While Hyde, provoked, his foaming tusk does whet, to prove them traitors, and himself the pet, note the scapegoat, as pet had been. Painter, adieu, how well our arts agree! Poetic picture, painted poetry. But this great work is for our monarch fit, and henceforth Charles only to Charles shall sit. His master hand the ancient shall outdo, himself the painter and the poet too. End of section 8. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland.
The Poems and Some Satires of Andrew Marvell, edited by Edward Wright. Recorded for LibriVox.org. 9. To the King and the Loyal Scot. To the King. So his bold tube-man to the sun applied, and spots unknown in the bright star descried, showed they obscure him while too near they please, and seem his courtiers are but his disease. Through optic trunk the planet seemed to hear, and hurls them off ere since in his career. And you, great sir, that with him empire share, son of our world, as he the Charles is there, blame not the muse that brought those spots to sight, which in your splendor hid corrode your light. Kings in the country oft have gone astray, nor of a peasant scorned to learn the way. Would she the unattended throne reduce, banishing love, trust, ornament, and use? Better it were to live in cloisters lock, or in fair fields to rule the easy flock. She blames them only who the court restrain, and where all England serves themselves would reign. Bold and accursed are those who all this while have strode to isle the monarch from this isle, and to improve themselves by false pretense about the common prince have raised a fence. The kingdom from the crown distinct would see, and peel the bark to burn at last the tree. As Ceres corn and Flora is the spring, Bacchus is wine, the country is the king. Not so does rust insinuating wear, nor powder so the vaulted bastion tear, no earthquake so an hollow isle o'erwhelm, as scratching courtiers undermine a realm, and through the palace's foundations bore, burying themselves to hold their guilty store. The smallest vermin make the greatest waste, and a poor warren once a city raced. Note: compare Holland's Pliny. Quote, Monsieur Varro writes that there was a town in Spain undermined by conies, and another likewise in Thessalia by the Moldwarps. End quote. Natural History 1:829. End note. But they who born to virtue and to wealth, nor guilt to flattery binds, nor want to stealth, whose generous conscience and whose courage high does with clear counsels their large souls supply, who serve the king with their estates and care, and as in love on parliaments can stare, where few the number, choice is there less hard, give us this court and rule without a guard. The Loyal Scot. Note: Captain Archibald Douglas was on board the Royal Oak on the 12th June 1667 when it was set on fire by the Dutch. Having been ordered to defend it, he said, quote, it should never be told that a Douglas had quitted his post without orders, end quote, and he remained alone in the flames. Cleveland had written a satire, The Rebel Scot, which ends, quote, a Scot, when from the gallows tree got loose, drops into sticks and turns a sullen goose, end quote. Marvell continues it from this point, end note. By Cleveland's ghost upon the death of Captain Douglas, burned on his ship at Chatham. When the old heroes of the warlike shades saw Douglas marching on the Elysian glades, they straight consulted, gathering in a ring, which of their poets should his welcome sing, and as a favorable penance chose Cleveland, on whom they would the task impose. He understood and willingly addressed his ready muse to court the noble guest. Much had he cured the humor of his vein, he judged more clearly now and saw more plain, for those soft airs had tempered every thought. Sense of wise Lethe he had drunk a draught. Abruptly he began disguising art, as of his satire this had been a part. Not so brave Douglas, on whose lovely chin the early down but newly did begin, and modest beauty yet his sex did veil, while envious virgins hope he is a male. His yellow locks curl back themselves to seek, nor other courtship know but to his cheek. Oft as he in chill Esk or Tyne by night hardened and cooled his limbs so soft, so white, among the reeds to be espied by him, the nymph would rush and he would forward swim. They sighed and said, fond boy, why so untame, that fliest love's fires reserved for other flame? First on his ship he faced that horrid day, and wondered much at those that ran away. No other fear himself could comprehend, than lest heaven fall ere thither he ascend. With birding at the Dutch as if in sport, he entertains the while his time so short. Or waves his sword, and could he them conjure, within his circle knows himself secure. The fatal bark him boards with grappling fire, and safely through its port the Dutch retire. That precious life he still disdains to save, or with known art to try the gentle wave. Much him the glories of his ancient race inspire, nor could he his own deeds deface. And secret joy in his calm breast doth rise. That monk looks on to see how Douglas dies. Like a glad lover the fierce flames he meets, and tries his first embraces in their sheets. His shape exact, which the bright flames enfold, like the sun's statue stands of burnished gold. Round the transparent fire about him glows, as the clear amber on the bead does close. And as on angels' heads their glories shine, his burning locks adorn his face divine. But when in his immortal mind he felt his altering form and soldered limbs to melt, down on the deck he laid himself and died, with his dear sword reposing by his side. And on the flaming planks he rests his head, as one that hugs himself in his warm bed. His ship burns down, and with his relics sinks, and the sad stream beneath his ashes drinks. Fortunate boy, if e'er my verse may claim that matchless grace to propagate thy name. When Oeta and Alcides are forgot, our English youth shall sing the valiant Scot. Ship saddle, Pegasus, thou needest not brag. Sometimes the Galloway proves the better nag. Shall not a death so generous when told unite our distance, fill our breaches old? So in the Roman Forum, Curtius brave, galloping down, closed up the gaping cave. No more discourse of Scotch and English race, nor chant the fabulous hunt of Chevy Chase. Mixed in Corinthian metal at thy flame, to nations melting thy colossus frame, shall fix a foot on either neighboring shore, and join those lands that seemed to part before. Prick down that point, whoever has the art, where nature's Scotland does from England part. Anatomists may sooner fix the cells where life resides or understanding dwells. But this we know, though that exceed their skill, that whosoever separates does kill. Will you the Tweed that sullen bounder call, of soil, of wit, of manners, and of all? Why draw you not as well the thrifty line from Thames, Trent, Humber, or at least the Tyne? So may we the state corpulence redress, and little England, when we please, make less. What ethic river is this wondrous Tweed, whose one bank virtue t'other vice does breed? Or what new perpendicular does rise up from her streams continued to the skies, that between us the common air should bar, and split the influence of every star? But who considers right will find indeed 'tis Holy Island parts us, not the Tweed. Note, about 11 miles south of the Tweed. The established church is, of course, intended. End note. Nothing but clergy could us two seclude. No Scots was ever like a bishop's feud. All litanies in this have wanted faith. There's no deliver us from a bishop's wrath. Never shall Calvin pardon be for sales, never for Burnet's sake the Lauderdales. Note, as Calvin and Sir Francis de Sales were countrymen, so were the Duke of Lauderdale and Alexander Burnet, the Archbishop of Glasgow, who opposed his policy of persecuting the Covenanters. End note. For Becket's sake, Kent always shall have tales. Note, someone instrued having cut off the tail of the horse of Sir Thomas a Becket. The saint so cursed the town people, that they were thenceforward born with horses' tails. End note. Whose sermons e'er can pacify and prayers, or to the joint stools reconcile the chairs. Though kingdoms join, yet church will kirk oppose. The mitre still divides, the crown does close. As in rogation week, they whip us round. Note, alluding to the old custom of taking boys to the parish marks and giving them a beating, so that they might have reason to remember when they grew old the traditional bounds. End note. To keep in mind the Scotch and English bound, what the ocean binds is by the bishop's rent. Their seas make islands in our continent. Nature in vain us in one land compiles, if the cathedral still shall have its aisles. Nothing, not bogs, nor sands, nor seas, nor Alps, separates the world so as the bishop's scalps. Stretch for the line their surcingle alone, 'twill make a more inhabitable zone. The friendly lodestone has not more combined than bishops cramped the commerce of mankind. A bishop will, like Mahomet, seize the moon and slip one half into his sleeve as soon. The puzzling prelate on his hocus calls, shows you just one, then makes that one 2 balls. Instead of all the plagues, had bishops come, Pharaoh at first would have sent Israel home. From church they need not censure men away, the bishop's self is an anathema. Their rank ambition all this hate hath stirred, a bishop's rennet makes the strongest curd. How reverend things are long lawn sleeves and ease, how a clean laundress and no sermon please. They wanted zeal and learning so mistook Bible and grammar for the service book. Religion has the world too long depraved, a shorter ways to be by clergy saved. Believe but only as the church believes, and learn to pin your faith upon their sleeves. As like Lot's wife they shall look back and halt, and surpliced show like pillars too of salt. Who that is wise would pulpit toil endure? A bishopric is a great sinecure. Enough for them, God knows, to count their wealth, to excommunicate and study health, and higher work is to their court annexed. Their nations they divide, their curates next. No bishop rather than it should be so, no church, no trade, no king, no people, no. All mischiefs molded by these states divines. Aaron cast calves, but Moses them calcines. The legion devil did one man possess, one bishop fiend spirits a diocese. That power at once can loose this spell that ties, and only kings can bishops exercise. Will you be healed, princes? Here fall too. Fish and flesh bishops are your ambigu. Howe'er insipid, yet the sauce will mend 'em. Bishops are very good when in commendam. If wealth or lust can tempt your appetites, these Templar lords exceed the Templar knights, and in a barren bishop you have both, Leviathan served up and Behemoth. How can you bear such miscreants should live, and holy adders holy orders give? None knows what God our flamen priest adores. One mitre fills the heads of full 4 Moors. No wonder if the Orthodox do bleed, whilst Sheldon stands at Athanasius' creed. What so obdurate pagan heretic but will transform for an archbishopric? In faith erroneous and in life profane, these hypocrites their silk and satin stain. Seth's pillars are no antique brick and stone, but of the choicest modern flesh and bone. Their company's the worst that ever played, and their religion all but masquerade. The conscious bishop therefore did not err, when for a church he built a theatre. Note Archbishop Sheldon, who built the Sheldonian Theatre at Oxford. End note. A congruous dress they to themselves adapt, like smutty stories in clean linen wrapped, do but their piebald lordships once uncase. Of rockets, lippets, copes, and where's the grace? And hungry chaplain like a starved rat, eating his neighbor bishop grows or cat. But an apocryphal archbishop's belly, like snake that toads do eat, to dragons swell ye. Strange was the sight that Scotch twin-headed man Note, a reference perhaps to the Duke of Lauderdale and Archbishop Sharp, who were persecuting the Covenanters and quarreling between themselves. End note. With single body like the two-necked swan, and wild disputes betwixt those heads must grow, where's but 2 hands to act, 2 feet to go. Nature in living emblem this expressed, when Britain was between 2 kings distressed. But now, when one head doth both realms control, the bishop's noddle creeps up cheek by jowl. They, though no poets, on Parnassus dream, and in their causes think themselves supreme. King's head saith this, but bishop saith that do. Does Charles the Second reign, or Charles the Two? Well, that Scotch master and that bishop sort, he was musician too, and dwelt at court. Hark! Though at such a distance, what a noise, shattering the silent air, disturbs our joys. The mitred hubbub against Pluto moot, the cloven head must govern cloven foot. Strange boldness bishops even there rebel, and plead their just divinum though in hell. Those whom you hear more clamorous yet and loud, of ceremonies wrangle in the crowd, and would like chemists fixing mercury, transfuse indifference to necessity. To sit is necessary in Parliament, to conform is necessary or be shent. But to reform is all indifferent, 'tis necessary bishops have their rent. To steal from poor men is indifferent, 'tis necessary to rebuild St. Paul's. Indifferent to rob churches of their coals. 'Tis necessary Lambeth never wed, indifferent to have a wench in bed. Such bishops are without a compliment, not necessary nor indifferent. Incorrigible among all their pains, some sue for tithes of the Elysian plains. Others attempt to cook their fervent chine, a second time to ravish Proserpine. Luxury, malice, superstition, pride, oppression, avarice, ambition, idleness, and the vice that did abound when first they lived still haunts them underground. Had it not been for such a bias strong, 2 nations ne'er had missed the mark so long. The world in all doth but 2 nations bear, the good, the bad, and those mixed everywhere. Under each pole place either of the 2, the good will bravely, bad will basely do. And few indeed can parallel our climes, for works heroic or heroic crimes. The trial would, however, be too nice, which stronger were, a Scotch or English vice, or whether the same virtue would reflect from Scotch or English heart the same effect. Nation is all but name a shibboleth, where a mistaken accent causes death. In paradise names only nature showed, at Babel names from pride and discord flowed. And ever since men, with a female spite, first call each other names, and then they fight. Scotland and England, cause of just uproar, do man and wife signify rogue and whore. Say but a Scot, and straight we fall to sides. That syllable like a Pict's wall divides. Rational men's words pledges are of peace. Perverted serve dissension to increase. For shame extirpate from each loyal breast that senseless rancor against interest. 1 king, 1 faith, 1 language, and 1 isle. English and Scotch, 'tis all but cross and pile. Charles, our great soul, this only understands. He our affections both and wills command. And where twin sympathies cannot atone, knows the last secret, how to make us one. Just so the prudent husbandman that sees the idle tumult of his factious bees, the morning dews and flowers neglected grown, the hive a combat, every bee a drone, powders them o'er till none discern their foes, and all themselves in meal and friendship lose. The insect kingdom straight begins to thrive, and each works honey for the common hive. Pardon, young hero, this so long transport, thy death more noble did the same extort. My former satire for this verse forget, my fault against my recantation set. I single did against a nation right, against a nation thou didst singly fight. My differing crime doth more thy virtue raise, and such my rashness best thy valor praise. Here Douglas smiling said he did intend, after such frankness shown to be his friend. Forewarned him therefore, lest in time he were metempsychost to some Scotch presbyter. End of 9. To the King and the Loyal Scot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Christine Rottger.
The Poems and Some Satires of Andrew Marvell, edited by Edward Wright, recorded for LibriVox.org. Section 10. Satires. Clarendon's Housewarming. Note, i.e. Cleveland's. When Clarendon had discerned beforehand, as the cause can easily foretell the effect, at once 3 deluges threatening our land, 'twas the season he thought to turn architect. Note, the fire of London, the plague, and the Dutch war. Us Mars and Apollo and Vulcan consume, while he, the betrayer of England and Flanders, like the kingfisher chooseth to build in the broom, and nestles in flames like the salamanders. But observing that mortals run often behind, so unreasonable are the rates that they buy at, his omnipotence therefore much rather designed how he might create a house with a fiat. But then, recollecting how the harper Amphion made Thebes dance aloft when he fiddled and sung, he thought, as an instrument he was most free on, to build with the Jew's harp of his own tongue. Yet a precedent fitter in Virgil he found of African Pulteney and Syrian Dyed. Note, Sir William Pulteney was one of the owners of the land granted by the king to Clarendon in June 1664 for the site of his house. Dido, in order to build Carthage, bought as much ground as could be enclosed in a bull's hide, which she cut up into small thongs, and so obtained a large piece of land. Aeneid 1, 367-8. That he begged for a palace, so much of his ground as might carry the measure and name of a hide. Thus daily his gouty inventions him pained, and all for to save the expenses of brickbat, that engine so fatal which Denham had brained, and too much resembled his wife's chocolate. Note, Clarendon's daughter, the Duchess of York, was supposed to have poisoned Lady Denham. Denham himself had gone mad. But while these devices he all doth compare, none solid enough seemed for his strong caster. Note, Beaver, i.e. builder. He himself would not dwell in a castle of air, though he had built full many a one for his master. Already he had got all our money and cattle to buy us for slaves, and to purchase our lands. What Joseph by famine he wrought by sea battle, nay, scarce the priest's portion could scape from his hands. And henceforth, like Pharaoh, that Israel pressed to make mortar and brick, yet allowed him no straw, he cared not though Egypt's 10 plagues us distressed, so he could but to build make that policy law. The Scotch forts in Dunkirk, but that they were sold, he would have demolished to raise up his walls. Nay, e'en from Tangier have sent back for the mould, but that he had nearer the stones of St. Paul's. Note, during Clarendon's ministry the Scottish forts had been demolished, and Dunkirk, Cromwell's conquest, sold, while expensive harbour works were carried out at Tangier, a useless place, forming the dowry of Charles II's queen, whom Clarendon had introduced. Clarendon House was built of stones purchased from material that had first been intended for the repair of St. Paul's. His wood would come in at the easier rate, so long as the yards had a deal or a spar, His friend in the navy would not be ingrate to grudge him some timber, who framed him the war. To proceed on this model, he called in his Allans, note probably Sir Allan Apsley and Sir Allan Broderick, the two Allans, when jovial, who ply him with gallons, the two Allans who serve his blind justice for balance, the two Allans who served his injustice for talons. They approved it thus far, and said it was fine, yet his lordship to finish it would be unable, unless all abroad he divulged the design, for his house then would grow like a vegetable. His rent would no more in arrear run to Worcester. Note: before the palace was finished, Clarendon lived in the Earl of Worcester's house in the Strand. He should dwell more noble and cheap too at home, while into a fabric the presence would muster, as by hook and by crook the world clustered of atom. He liked the advice, and then soon it essayed, and presents crowd headlong to give good example. So the bribes overlaid her that Rome once betrayed, the tribes ne'er contributed so to the temple. Straight judges, priests, bishops, true sons of the seal, sinners, governors, farmers, bankers, potentes, bring in the whole milk of a year to a meal, as all cheddar clubs dairy to the incorporate cheese. Bulteel's note: John Bulteel, MP for Lostwithiel. Beacon is possibly meant for Beecham. Colonel Morley, Matthew Wren, Clarendon's secretary. Alderman Sir Thomas Clutterbuck, and Kipps, Clarendon's seal-bearer. A manuscript copy includes Pepys's name. Bulteel's, Beacon's, Morley's, Wren's fingers with telling were shrivelled, and Clutterbuck's, Eager's, and Kipps's, since the act of oblivion was never such spelling as at this benevolence out of the snips. 'Twas then that the chimney contractors he smoked, note punished, nor would take his beloved canary in kind, but he swore that the patent should ne'er be revoked, no, would the whole Parliament kiss him behind. Like Jove under Etna o'erwhelming the giant, for foundation the Bristol sunk in the earth's bowel, and St. John must now for the leads be compliant, or his right hand shall else be cut off with a trowel. For surveying the building 'twas Pratt did the feat, but for the expense he relied on Worstenholm, who sat heretofore at the king's receipt, but received now and paid the chancellor's custom. By subsidies thus both cleric and laic, and with matter profane cemented with holy, he finished at last this palace mosaic by a model more excellent than Leslie's folly. And upon the terrace, to consummate all, a lantern like foes surveys the burnt town, and shows on the top, by the regal gilt ball, where you are to expect the sceptre and crown. Fond city, its rubbish and ruins that builds, like vain chemists, a flower from its ashes returning. Your metropolis house is in St. James's Fields, and till there you remove, you shall never leave burning. This temple of war and of peace is the shrine where this idol of state sits adored and accursed, and to Hansel is altar and nostrils divine, great Buckingham's sacrifice must be the first. Note: the Duke of Buckingham was charged with treason in 1667, but released on the intercession of Lady Castlemaine. Now some, as all builders must censure abide, throw dust on its front and blame situation, and others as much reprehend his backside, note back garden, as too narrow by far for his expatiation, but do not consider how in process of times that for namesake he may with Hyde Park it enlarge, and with what convenience he hence for his crimes at Tyburn may land and spare the Tower barge, or rather how wisely his stall was built near, lest with driving too far his tallow impair, when, like the whole ox, for public good cheer he comes to be roasted next St. James's Fair. End of section 9. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland.
The Poems and Some Satires of Andrew Marvell, edited by Edward Wright, recorded for LibriVox.org. Section 11, Upon His House, Epigram upon his grandchildren, and farther instructions to a painter. Upon his house, here lie the sacred bones of Paul beguiled of his stones. Here lie golden briberies, the price of ruined families. Note: Clarendon was supposed to have received bribes from those who had been enriched by the spoil of the Cavaliers' families when the Act of Oblivion was being passed. End note. The Cavaliers' Devonshire wall fixed on an eccentric basis. Here Dunkirk town and Tangier Hall. Note: the palace was nicknamed Dunkirk House because it was reported that Clarendon had built it with his share of the price of Dunkirk. End note. The Queen's marriage and all, the Dutchman's templum passus. Note: it was also said Clarendon received money for the Dutch to treat for peace. Epigram upon his grandchildren. Note: the Duke of Kendal died on the 26th of May, 1667, and the Duke of Cambridge was not expected to live. They were the children of Anne Hyde, the Duchess of York. The poisoning of Lady Denham was by some attributed to Rochester's wife and not to the Duchess of York. End note. Kendal is dead, and Cambridge riding post. What fitter sacrifice for Denham's ghost? Farther instructions to a painter. Painter, once more thy pencil reassume, and draw me in one scene London and Rome. Here holy Charles, there good Aurelius sat, mourning to see their sons degenerate. The Romans taking up the fencer's trade, the Britons jigging it in masquerade. Whilst the brave youths, tired with the toil of state, their weary minds and limbs to recreate, do to their more beloved delights repair, one to his wench, the other to his player. Then change the scene and let the next present a landskip of our motley parliament, and place hard by the bar on the left hand Circean Clifford with his charming wand, our pig-eyed Duncombe and his Dover fashion, set by the worst attorney of our nation, this great triumvirate that can divide the spoils of England, and along that side place Falstaff's regiment of threadbare coats, all looking this way how to give their votes. And of his dear reward let none despair, for money comes when Seymour leaves the chair. Change once again, and let the scene afford the figure of a drunken council board. At Arlington's, and round about it sat our mighty masters in a warm debate. Full bowls of lusty wine make them repeat, to make the other council board forget that whilst the King of France with powerful arms frightens all Christendom with fresh alarms, we in our glorious bacchanals dispose the humble fate of a plebeian nose. Note: in December 1670, Sir John Coventry, who had, on a question of taxing the playhouses, ironically referred in the House to the King's amours with the actresses, was waylaid by a troop of soldiers commanded by Sir Thomas Sandys and O'Brien, the Earl of Inchiquin's son, who cut off his nose. End note. Which to effect, when thus it was decreed, draw me a champion mounted on a steed, and after him a brave brigade of horse, armed at all points, ready to reinforce the body of foot that was to have the van in this assault upon a single man. This must make O'Brien great in story, and add more beams to Sandy's former glory. Draw our Olympia next in council set, with Cupid Seymour and the Fool of State, two of the first recanters of the house, that aim at mountains and bring forth a mouse, who make it by their mean retreat appear. 5 members need not be demanded here. These must assist her in her countermines to overthrow the Derby House designs, whilst positive walks like woodcock in the dark, contriving projects with a brewer's clerk. Thus all employ themselves, and without pity leave Temple singly to beat in the city. End of 11. Upon his house, epigram upon his grandchildren, and farther instructions to a painter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Christine Rottger.
The Poems and Some Satires of Andrew Marvell, edited by Edward Wright, recorded for LibriVox.org. Section 12. Satires. On Blood's Stealing the Crown. Note. On 9th May, 1671, Colonel Blood went to the Tower, pretending he was curious to see the regalia. After stabbing the keeper, he boldly walked with his spoil, passed the guards, and was only taken through his horse accidentally falling down. As a punishment, he was afterwards given estates in Ireland worth £500 a year. When daring Blood, his rent to have regained, upon the English diadem distrained, he chose the cassock, surcingle, and gown, the fittest mask for one that robs the crown. But his lay pity underneath prevailed, and whilst he saved the keeper's life, he failed. With the priest's vestment, had he but put on the prelate's cruelty, the crown had gone. Royal Resolutions. When the plate was at pawn, and the fob at low ebb, and the spider might weave in our stomachs its web, and our pockets as empty as brain, then Charles without acre made these vows to his Maker: If e'er I see England again, I will have a religion then all of my own, whether popish or Protestant shall not be known, and if it grow troublesome, I will have none. I will have a fine Parliament always to friend, and furnish me treasure as fast as I spend, but when they will not, they shall have an end. I will have as fine bishops as were e'er made with hands, with consciences flexible to my commands, but if they displease me, I'll have all their lands. I will have my Chancellor bear all the sway, note the Earl of Clarendon, yet if man should clamour, I'll pack him away, and yet call him home again soon as I may. I will have a fine navy to conquer the seas, and the Dutch shall give caution for their provinces, but if they should beat me, I'll do what they please. I will have a new London instead of the old, with wide streets and uniform to my own mould, but if they build it too fast, I will soon make them hold. I will have a fine son, note the Duke of Monmouth. He succeeded Lord Gerard as captain of the Guards in 1668. In making, though marred, if not o'er a kingdom, to reign o'er my guard, and successor, if not to me, to Gerard. I will have a fine court with ne'er an old face, and always who beards me shall have the next grace, and I either will vacate or buy him a place. I will have a privy purse, note Baptist May was keeper of the privy purse, without a control. I'll wink all the while my revenue is stole, and if any be questioned, I'll answer the whole. I will have a privy council to sit always still. I will have a fine junta to do what I will. Note Heneage Finch, Danby, Lauderdale, Arlington, and William Coventry. I will have 2 fine secretaries using 1 quill. But whatever it cost me, I will have a fine as bold as Alice Pierce, and as fair as Jane Shore. And when I am weary of her, I'll have more, which if any bold commoner dare to oppose, note alluding to the assault on Sir John Coventry for remarking indirectly on Nell Gwynn and Moll Davis, I'll order my bravos to cut off his nose, the fort I a branch of prerogative lose. Of my pimp I will make my minister premier, note Sir Henry Bennet, afterwards Lord Arlington, who helped to manage the king's mistresses. My bawd shall ambassadors send far and near, and my wench shall dispose of the congé d'élire. Note, nomination of bishops. If this please not, I'll reign upon any condition. Miss and I will both learn to live on exhibition, and I'll first put the church, then the crown in commission. Note, placed in the charge of a body of persons instead of the constitutional administrator. I will have a fine tunic, a sash, and a vest. Though not rule like a Turk, yet I will be so dressed. And who knows but the mode may soon bring in the rest? I will have a fine pond, note, in St. James's Park, and a pretty decoy, where the ducks and the drakes may their freedom enjoy, and quack in their language still, Vive le Roi. The ancient nobility I will lay by, and new ones create, great places to supply, that they may fortunes raise to my own fry. Some one I'll advance from a common descent. Note, Sir Thomas Osborne, afterwards Lord Danby, and then Duke of Leeds, so high that he shall hector the Parliament, and all wholesome laws for the public prevent. And I will assert him to such a degree, that all his foul treasons, though daring they be, under my hand and seal shall have indemnity. I'll wholly abandon all public affairs, and pass all my time with buffoons and players, and saunter to Nelly when I should be at prayers. An historical poem. Of a tall stature and of sable hue, much like the son of Kish, and that lofty Jew, 12 years complete he, note Charles II, suffered in exile, and kept his father's asses all the while, note his father's counsellors, Hyde, etc. At length, by wonderful impulse of fate, the people call him home to help the state, and what is more, they send him money too, and clothe him all from head to foot anew. Nor did he such small favours then disdain, who in his 30th year began to reign. In a slashed doublet when he came ashore, and dubbed poor Palmer's wife his royal whore. Note, the future Duchess of Cleveland. Bishops and deans, peers, pimps, and knights he made, things highly fitting for a monarch's trade. With women, wine, and viands of delight, his jolly vassals feast him day and night. But the best times have ever some alloy. His younger brother died by treachery, note the Duke of Gloucester. And his Dutch sister, note Princess of Orange, quickly after died, hot in her nature and of wanton pride. Bold James survives, no dangers make him flinch. He marries Signor Falmouth's pregnant wench. Note, it was alleged that before the Duke of York married Anne Hyde, she had had relations with Sir Charles Berkeley, afterwards Lord Falmouth. The pious Mother Queen, note Henrietta Maria opposed the marriage, hearing her son was thus enamoured with a buttered bun, and that the fleet was gone in pomp and state to fetch for Charles the flowery Lisbon Kate, note Queen Catherine, she chants Te Deum, and so comes away to wish her hopeful issue timely joy. Her most uxorious mate she ruled of old, why not with easy youngsters make as bold? From the French court she haughty topics brings, deludes their pliant nature with vain things. Her mischief-breeding breast did so prevail, the new-got Flemish town was set to sail. Note Dunkirk. For these and German sins, note Lord St. Albans was supposed to be married to the Queen Dowager, she founds a church, so slips away and leaves us in the lurch. Now the court sins did every place defile, and plagues and war fell heavy on our isle. Pride nourished folly, folly a delight, with the Batavian Commonwealth to fight. But the Dutch fleet fled suddenly with fear, death and the Duke so dreadful did appear. The dreadful victor took his soft repose, scorning pursuit of such mechanic foes. But now the Duke of York grew over-hot with Denham and Carnegie's infected plot, which with religion so inflamed his ire, he left the city when 'twas got on fire. So Philip's son, inflamed with a miss, burned down the palace of Persepolis. Foiled thus by Venus, he Bellona woos, and with the Dutch a second war renews. But here his French-bred prowess proved in vain. De Ruyter claps him in Solbay again. Note: the Battle of Solge Bay was fought in 1672. This isle was well reformed, and gained renown, whilst the brave Tudors wore the imperial crown. But since the ill-got race of Stuarts came, it has recoiled to popery and shame. Misguided monarchs, rarely wise or just, tainted with pride or with impetuous lust. Should we the Blackheath project here relate? Note: in 1673, a great camp at Blackheath was formed to invade Holland, or, as many thought, to conquer London and Parliament and make the king absolute. Or count the various blemishes of state, my muse would on the reader's patience grate. The poor Priapus king, led by the nose, looks as a thing set up to scare the crows, yet in the mimics of the Spintrian sport outdoes Tiberius and his goatish court. The Senate, which should headstrong princes stay, let loose the reins, and gave the realm away. With lavish hands they constant tributes give, and annual stipends for their guilt receive. Corrupt with gold, they wives and daughters bring to the black idol, note Charles II, for an offering. All but religious cheats might justly swear he true vicegerent to old Moloch were. Priests were the first deluders of mankind, who with vain faith made all their reason blind. Not Lucifer himself more proud than they, and yet persuade the world they must obey. 'Gainst avarice and luxury complain, and practice all the vices they arraign. Riches and honour they from laymen reap, and with dull Crambo feed the silly sheep. As Killigrew, buffoons his master, note Thomas Killigrew, juster and playwright, groom to the bedchamber to the king, they droll on their god, but a much duller way. With hocus pocus and their heavenly sleight, they gain on tender consciences at night. Whoever has an overzealous wife becomes the priest's amphitrio during life. Note: host. Who would such men heaven's messengers believe? Who from the sacred pulpit dare deceive? Baal's wretched curates legerdemained it so, and never durst their tricks above board show. When our first parents paradise did grace, the serpent was the prelate of the place. Fond Eve did, for this subtle tempter's sake, from the forbidden tree the pippin take. His God and Lord this preacher did betray, to have the weaker vessel made his prey. Since death and sin did human nature blot, the chiefest blessings Adam's chaplain got. Thrice wretched they who nature's laws detest, to tread the fantastic mazes of a priest, till native reason's basely forced to yield, and hosts of upstart errors gain the field. My muse presumed a little to digress, and touched their holy function with her verse. Now to the state she tends again direct, and does on giant Lauderdale reflect. Note: the Duke of Lauderdale, who with Archbishop Sharp was endeavouring to establish the English Church in Scotland by persecuting the Covenanters. This haughty monster with his ugly claws first tempered poison to destroy our laws, declares the council's edicts are beyond the most authentic statutes of the land, sets up in Scotland, à la mode de France, taxes, excise, and armies does advance. This Saracen his country's freedom broke, to bring upon their necks the heavier yoke. This is the savage pimp, without dispute, first brought his mother for a prostitute. Of all the miscreants ever went to hell, this villain rampant bears away the bell. Now must my muse deplore the nation's fate, like a true lover for a dying mate. The royal evil so malignant grows, nothing the dire contagion can oppose. In our weal public scarce one thing succeeds, for one man's weakness a whole nation bleeds. Ill luck starts up, and thrives like evil weeds. Let Cromwell's ghost smile with contempt to see old England truckling under slavery. His meagre Highness, now he's got astride, does on Britannia as on Churchill ride. Note: another of the Duke of York's mistresses. White-livered Danby, For his swift jackal, note, Sir Thomas Osborne, afterwards Lord Danby and Duke of Leeds. From 1673 to 1678 he practically governed the country, and endeavoured to keep Parliament in subjection by bribing the members. He was a party to the secret French treaty of 1676. To hunt down's prey, and hope to master all, Clifford and Hyde before had lost the day. One hanged himself, and t'other ran away. 'Twas want of wit and courage made them fail, but Osborne and the Duke must needs prevail. Note, Lord Clifford, Osborne's predecessor, had committed suicide, and Clarendon had retreated to the Continent. The Duke now vaunts with popish myrmidons. Our fleets, our ports, our cities, and our towns are manned by him, or by his holiness. Bold Irish ruffians do his court address. This is the colony to plant his knaves. From hence he picks and culls his murdering braves. Here, for an ensign's or lieutenant's place, they'll kill a judge or justice of the peace. At his command, Mac, note the Irish, will do anything. He'll burn a city or destroy a king. From Tiber came the advice boat monthly home, and brought new lessons to the Duke from Rome. Here, with cursed precepts, and with counsels dire, the godly cheat king would-be did aspire. Tells him the Holy Church demands his aid. Heaven had him chieftain of Great Britain made. Bids him be bold, all dangers to defy. His brother, sneaking heretic, shall die. Note, Charles II. Marvell, like most men, thought the king a member of the English Church, though, as a matter of fact, he was as much a Roman Catholic as his brother, but was afraid to own it. His brother, sneaking heretic, shall die. A priest shall do it, from whose sacred stroke all England straight should fall beneath his yoke. God did renounce him and his cause disown, and in his stead had placed him on his throne. From Saul the land of promise thus was rent, and Jesse's son placed in the government. The Holy Scripture vindicates his cause, and monarchs are above all human laws. Thus said the scarlet whore to her gallant, who straight designed his brother to supplant. Fiends of ambition here his soul possessed, and thirst of empire calentured his breast. Note, calentured, wrought a fever in. Hence ruin and destruction had ensued, and all the people been in blood imbrued, had not Almighty Providence drawn near, and stopped his malice in his full career. Be wise, ye sons of men, tempt God no more to give you kings in's wrath to vex you sore. If a king's brother can such mischiefs bring, then how much greater mischiefs such a king. Advice to a painter to draw the Duke of York. Spread a large canvas, painter, to contain the great assembly and the numerous train, who all about him, note the Duke. This satire appears to have been written in 1674, after the no-popery agitation that led to the passing of the Test Act and the resignation of the Duke of York and Lord Clifford. Who all about him shall in council sit, abjuring wisdom and despising wit, hating all justice, and resolved to fight, to rob his native country of its right. First draw him falling prostrate to the south, adoring Rome, this label in his mouth, Most Holy Father, being joined in league with Father Patrick, Darby, and with Teague. Note, some copies read Peter, the intriguing Jesuit confessor of the Duke, and Danby, Osborne, the Duke High Treasurer, who on page 223 is called the Duke's Jackal. Thrown at your sacred feet I humbly bow, I and the wise associates of my vow. I swear not fire nor sword shall ever end, till all this nation to your footstool bend. Armed with bold zeal and blessings from your hands, I'll raise my Irish and my Popish bands, and by a noble, well-contrived plot, managed by wise Fitzgerald and by Scot, note, Colonel Fitzgerald, Deputy Governor of Tangiers, and Colonel John Scot. Prove to the world, I'll have old England know that common sense is my eternal foe. I ne'er can fight in a more glorious cause than to destroy their liberties and laws, their House of Commons and their House of Lords, their parchment precedents and dull records. Shall these men dare to contradict my will, and think a prince of the blood can e'er do ill? It is our birthright to have power to kill. Shall these men dare to think, shall these decide the way to heaven, and who shall be my guide? Shall these pretend to say that bread is bread, if we affirm it is God indeed? Or there's no purgatory for the dead? That extreme unction is but common oil, and not infallible the Roman soil? I'll have these villains in our notions rest. You and I say it, therefore it is best. Next, painter, draw his Mordaunt by his side. Note, Mordaunt. In November 1673, the Earl of Peterborough brought over James's second wife, Mary d'Este, daughter of the Duke of Modena, conveying his religion and his bride. He, who long since abjured the royal line, does now in popery with his master join. Poor princess, born under some sullen star, to find this welcome when you came so far. Better some jealous neighbour of your own had called you to some sound, though petty throne, where 'twixt a wholesome husband and a page you might have lingered out a lazy age, than on dull hopes of being here a queen, die before 20, rot before 15. Now, painter, show us in the blackest dye the counsellors of all this villainy. Clifford, who first appeared in humble guise, was thought so meek, so modest, and so wise, but when he came to act upon the stage, he proved the mad Cathegus of our age. Notes: Clifford, Lord Clifford, Lord High Treasurer. Cathegus, a conspirator with Catiline. See Sallust, Catiline 17. Return to text. He and the Duke had each too great a mind to be by justice or by law confined. Their boiling heads can hear no other sounds than fleets and armies, battles, blood, and wounds, and to destroy our liberty they hope by Irish fools and an old doting Pope. Next, Talbot. Note: Richard Talbot, afterwards Duke of Tyrconnell, was one of the Duke of York's confidants, and commander-in-chief in Ireland in 1685. Talbot must by his great master stand, loaden with folly, flesh, and ill-got land. He's of a size, indeed, to fill a porch, but ne'er can make a pillar of the church. His sword is all his argument, and not his book, although no scholar he can act the cook, and will cut throats again if he be paid. In the Irish shambles he first learned the trade. Then, painter, show thy skill, and in fit place let's see the Nuncio Arundel's sweet face. Note: Lord Arundel, who was supposed to look after the papal interests at the English court. Let the beholder by thy art espy his sense and soul, as squinting as his eye. Let Bellus's autumnal face be seen. Note: John Lord Bellairs, first Lord of the Treasury under James II. Rich with the spoils of a poor Algerine, who, trusting in him, was by him betrayed. And so should we, were his advice obeyed. The hero once got honour by the sword. He got his wealth by breaking of his word. Next, painter, draw the rabble of the plot: German, Fitzgerald, Loftus, Porter, Scot. Note: Henry German, Earl of Dover, Colonel Fitzgerald, and Colonel John Scot. Charles Porter, afterwards Chancellor of Ireland. Evelyn mentions a Mr. Loftus in connection with Lord Mordaunt's estate, but Dudley Loftus, the Irish MP and jurist, may be intended. These are fit heads indeed to turn a state, and change the order of a nation's fate. 10,000 such as these can ne'er control the smallest atom of an English soul. Old England on its strong foundation stands, defying all their heads and all their hands. Its steady basis never could be shook when wiser heads its ruin undertook. And can her guardian angel let her stoop at last to fools, to madmen and the Pope? No, painter, no. Close up thy piece, and see this crowd of traitors hang in effigy. End of section 12. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland.
The Poems and Some Satires of Andrew Marvell, edited by Edward Wright. Section 13. Advice to a Painter to Draw the Duke of York. Spread a large canvas, painter, to contain the great assembly and the numerous train, who all about him shall in council sit. Note, the Duke. This satire appears to have been written in 1674, after the No Popery agitation that led to the passing of the Test Act, and the resignation of the Duke of York and Lord Clifford. Abjuring wisdom and despising wit, hating all justice and resolved to fight, to rob his native country of its right, first draw him falling prostrate to the south, adoring Rome, this label in his mouth: Most Holy Father, being joined in league with Father Patrick Derby, and with Teague, thrown at your sacred feet I humbly bow, I and the wise associates of my vow. I swear not fire nor sword shall ever end, till all this nation to your footstool bend. Armed with bold zeal and blessings from your hands, I'll raise my Irish and my Popish bands, and by a noble well-contrived plot, managed by wise Fitzgerald and by Scot, prove to the world I'll have old England know that common sense is my eternal foe. I ne'er can fight in a more glorious cause than to destroy their liberties and laws, their House of Commons and their House of Lords, their parchment precedents and dull records. Shall these men dare to contradict my will, and think a prince o' the blood can e'er do ill? It is our birthright to have power to kill. Shall these men dare to think? Shall these decide the way to heaven, and who shall be my guide? Shall these pretend to say that bread is bread, if we affirm it is a god indeed? Or there's no purgatory for the dead, that extreme unction is but common oil, and not infallible the Roman soil? I'll have these villains in our notions rest, you and I say it, therefore it is best. Next painter draw his mordaunt by his side, conveying his religion and his bride. He who long since abjured the royal line, does now in popery with his master join. Poor princess, born under some sullen star, to find this welcome when you came so far. Better some jealous neighbor of your own had called you to some sound, though petty throne, where twixt a wholesome husband and a page you might have lingered out a lazy age, than on dull hopes of being here a queen, die before 20, rot before 15. Now, painters, show us in the blackest dye the counselors of all this villainy. Clifford, who first appeared in humble guise, was thought so meek, so modest, and so wise. But when he came to act upon the stage, he proved the mad Cathegus of our age. He and the Duke had each too great a mind to be by justice or by law confined. Their boiling heads can hear no other sounds than fleets and armies, battles, blood, and wounds. And to destroy our liberty they hope, by Irish fools and an old doting pope. Next Talbot must by his great master stand, loaden with folly, flesh, and ill-got land. He's of a size indeed to fill a porch, but ne'er can make a pillar of the church. His sword is all his argument, and not his book, although no scholar he can act the cook, and will cut throats again if he be paid. In the Irish shambles he first learned the trade. Then, painter, show thy skill, and in fit place let's see the Nuncio Arundel's sweet face. Let the beholders by thy art espy his sense and soul as squinting as his eye. Let Bellicus's autumnal face be seen, rich with the spoils of a poor Algerine, who trusting in him was by him betrayed, and so should we were his advice obeyed. The hero once got honor by the sword, he got his wealth by breaking of his word. Next painter draw the rabble of the plot, Jermyn, Fitzgerald, Loftus, Porter, Scot. These are fit heads indeed to turn a state, and change the order of a nation's fate. 10,000 such as these can ne'er control the smallest atom of an English soul. Old England on its strong foundation stands, defying all their heads and all their hands. Its steady basis never could be shook, when wiser heads its ruin undertook. And can her guardian angel let her stoop at last to fools, to madmen, and the Pope? No, painter, no, close up thy piece, and see this crowd of traitors hang in effigy. To the king, great Charles, who full of mercy mightest command, in peace and pleasure this thy native land, at last take pity on thy tottering throne, shook by the faults of others, not thy own. Let not thy life and crown together end, destroyed by a false brother and false friend. Observe the danger that appears so near, and that your subjects do each minute fear. A drop of poison or a popish knife ends all the joys of England with your life. Brothers, 'tis true, should be by nature kind, but to a zealous and ambitious mind, bribed by a crown on earth and one above, there's no more friendship, tenderness, or love. See in all ages what examples are of monarchs murdered by the impatient heir. Hard fate of princes who will ne'er believe till the stroke's struck which they can ne'er retrieve. Britannia and Raleigh. Britannia, ah, Raleigh, when thy breath thou didst resign to trembling James, would I had quitted mine. Cubs didst thou call them? Hadst thou seen this brood? Note, Raleigh was charged with being associated with Lord Cobham and George Brooke, who were said to have made the statement that, quote, there never would be a good world in England till the king and his cubs were taken away, end quote, end note. Of earls and dukes and princes of the blood. No more of Scottish race thou wouldst complain, those would be blessings in this spurious reign. Awake, arise from thy long blessed repose, once more with me partake of mortal woes. Raleigh. What mighty power has forced me from my rest? Ah, mighty queen, why so untimely dressed? Britannia. Favored by night, concealed in this disguise, whilst the lewd court in drunken slumber lies, I stole away, and never will return, till England knows who did her city burn, till cavaliers shall favorites be deemed, and loyal sufferers by the court esteemed, till Lee and Garraway shall bribes reject, till golden Osborne cheating shall detect, till atheist Lauderdale shall leave this land, till Commons votes shall cut nose guards disband, till Kate a happy mother shall become, till Charles loves parliaments and James hates Rome. What fatal crimes make you forever fly your once loved court and martyrs' progeny? A colony of French possess the court, pimps, priests, buffoons, and the privy chamber sport. Such slimy monsters ne'er approached the throne, since Pharaoh's reign, nor so defiled a crown. In the sacred ear, tyrannic arts they croak, pervert his mind, his good intentions choke. Tell him of golden Indies, fairy lands, Leviathan, and absolute commands. Thus fairy-like the king they steal away, and in his room a Lewis changeling lay. How oft have I him to himself restored, in's left the scale, in's right hand placed the sword, taught him their use, what dangers would ensue to those that tried to separate these two, the bloody Scottish chronicle turned o'er, showed him how many kings in purple gore were hurled to hell by learning tyrant lore. The other day famed Spenser I did bring, in lofty notes Tudor's blessed reign to sing, how Spain's proud powers her virgin arms controlled, and golden days in peaceful order rolled, how like ripe fruit she dropped from off her throne, full of gray hairs, good deeds, and great renown, as the Jessian hero did appease Saul's stormy rage and check his black disease. So the learned bard with artful song repressed the swelling passions of his cankered breast, and in his heart kind influences shed of country's love by truth and justice bred. Then, to confirm the cure so well begun, to him I showed this glorious setting sun, how by her people's looks pursued from far, she mounted on a bright celestial car, outshining Virgo or the Julian star, whilst in truth's mirror this glad scene he spied, entered a dame bedecked with spotted pride. Note, a personification of French influence with a touch at either Charles II's sister, the Duchess of Orleans, who in 1670 concluded a secret treaty with him on behalf of Louis XIV, or at Charles's mistress, Louise de Querouaille, Duchess of Portsmouth, who upheld at court the French interests and the French ideas of absolute monarchy. End note. Fair flower de luces within an azure field, her left hand bears the ancient Gallic shield by her usurped, her right a bloody sword, inscribed Leviathan, the sovereign lord. Her towery front a fiery meteor bears, an exhalation bred of blood and tears. Around her Jove's lewd, ravenous curs complain, pale death lusts, tortures fill her pompous train. She from the easy King Truth's mirror took, and on the ground in spiteful fall it broke. Then frowning thus, with proud disdain she spoke, "Are threadbare virtues ornaments for kings? Such poor pedantic toys teach underlings. Do monarchs rise by virtue or the sword? Who e'er grew great by keeping of his word? Virtue's a faint green sickness to brave souls, dastard their hearts, their active heat controls. The rival gods, monarchs of t'other world, this mortal poison among princes hurled, fearing the mighty projects of the great should drive them from their proud celestial seat. If not o'erawed by this new holy cheat, those pious frauds too slight to ensnare the brave are proper arts the long-eared rout to enslave. Bribe hungry priests to deify your might, to teach your wills your only rule to right, and sound damnation to all dare deni't. Thus heaven's designs against heaven's self you'll turn, and they will fear those powers they once did scorn. When all their gobbling interest in mankind by hirelings sold to you shall be resigned, and by impostures God and man betrayed, the church and state you safely may invade. So boundless Lewis in full glory shines, whilst your starved power in legal fetters pines. Shake off those baby bonds from your strong arms, henceforth be deaf to that old witch's charms. Taste the delicious sweets of sovereign power, 'tis royal game whole kingdoms to deflower. 3 spotless virgins to your bed I bring, a sacrifice to you, their God and King. As these grow stale, will harass humankind, rack nature till new pleasures she shall find, strong as your reign and beauteous as your mind. When she had spoke, a confused murmur rose of French, Scotch, Irish, all my mortal foes. Some English too disguised, oh shame, I spied, led up by the wise son-in-law of Hyde. With fury drunk, like bacchanals they roar, down with that common Magna Carta whore. With joint consent on helpless me they flew, and from my Charles to a base jail me drew. My reverend age, exposed to scorn and shame, to prigs, bawds, whores, was made the public game. Frequent addresses to my Charles I send, and to his care did my sad state commend. But his fair soul, transformed by that French dame, had lost all sense of honor, justice, fame. Like a tame spinster in's seraglio he sits, besieged by whores, buffoons, and bastard chits. Lulled in security, rolling in lust, resigns his crown to Angel Carwell's trust. Her creature Osborne the revenue steals, false Finch, knave Anglesey, misguide the seals. Mac James the Irish pagodes does adore, his French Antigua command on sea and shore. The Scotch Scalado of our court to Isles, friend Lauderdale with ordure all defiles. Thus the state's nightmared by this hellish rout, and no one left these furies to cast out. Ah, Vindex, come and purge the poisoned state. Descend, descend, ere the cure's desperate. Once more, great queen, thy darling strive to save. Snatch him again from scandal and the grave. Present to's thoughts his long-scorned parliament, the basis of his throne and government. In his deaf ears sound his dead father's name. Perhaps that spell may's erring soul reclaim. Who knows what good effects from thence may spring? 'Tis godlike good to save a falling king. Raleigh, no more, too long in vain I've tried the Stuart from the tyrant to divide, as easily learned virtuosos may, with the dog's blood his gentle kind convey into the wolf, and make him guardian turn to the bleeding flock by him so lately torn. If this imperial ill once taint the blood, 'tis by no potent antidote withstood. Tyrants like leprous kings for public weal should be immured, lest the contagion steal over the whole. The elect Jessian line to this firm law their scepter did resign. And shall this stinking Scottish brood evade eternal laws by God for mankind made? No! To the serene Venetian state I'll go, from her sage mouth famed principles to know, with her the prudence of the ancients read, to teach my people in their steps to tread. By their great patterns such a state I'll frame, shall eternize a glorious lasting name. Till then, my Raleigh, teach our noble youth to love sobriety and holy truth. Watch and preside over their tender age, lest court corruption should their souls engage. Tell them how arts and arms in thy young days employed our youth, not tavern stews and plays. Tell them the generous scorn their race does owe to flattery, pimping, and a gaudy show. Teach them to scorn the Carwells, Portsmouth's Nells, the Clevelands, Osbornes, Birdies, Lauderdales. Poppaea, Tigeline, and Acte's name, all yield to these in lewdness, lust, and shame. Make them admire the Talbots, Sidneys, Veres, Drake, Cavendish, Blake, men void of slavish fears. True sons of glory, pillars of the state, on whose famed deeds all tongues and writers wait. when with fierce ardor their brave souls do burn, back to my dearest country I'll return. Tarquin's just judge and Caesar's equal peers, with me I'll bring to dry my people's tears. Publicola with healing hands shall pour balm in their wounds, and shall their life restore. Greek arts and Roman arms in her conjoined shall England raise, relieved oppressed mankind. As Jove's great sun the infested globe did free from noxious monsters' hell-born tyranny, so shall my England by a holy war in triumph lead chained tyrants from afar. Her true crusado shall at last pull down the Turkish crescent and the Persian sun. Freed by thy labors, fortunate blessed isle, the earth shall rest, the heavens shall on thee smile, and this kind secret for reward shall give, no poisoned tyrant on thy ground shall live. An ancient prophecy written originally in French by Nostradamus, and how done into English 6th January 1671. Note: Michael Nostradamus, physician and astrologer, was born in 1503. A translation of his prophecies appeared in 1672. Marvell, of course, antedates his verses. First part: For faults and follies London's doom shall fix, and she must sink in flames in 66. Fireballs shall fly, but few shall see the train, as far as from Whitehall to Pudding Lane. Note: the Great Fire began in Pudding Lane. The Duke of York at Whitehall was charged as the head of the Roman Catholic interest with having started it. To burn the city which again shall rise, beyond all hopes aspiring to those skies where vengeance dwells. But there is one thing more, though its walls stand, shall bring the city lower, when legislators shall their trust betray, hired for their share to give the rest away. And those false men, by the easy people sent, give taxes to the king by parliament. When barefaced villains shall not blush to cheat, and chequer doors shall shut up Lombard Street. When players come to act the part of queens, within the curtains and behind the scenes, when no man knows in whom to put his trust, and e'en to rob the chequer shall be just. When declarations, vows, and every oath shall be in use at court, but faith and troth. When two good kings shall be at Brentford town, and when in London there shall not be one, when public faith and vows and payments stop. This London lately burnt shall be blown up. London shall see, for it shall come to pass, a greater thief than Alexander was. The frogs shall then grow weary of their crane, and pray to Jove to take him back again. Second part: When the seal's given to a talking fool, whom wise men laugh at, and whom women rule, a minister able only in his tongue to make starched empty speeches 2 hours long, when an old Scotch Covenanter shall be the champion of the English hierarchy, when bishops shall lay all religion by, and strive by law to establish tyranny, when a lean treasurer shall in 1 year make himself fat, his king and people bare, when the crown's heir shall Englishmen despise, and think French only loyal, Irish wise, when wooden shoon shall be the English wear, and Magna Carta shall no more appear. Then the English shall a greater tyrant know than either Greek or Latin stories show, their wives to's lust exposed, their wealth to's spoil. With groans to fill his treasure they must toil, but like the Bellides must sigh in vain, for that still filled runs out as fast again. Then they with envious eyes shall Belgium see, and wish in vain Venetian liberty. End of 13. Advice to a painter to draw the Duke of York, etc. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Christine Rottger.
The Poems and Some Satires of Andrew Marvell, edited by Edward Wright, recorded for LibriVox.org. Section 14. Satires. A poem on the statue in Stock's Market. As cities that to the fierce conqueror yield do at their own charges their citadels build, so Sir Robert advanced the king's statue in token of bankers defeated and Lombard Street broken. Note: Sir Robert Viner purchased a statue of John Zabriskie triumphing over the Turk, and having altered it to represent Charles II trampling on Cromwell, erected it in Stock's marketplace where the Mansion House now stands. This was done in 1672, when the bankers had been ruined owing to the stopping of the Exchequer. Some thought it a knightly and generous deed, obliging the city with a king and a steed, when with honour he might from his word have gone back. He that vows in a calm is absolved by a rack. But now it appears from the first to the last to be a revenge and a malice forecast upon the king's birthday, to set up a thing that shows him a monkey much more than a king. When each one that passes finds fault with the horse, yet all do affirm that the king is much worse. And some, by the likeness, Sir Robert suspect that he did for the king his own statue erect. Thus to see him disfigured, the herb women chid, who upon his panniers more gracefully rid, and so loose in his seat, that all persons agree, in Sir William Peake sits much firmer than he. Note: Sir William Peake, Lord Mayor in 1667. But a market, as some say, doth fit the king well, who the Parliament too in revenue doth sell, and others, to make the similitude hold, say his Majesty too is oft purchased and sold. This statue is surely more scandalous far than all the Dutch pictures which caused the war, and what the Exchequer for that took on trust, may we henceforth confiscate for reasons more just. But Sir Robert, to take all the scandal away, does the error upon the artificer lay, and alleges the workmanship was not his own, for he counterfeits only in gold, not in stone. But, Sir Knight of the Vine, how came't in your thought that when to the scaffold your liege you had brought, with canvas and deals, you ere since do him cloud, as if you had meant it, his coffin and shroud? Hath blood stole him away, as his crown he conveyed, or is he to Clayton's gone in masquerade? Note: Sir Robert Clayton was a rich scrivener, with whose wife the king had an intrigue. Or is he in cabal in his cabinet set, or have you to the Compter removed him for debt? Note: by 1676 the king owed Viner more than 400,000 pounds. The Compter was a debtor's prison. Methinks, by the equipage of this vile scene, that to change him into a jack-pudding you mean. Or why thus expose him to popular flouts, as if we did good have a king made of clouts? Or do you his faults out of modesty veil, with 3 shattered planks and the rag of a sail, to express how his navy was shattered and torn the day that he was both restored and born? Note: Charles II was born on the 29th May 1630, entered London on the 29th May 1660, and on the 29th May 1672 the Battle of Southwold Bay took place. Sure the king will ne'er think of repaying his bankers, when loyalty now all expires with his bankers. If Vindies and Smyrna do not him enrich, he will hardly have left a poor rag to his breech. But Sir Robert affirms that we do him much wrong. 'Tis the graver at work to reform him so long. But, alas, he will never arrive at his end, for it is such a king as no chisel can mend. But with all his errors restore us, our king, if ever you hope in December for spring. For though all the world cannot show such another, yet we'd rather have him than his bigoted brother. The statue at Charing Cross. What can be the mystery why Charing Cross this 5 months continues still muffled with board? Dear Wheeler, impart, we are all at a loss, unless we must have Punchinello restored. Note: possibly Sir Charles Wheeler, MP for Cambridge University. 'Twere to Scaramuccio too great disrespect to limit his troop to this theatre small. Beside the injustice it were to eject that mimic so legally seized of Whitehall. For a dial the place is too insecure, since the privy garden could not it defend. Note, the sundial in the garden at Whitehall had been broken by the Earl of Rochester and other revellers, and so near to the court they will never endure any monument how they their time may misspend. Were these deals yet in store for sheathing our fleet, when the king in armada to Portsmouth should sail, or the bishops and treasurer, did they agree to repair with such riffraff our church's old pale? No, to comfort the heart of the poor cavalier, the late king on horseback is here to be shown. What ado with your kings and your statues is here? Have we not had enough, pray, already of one? Does the treasurer think men so loyally tame, when their pensions are stopped, to be fooled with a sight? And 'tis 40-1, if he play the old game, he'll reduce us ere long to rehearse 48. The Trojan horse, so, not of brass but of wood, had within it an army that burnt up the town, and, however, 'tis ominous, if understood, for the old king on horseback is but an half-crown. Yet his brother-in-law's horse, note, Sir Robert Viner, who erected the Stocks Market statue of Charles II, was brother-in-law to Sir Thomas Osborne, afterwards Lord Danby and then Duke of Leeds, who put up the statue of Charles I at Charing Cross. Yet his brother-in-law's horse had gained such repute that the treasurer thought prudent to try it again, and instead of that market of herbs and of fruit, he will here keep us shambles of Parliament men. But why is the work then so long at a stand? Such things you should never or suddenly do. As the Parliament twice was prorogued by your hand, would you venture so far to prorogue the king too? Let's have a king, sir, be he new, be he old. Not Viner delayed us so, though he were broken. Note, bankrupt. Though the king be of copper, and Danby of gold, shall the treasurer of guineas refuse such a token? The housewifely treasuress sure is grown nice, and so liberally treated the members at supper, she thinks not convenient to go to the price, and we've lost both our king and our horse and our crupper. Where so many parties there are to provide, to buy a king is not so wise as to sell. And, however, she said, it could not be denied that a monarch of gingerbread might do as well. But the treasurer told her he thought she was mad, and his Parliament list too withal did produce, when he showed her that so many voters he had as would the next tax reimburse them with use. Note, interest. So the statue will up after all this delay, but to turn the face towards Whitehall you must shun. Though of brass, yet with grief it would melt him away to behold such a prodigal court and a son. A dialogue between two horses. The introduction. We read, in profane and sacred records, of beasts which have uttered articulate words. When magpies and parrots cry, "Walk, knaves, walk," it is a clear proof that birds too may talk, and statues, without either windpipes or lungs, have spoken as plainly as men do with tongues. Livy tells a strange story, can hardly be followed, that a sacrificed ox, when his guts were out, bellowed. Phalaris had a bull, which grave authors tell ye would roar like a devil with a man in his belly. Friar Bacon had a head that spake made of brass, and Balaam the prophet was reproved by his ass. At Delphos and Rome stocks and stones now and then, sirs, have to questions returned oracular answers. All popish believers think something divine, when images speak, possesses the shrine. But they that faith Catholic ne'er understood, when shrines give answer, say a knave's in the rood. These idols ne'er spoke, but the miracles done by the devil, a priest, a friar, or a nun. If the Roman Church, good Christians, oblige ye to believe man and beast to have spake in effigy, why should we not credit the public discourses in a dialogue lately between the two horses? The horses, I mean, of Woolchurch and Charing, who told many truths well worth any man's hearing. Since Viner and Osborne, note, referring to the two statues mentioned in the preceding satires, did buy and provide 'em for the two mighty monarchs who now do bestride 'em, the stately brass stallion and the white marble steed one night came together, by all 'tis agreed, when both the kings, weary of sitting all day, were stol'n off incognito each his own way, and there the two jades, after mutual salutes, not only discoursed, but fell to disputes. The dialogue. Woolchurch. Quoth the marble white horse, "It would make a stone speak to see a Lord Mayor and a Lombard Street break." Note, a ruiner of bankers, i.e. a Lord High Treasurer. Thy founder and mine did cheat one another, when both knaves agreed to be each other's brother. Here Charing broke silence, and thus he went on. My brass is provoked as much as thy stone, to see church and state bow down to a whore, and the king's chief minister holding the door. The money of widows and orphans employed, and the bankers quite broke to maintain the whore's pride. To see Dei Gratia writ on the throne, and the king's wicked life say God there is none. That he should be styled the defender of the faith, who believes not a word what the word of God saith. That the duke should turn papist, and that church defy, for which his own father a martyr did die. Though he hath changed his religion, I hope he's so civil not to think his own father is gone to the devil. That bondage and beggary should be in a nation by a cursed House of Commons and a blessed restoration. To see a white staff make a beggar a lord. Note, Lord Danby, Osborne, and scarce a wise man at the Long Council board. That the bank should be seized, yet the checker so poor, Lord of mercy, and a cross may be set on the door. Note, the plague mark. That 1.5 million should be the revenue, yet the king of his debts pay no man a penny. That a king should consume 3 kingdoms' estates, and yet all the court be as poor as church rats. That of the 4 seas dominion and guarding, no token should appear but a poor copper farthing. Note, alluding to the new figure of Britannia on the coinage. Our worm-eaten ships to be laid up at Chatham, not our trade to secure, but for foes to come at 'em. And our few ships abroad become Tripoli's scorn, by pawning for victuals their guns at Leghorn. That making us slaves by horse and foot guards. Note, a reference to the gathering of troops on Blackheath. For restoring the king shall be all our rewards. The basest ingratitude ever was heard, but tyrants ungrateful are always afeard. On 7th Harry's head he that placed the crown was after rewarded by losing his own. Note, as was Argyle, who placed the crown on Charles's head at Scone in 1651, and was condemned in 1660 without being allowed 10 days' respite for the king's pleasure to be known. That Parliament men should rail at the court, and get good preferment immediately for it. Note, Marvell has mentioned in previous satires the names of some of the country members who were brought up by Danby. To see them that suffered for father and son, and helped to bring the latter to his throne, that with lives and estates did loyally serve, and yet for all this can nothing deserve. The king looks not on 'em, preferment's denied 'em, the Roundheads insult and the courtiers deride 'em, and none get preferments but who would betray their country to ruin. 'Tis that opes the way of the bull-talking members. If the bastards you add, what a rabble of rascally lords have you made? That traitors to their country in a bribed House of Commons should give away millions at every summons. Yet some of those givers such beggarly villains as not to be trusted with twice 50 shillings. No wonder that beggars should still be for giving, who out of what's given do get a good living. 4 knights and a knave, who were burgesses made, for selling their consciences were liberally paid. How base are the souls of such low-priced sinners, who vote with the court for drink and for dinners. 'Tis they who brought on us the scandalous yoke of excising our cups and taxing our smoke.
But thanks to the whores who have made the king dogged, for giving no more the rogues are prorogued.
That a king should endeavour to make a war cease, which augments and secures his own profit and peace.
And plenipotentiaries sent into France, with an addle-headed knight, and a lord without brains. Note, possibly a reference to Sir William Temple and Lord Albans. Marvell was incensed that Temple, at the Treaty of Nimeguen, pressed Louis XIV's provision on the Dutch for restoring the Roman Catholic faith in Holland.
That the king should send for another French whore, when one already made him so poor.
Note, the Duchess of Mazarin, niece of the cardinal, appeared at the court in 1675 as the rival of Louise de Querouaille, who had been made Duchess of Portsmouth in 1673. The misses take place, each advanced to be duchess, with pomp great as queens, in their coach and 6 horses, their bastards made dukes, earls, viscounts, and lords, and all the high titles that honour affords.
While these brats and their mothers do live in such plenty, the nation's impoverished, and the chequer quite empty. And though war was pretended when the money was lent, more on whores than in ships or in war hath been spent.
Enough, my dear brother, although we speak reason, yet truth many times being punished for treason, we ought to be wary and bridle our tongue. Bold speaking hath done both men and beasts wrong. When the ass too boldly rebuked the prophet, thou knowest what danger was like to come of it. Though the beast gave his master ne'er an ill word, instead of a cudgel, Balaam wished for a sword.
Truth's as bold as a lion.
I am not afraid.
I'll prove every tittle of what I have said. Our riders are absent. Who is't that can hear? Let's be true to ourselves. Whom then need we fear? Where is thy king gone?
To see Bishop Laud.
Who cockled a scrivener, mine's in masquerade. For on such occasions he oft steals away, and returns to remount me about break of day. In very dark nights sometimes you may find him, with a harlot got up on my crupper behind him.
Pause, brother, awhile, and calmly consider what thou hast to say against my royal rider.
Thy priest-ridden king turned desperate fighter for the surplice, lawn sleeves, the cross, and the mitre, till at last on the scaffold he was left in the lurch by knaves who cried up themselves for the church, archbishops and bishops, archdeacons and deans.
Thy king will ne'er fight, unless it be for his queens.
He that dies for ceremonies dies like a fool.
The king on thy back is a lamentable tool.
The goat and the lion I equally hate, and free men alike value life and estate. Though the father and son be different rods, between the 2 scourges we find little odds. Both infamous stand in 3 kingdoms' votes, this for picking our pockets, that for cutting our throats.
More tolerable are the Lion King's slaughters than the goat making whores of our wives and our daughters. The debauched and the cruel, since they equally gall us, I had rather bear Nero than Sardanapalus.
One of the 2 tyrants must still be our case, under all who shall reign of the false Stuart's race.
De Witt and Cromwell had each a brave soul.
I freely declare it, I am for old Noel, though his government did a tyrant's resemble. He made England great, and its enemies tremble.
Thy rider puts no man to death in his wrath,
but he's buried alive in lust and in sloth.
What is thy opinion of James, Duke of York?
The same that the frogs had of Jupiter's stork. With the Turk in his head and the Pope in his heart, Father Patrick's disciple will make England smart.
Note, the Duke of York.
If e'er he be king, I know Britain's doom. We must all to a stake, or be converts to Rome. Ah, Tudor, we've had Stuarts enough. None ever reigned like old Bess in her ruff.
Her Walsingham could dark counsels unriddle,
and our Sir Joseph write news books and fiddle.
Note,
Sir Joseph Williamson, President of the Royal Society, a Secretary of State from 1674 to 1678.
Truth, brother, well said, but that's somewhat bitter.
His perfumed predecessor was never more fitter.
Note: the Earl of Arlington.
Yet we have one secretary, honest and wise.
Note: Sir Henry Coventry, a Secretary of State from 1672 to 1679.
For that very reason he's never to rise.
But canst thou devise when things will be mended?
When the reign of the line of the Stuarts is ended.
Then, England, rejoice, thy redemption draws nigh. Thy oppression, together with kingship, shall die.
A commonwealth, we proclaim to the nation, for the gods have repented the king's restoration.
If speech of brute animals in Rome's first age prodigious events did surely presage, then shall come to pass, all mankind may swear, what two inanimate horses declare. Though tyrants make laws, which they strictly proclaim to conceal their own crimes and to cover their shame, yet the beasts in the field, or the stones in the wall, will publish their faults and prophesy their fall. When they take from the people the freedom of words, they teach them the sooner to fall to their swords. Let the city drink coffee and quietly groan. They who conquered the Father won't be slaves to the Son. It is wine and strong drink make tumults increase. Chocolate, tea, and coffee are liquors of peace. No quarrels or oaths are among those who drink 'em. 'Tis Bacchus and brewers swear damn 'em, sink 'em. Then, Charles, thy late edict against coffee recall. Note: on the 29th of November, 1675, a proclamation was issued closing the coffee-houses as places where seditious persons met. It was revoked on the 8th January, 1676. There's 10 times more treason in brandy and ale. End of section 14. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. The Poems and Some Satires of Andrew Marvell, edited by Edward Wright, recorded for LibriVox.org. Section 15. Latin and Greek Poems. Hortus. Note: Marvell's English version is given on page 37. Quis nam adia mortaligenos praecordia versat? Hiu palmae lurique furor, vel simplicus herbae. Arbor ut indomitos hornet, vix una labores. Tempora nec foliis precingat tota malignis. Dum simil implexi tranquillae ad certa creatis. Omni geni coeant flores integraque silva. Alma quies teneo te, et te, Germana, creatis simplicitas. Vos ergo Diu per templa, per urbes quaesivi, regum perque alta palatia frustra. Sed vos hortorum per opaca silentia longe celarant plantae virides et concurra umbra. O mihi si vestros liceat volasse recessus, erranti lasso et vitae meliorus angelo, unicipem servate novum, utoque potitum frondosae cives optate in floria regna. Me quoque vos musae et te consciat testor Apollo, non aumenta iuant hominum, circeque boatus, mucitusque fori, sed me penetrarea veris, honoresque tarhunt muti et consortia sola. Virginiae, quem nun suspendit gratia formae, quam condora nives vincentem ostrumque rubore, vestra tamen viridis superat me judice virtus, nec foliis cetare comae, nec brachia bramis, nec possin tremulos voces aquara susurros. Ah, quoties salvos vidi, quis credat amantes, sculpentes dominae potiori in cortice nomen, nec puduit truncis inscribere vulnera sacris, Astego si vuestras unquam temeraboras stirpes, nulla neaera Chloe, Faustina, Curina legetur, in proprio sed quaeque libro signabitur arbos. O carae Platanos, Cyperissus, Populus, Ulmus. Hic amor exutis crepidatus in ambulat alis, in eres arcus et stridula tela reponens, in vertitque faces, nec secupit usque timeri, aut experrectus iacet, in dormitque feretrae, non auditurus, quamquam citera vocarit, nec quitias referunt, nec somnia vana priores, laetantur superi, deferescente tyranno, et licet expertit toties lymphasque deasque, arbori nunc melius potiuntur quisque capita. Jupiter annosam neglecta conjuge, quercum deperit, aut alia doluit sic pellice iuno. Lemniacum temerant vestigia nulla cubile, nec veneres mavors meminit, si fraxinus adsit. Formos I pressit Daphnes vestigia, poibus, ut fieret laurus, sed nil quaesiverat ultra. Capripes et peteret quod pan syringu fugacem, quoc erat, ut calamum posset repira sonorum. Desunt multa. Nec tu opivex horti grato sine carmina bibis, qui brevis plantis et laeto flore notasti crescentes horas arqui intervalla diei. Sol ibi candidior fragrantia signa pererat, proque truci tauro, stricto pro forcipe cancri, securis violaeque rosaeque alabitur umbris. Sedula quinat apis, melito intenta labori, horologo sua pensa timo signare videtur. Temporis, o suaves lapsus, o otia sana, o herbis digna enumerare et floribus orae. Magdalen's Tears. Note, this is a Latin version of lines 29 to 32 of Eyes and Tears. Magdala lascivos, si quum dimisit amantes, pevidaque in castas lumina solvit aquas, haesit in rigua lacrimarum compedic Christus, et tenuit sacro suda catena pedes.
Proscarelon ton Vasilia, odis Aristotokos, pent odispot mos arithmos, o pentes digeron, pent edapile, anglon o mejunidos, o uranisin apecthes, al apelimenes, carole tuton ana, pempton technon, edoque mogostokos, elithia, pente de tentathlon, techna calusi theon, ide thelis vivlis, tes ipsigonisi tiese, pentitechon echis pedia Diogeni, I oti thespesis phileis, nistoras eidis, harmonin piis, tindia pente pater. End of section 15.
End of the Poems and Some Satires of Andrew Marvell, edited by Edward Wright.